Girlfriends are discussing the events that took place the day before. People have been talking about it a lot lately. A young man riding a motorcycle is talking on the phone. He tells his friend about his conversation with his boss. The boss was shocked, but if he asks for a raise, the boss will agree. The guy looked around and said that the area he was in was just a dump. There were only homeless people walking around. A young man just passed by him. The sloppily dressed man looked around. He couldn't figure out where he was. His appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. The guy was very surprised by his surroundings. The stench in the air, the deafening noise coming from all sides. This was definitely not the kingdom he lived in. The guy didn't know what this place was, but it was definitely not an illusion. Everything looked too realistic. Passers-by looked at him and wondered what kind of poor soul had ended up here. Was he a homeless person? The young man urgently needed to find out where he was. The stranger stood in the middle of a busy street. It seemed terribly noisy to him. The Emperor of Flames. Anyone who called Emperor Yomru that was doomed to die. Everyone who fought him had no doubt that he was the Emperor of Flames. He knew neither pity nor tears. He appeared in human form, but he had long since ceased to be human. Wherever he went, he left a bloody trail of victims in his wake. No one dared to follow in his footsteps, for he was none other than the god of destruction. He destroyed the supreme master of the dark path of Marima and forced the leader of the cult of the heavenly demon to his knees. For these feats, he was considered the pinnacle of mastery among light and dark warriors. He came to be known as the god of martial arts. Emperor Yomru watches from the top of a cliff over a small village nestled in the middle of a forest. Now his past seems like a dream. He thought that there could be nothing else in his life but blood and violence. The girl drew her uncle's attention to something beautiful. Her companion said he didn't understand. Could the girl really see beauty in these petals of the saint? The girl was surprised. Did this uncle not know what joy was? Joy is when you laugh and dance with happiness, even if there is no particular reason for it. Someday this man will probably understand, but for now she will share her joy with him. The girl held out a dandelion flower to the man. The guy began to examine it carefully. Meeting this girl melted his heart, and he suddenly learned what tears and laughter were. He did not know that joy would ever appear in his life, which was full of chaos and evil. The girl had found happiness in her life, but what should he do? Maybe he should go in search of happiness too. Or should he not get carried away with laughter and tears? Happiness, had he achieved eternal immortality? The young man opened his eyes. Where was he? The emperor couldn't understand, because he had just been on the path to immortality. Or had someone cast an illusion on him, and he hadn't even noticed? The emperor thought that in any case, he had to find a way out of there. The cave was dark and uninhabited. Emperor Yomru decided that he had to get out and assess the situation. Behind our hero, a huge monster's head appeared. A message was received that the Alpha group should immediately enter the A0 portal, 12809. If they notice anything suspicious, they must report it immediately. Their task was to conduct reconnaissance. They must return alive at all costs. Alpha team cautiously advanced deeper into the cave. One of the team members said that it seemed to be a Class A portal, but it was relatively quiet here. His colleague was surprised. Did this guy remember nothing? Had he been asleep during the briefing? Class A portals are inhabited by the most intelligent monsters. It had been 5 years since the guards of Group 0 died in a similar situation. They had gone deep into the portal, where a whole horde of monsters awaited them. No one survived. Group 0 was completely destroyed. There was blood everywhere, and no one could make sense of what had happened. The guy scratched the back of his head and apologized to his colleague for his ignorance. The order was given not to move. A strange glow appeared from the depths of the cave. The girl was surprised. She hadn't even sensed the monster's presence. When had it appeared? The Class A monster was lying in wait, pretending to be dead. The girl, who was the commander of this squad, told everyone to retreat. She would try to delay the monster. However, this monster showed no signs of life. The young people's surprise knew no bounds. What had happened here? Alpha team got in touch and reported that many dead Class A Cyclops and Class B monsters had been found in the cave. All the higher-level monsters had been destroyed. Alpha team was continuing its reconnaissance and would report back in a timely manner. The guy told the commander that he had reported the situation to headquarters. The girl praised him. The guy suggested that maybe these monsters were fighting each other. The commander said that even if that were the case, the lower-level monsters couldn't have wounded the Cyclops. So another guild was hunting in this place. After all, guilds have recently been conducting raids only in high-level portals. The commander found this interesting. Could there really be a guild in this country that hunts wherever it wants and no one knows about it? After passing through the portal, Emperor Yomru found himself in an open space. There were city ruins all around. What kind of place is this? He wondered. Opening his eyes, the emperor realized he was in a cave full of monsters. I wonder why these monsters, which he could destroy with a single blow, attacked him. How did he manage to find a way out? Looking around, the emperor wondered what these ruins were. Were there any living creatures left in them? Human remains lay nearby. The emperor took the clothes off the skeleton and put them on himself. It was better than nothing. Emperor Yomru found himself in an unfamiliar place again. There was nothing around but mud, ruins, and weathered remains. Our hero felt no signs of life around him. The emperor had encountered the cult of the heavenly demon. Their mages used forbidden magic. He felt something similar now. Yomru could sense the surroundings from such magic, but he had to look around before using his power here. The young man thought that first of all, he needed to get out of there. The young man decided to go where there was the least black energy. Choosing the right direction, he resolutely rushed towards his destination. There was a report on television that the Association of Awakened Ones had not yet expressed a clear position on this incident. In various countries where there are zero-level Awakened Ones, discussions about this portal are underway. The young people were in a restaurant. One of them asked when they would finally be served their jjajangmyeon. The waitress said she was already bringing it. It was the senior manager of the Yangchunggak restaurant, Lim So-young. Lim So-young placed the food on the table and wished the young people bon appetit. The door opened and a young man entered the restaurant. The senior manager was delighted and said that she hadn't seen this guy in the restaurant for a long time. The young man greeted everyone and placed his order, asking for a plate of jjajangmyeon. It was the director of the Awakened Association, Baek Eun-ho. Lim So-young said that the director looked tired. Was he feeling unwell? Baek Eun-ho asked if the girl had seen today's news. Another portal had opened in the Deadlands. The guilds fought over this portal, and they are simply burning themselves out at work trying to quell this conflict. There is tremendous pressure on them, as everyone wants to get their hands on this portal. Everyone is hunting for magic stones. Recently, accidents during raids have become much more frequent. Restaurant manager Yu Sun-tae arrived with the food and said he agreed. Portals are multiplying. However, this has its advantages for them. More magic stones on the market means lower prices. The restaurant manager added that the monsters were not making them happy at all, and they had lost customers. Baek Eun-ho agreed. Who would dare to leave their home at a time like this? A guy on a motorcycle entered the restaurant. He nervously said that he couldn't take it anymore. Showing information on his smartphone, he said that another portal had opened and he could no longer work like this. Restaurant manager Yu Sun-tae told him to calm down and not yell in front of customers. After all, his salary had already been doubled. Maybe he would be friendlier. The guy replied that it was unbelievable. Was his life worth that money? He couldn't work like this anymore. Either the manager would raise his salary again, or he would have to find another delivery driver. Yu Sun-tae was outraged. How dare he do that? Things were tough for everyone right now. The delivery guy stood his ground. Either they raise his salary or he quits. Yu Sun-tae told Lim So-young that it was time to pick up Hoyo. Maybe she could go get the girl. Lim So-young was surprised because it wasn't time yet. Yu Sun-tae said they had to hurry so they wouldn't be late. Lim So-young replied that she understood and left. The restaurant manager thought that many people were moving because of the appearance of new portals. Many feared for their lives. It became very difficult to find workers, which is why this scoundrel was so arrogant. Yu Sun-tae had just settled here and didn't want to leave. The manager looked at the insolent courier who was staring at his smartphone. Why can't you find a single decent courier these days? Emperor Yomru found himself in a place where there was no negative energy. At that moment, he was in the center of a city unfamiliar to him. Passers-by turned to look at him because of his clothes. The guy thought that this place was not at all like his homeland, but there was a similarity. Many people possess inner energy. Yomru looked at a woman leading a little girl by the hand. They were talking calmly about something. The girl's energy made her stand out from the crowd, which is why she caught our hero's eye. Yomru thought that the girl had pure energy. Did that mean that this child knew something? Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the woman grabbed her daughter's hand tighter. The gust of wind blew the hairband off the girl's head. The girl let go of her mother's hand and ran after the headband. Lim So-young shouted at Ha-yoon not to run away, as it could be dangerous. However, the girl did not listen. Ha-yoon shouted that it was a gift from her father and ran out into the street to retrieve the headband. Ha-yoon picked up the little thing from the road and was delighted. At that moment, a car was speeding down the road. The girl didn't see it, and the driver didn't have time to stop. The headband flew into the air again. Lim So-young gasped and screamed loudly, and passers-by also cried out in surprise. Suddenly, someone's hands reached out to the girl. Ha-yoon saw the car, and fear appeared in her eyes. A young man who had appeared out of nowhere picked up the little girl and literally carried her out from under the wheels of the car. The girl's savior turned out to be Emperor Yomru. Leaving the roadway, the young man told the child that she had almost been hit by a car. He asked how the girl was feeling. The young man let go of the child and the girl ran towards her mother. They were both frightened. Lim So-yoon bowed to the unknown young man and thanked him. She didn't even know how to repay him for saving her daughter. The young man said that there was no need to thank him. He was just glad that the child was unharmed. Our hero gave the girl energy for her nervous system, and now she will be fine. Lim Soo-yoon offered to help the rescuer get to the hospital. The guy replied that he was fine. Yeomru looked at the woman and only then remembered when he had last eaten. Before arriving here, Yeomru had eaten one dumpling. The rescued girl pulled the guy's clothes and said that her dad was a cook. She offered to go eat together. Lim Soo-yoon said that they were indeed inviting the kind man to eat with them, as he shouldn't leave hungry. He had saved her daughter, and the least she could do was feed him. The guy started to refuse, saying he had done what he had to do and wasn't looking for a reward. However, his stomach continued to rumble treacherously. In the end, he agreed. The restaurant manager was alarmed. Had his daughter Ha-yoon almost been hit by a car? Yoo Sung-tae approached the girl and asked how she was feeling. Was she hurt? Should they go to the hospital? Lim Soo-young said that the girl was fine. Lim Soo-yeon said that this man had saved their daughter. She wanted to feed him, so they came together. Yoo Sun-tae approached the young man and shook his hand, saying he was very grateful for saving Ha-yoon. He could order anything he wanted at this restaurant. The emperor was confused and thanked the director. Ha-yoon approached the emperor and said that her father had warned her not to sit at a dirty table. Yeomru remembered what he was wearing and felt uncomfortable. It was the clothes he had taken from the corpse. Yoo Sun-tae suggested that the young man take a shower while he prepared the meal. The restaurant manager also offered the emperor some clean clothes. Yoo Sun-tae said that he had gained a little weight and that these clothes would not fit him anyway. They were about the same height, so they would probably fit. The manager added that socks would probably be needed as well. Yeomru found himself in the bathroom. He was told that there was a shower here. The walls gleamed brightly. But where was the well? The emperor called the owner and said that he didn't have enough water in that well. Yoo Sun-tae was surprised. He didn't have a well. The emperor pointed to the toilet and said that he couldn't wash himself with such a small amount of water. His interlocutor smiled and said that it wasn't a well, it was a toilet. The emperor was surprised. Did the host mean to say that it was a toilet? Yoo Sun-tae confirmed that it was the same water as from the tap, but for a different purpose. Yoo Sun-tae said that the young man wanted to take a shower. He had to turn this lever, and water would come out of the shower head above. A second later, the director said that you had to catch the shower head. Otherwise, everything around would be flooded. Our hero thought, what kind of snake is this that spits water? After overcoming all the everyday obstacles, Emperor Yeomru finally took a shower and dried himself off. Now he was in clean clothes. The guest told the host that he felt very good and thanked him for his help. Yoo Sun-tae, wiping the water off the floor, was also glad that the water procedures were over. The host said that he did not want to offend his guest, but he was curious to know where the young man had come from. It was as if he was seeing a bathroom for the first time in his life. The protagonist wondered how he could explain everything to his interlocutor. Yoo Sun-tae thought that their guest might have memory loss and shared his assumption with his wife. The emperor sitting at the table said that he only had fragments of memory left, but he couldn't remember how he got there. Yoo Sung-tae said that was why the young man was dressed that way. It seems that the cave the guy came out of is one of the portals. Yeomru wondered what portal he was talking about. These are doors to another dimension that once began to open in this world, but they still don't know what they are. These doors open and close for no apparent reason. Sometimes people get sucked into the portal, and all they can do is survive on their own until the door closes again. They usually lose their memory. In harsh conditions, they lose their memory completely and may lose their social skills. Such people are called isolationists. Yoo Sun-tae said he would explain everything later, but now it was time to eat before the food got cold. Yeomru picked up a plate from the table and thanked the host. The guy looked at the contents of the plate and asked what it was. He thought the color of this food was suspicious. The color of the food reminded him of the time when he was undergoing initiation. In order to survive, he had been forced to drink dirty, stagnant water mixed with blood and corpses. Ha-yoon asked why the uncle wasn't eating. Did he not like black noodles? The emperor asked how to eat black noodles. The girl stuck her chopsticks into the plate and said that you had to stir them and then wind the noodles around them. Ha-yoon wound the noodles around her chopsticks and handed them to the young man, telling him to eat. Yeomru carefully brought the noodles to his lips and sniffed the food first. Jjajangmyeon. It looks a little strange, but the taste is excellent. He had never tried anything like it anywhere else. Yoo Sung-tae watched the guests eat and said that he wanted to treat the young man to something better, but it was late and there was no food at home. Lim Seo-yoon added that they would definitely treat the young man to something tastier next time. The emperor asked the host for another plate of this dish. Ha-yoon laughed and said that her uncle had gotten himself dirty again. As he said goodbye, our hero thanked the host for such a hearty meal. Yoo Sung-tae said there was no need to thank him. The young man should definitely come by anytime he wanted some jjajangmyeon. Yeomru saw a strange piece of paper stuck to the wall and asked what the writing on it meant. The restaurant manager replied that they were looking for an employee to deliver their food to its destination. They had couriers, but they all demanded too much money, so now they urgently needed a new courier. Yeomru asked if the ad said, with accommodation. Did that mean they would give the courier a room? Yu Sung-tae nodded affirmatively. After all, there were few people willing to work. The protagonist thought that he needed somewhere to settle down since he couldn't return to his world yet. This offer was very timely. He would work and at the same time learn how this world worked. The emperor asked the restaurant manager if he could get a job as a courier. Yu Sung-tae was surprised. Would a young man really want to do that? Yu Sung-tae scratched his head and said that they would be very grateful. But the fact was that hiring isolationists was associated with legal difficulties. Lim So-young told her husband that this man had saved their daughter. They should try to help him. His wife added that she had heard that a citizen could become a guarantor for an isolationist. The woman added that this was a fateful meeting. They should vouch for this guy, and he would be their courier. Her husband thought about it and said that his wife was right. Such a method did indeed exist. Yu Sung-tae told the young man that he agreed and would vouch for him. The emperor bowed, thanked him, and said he would try his best. Emperor Yeomru introduced himself to his new acquaintance and said that his name was Kang So, and he was 35 years old. Yu Sung-tae was surprised. Kang So was his age but looked much younger. The restaurant manager suggested that since they were the same age, they could address each other informally. Kang So replied that he agreed and would be happy to work for Yu Sung-tae. The girl suggested calling him Uncle Kang So. That name would remind him to smile more often. The guy replied that she was not very good at coming up with names. The girl said that it was a very beautiful name, meaning broad smile. The emperor took the girl by the hand and said he agreed to take the name Kang So. Night fell over the city. The full moon shone in the sky. A flock of crows sat on the wires. These were no ordinary crows. Their eyes glowed like demons. From above, they watched the house where the emperor had settled. The emperor performed a meditation ritual in a separate room provided for him. The protagonist thought that there was a lot of pure energy in this world. In the daily lives of these people, there were many objects that he could not even imagine. It was unclear what their purpose was. It was a real world of wonders. The door to the room opened, and Yu Sung-tae stood on the threshold. The owner of the house was surprised. Why was Kang So sitting in the dark? Kang So replied that he couldn't find the lamp in the dark, so he was sitting there. Yu Sung-tae realized that he needed to teach the young man how to turn on the light. He went to the switch and demonstrated everything. Our hero found this very interesting. Lim So-young appeared and asked why their guest had gotten up so early. Kang So asked if Lim So-yeon was going to the kitchen to cook. Yu Sung-tae said that they would soon be opening the restaurant and had a lot of work to do. Our hero offered to help the hostess. Yu Seong-tae was surprised. Was the guy really ready to work when he could have slept in? He felt awkward about making Kang So work overtime. Kang So replied that he just wanted to repay the owners for their kindness. Yu Sun-tae asked the guy to clean up in that case. The owner took out a vacuum cleaner and said that this device would make cleaning easier, and it's called a vacuum cleaner. Kang So was holding such a device in his hands for the first time. You have to press that button, and this device will suck up dust and dirt. Yu Sung-tae continued his instructions. Now you have to move the device across the floor like a mop. It's very easy. Kang So tried to solve the problem with his long hair, which was being sucked into this mop. He smiled and said that his daughter sometimes helps him too. Yu Sung-tae looked at his guest and was surprised. His facial expression and hairstyle were very strange. Kang So said that everything was fine with him. Yu Sung-tae noticed that although the vacuum cleaner was old, it sucked very strongly, so caution was needed. The restaurant owner said that it was time for him to start working in the kitchen, so he left the young man here alone. Kang So thought that he had a task to do. He needed to clean up, but this device was quite dangerous. As always in such cases, the protagonist decided to use magic. This method always worked flawlessly. Kang So began to systematically spread magic throughout the room. Dust, debris, and various harmful substances were activated and gathered in one place. The trash can seemed to our hero to be the most optimal place to collect all the harmful substances from this room. When the dust was gone, it was time to move on to water procedures. Thanks to magic, water spread throughout the room. All surfaces, even hard-to-reach places, were cleaned. When Yu Sung-tae looked into the room, the cleaning was finished. Our hero said that, in his opinion, it turned out pretty well. Kang So said that he cleaned up in his own way and hoped that Yu Sung-tae would not mind. The host was surprised. Did his guest really have such an ability? Kang So asked again. If Yu Sung-tae meant controlling water, then that was his ability. But what was so special about that? Yu Sung-tae was surprised. Was Kang So really a high-level awakened? That's what they call people who have awakened superpowers. This process began 25 years ago when the portals began to open. These abilities are also called auras. Such people possess telekinesis and other things that are difficult to explain, such as various elemental magic. Depending on how well a person controls their aura, they are assigned a class. The higher the class, the higher the status and influence in society. Yu Sung-tae added that he once worked as a loader, and there were awakened people among his co-workers. But no one he had ever seen in his life could control their aura as well as Kang So. This guy's talents have no reason to languish in this restaurant. It would be better for him to join the guild as a hunter, where he could live a decent life. Kang So told his interlocutor that he did not plan to become a hunter for humanitarian reasons. There was confidence in Kang So's eyes, and he had no intention of changing his mind. Yu Seong-tae was surprised. The guy just doesn't understand what life is like in this country yet. Here, high-level awakened people live like nobles. Kang So said that after hearing these words, he wanted to become a hunter, even less. Kang So told his interlocutor that he had tasted both wealth and honor in his life, but he realized too late how fleeting it all was. Yu Seong-tae looked at his interlocutor and asked if his memory was returning. Kang So said that he used to live in a completely different world. However, one day he fell into oblivion and woke up in one of the portals his interlocutor had mentioned. He got out and made his way to this city, searching for pure energy. It so happened that in the city he saw a girl with pure energy. Kang So added that he saved Ha-yoon, who almost got hit by an iron carriage. Yu Seong-tae said that this explained a lot about his guest's behavior. Kang So apologized and said he didn't want to deceive these people. Perhaps he should have told the truth right away. Yu Seong-tae expressed regret and said that Kang So had been through a lot. It must have been very scary for him to find himself in a completely foreign world. Kang So was surprised. Did Yu Seong-tae really believe these stories? His companion said that if he were in Kang So's place, he wouldn't have been able to tell everything right away either. The restaurant owner suggested that everyone say that his guest was an isolationist just in case, but Kang So should definitely consider getting tested for superpowers. In that case, Kang So's life could take a turn for the better. Awakened Support Department, Group 1. The name Sung Jin-ho was announced on the air. The man raised his head. Could they be calling him? His colleague said, "He was at work all night again? He won't last long." Jin-ho was upset. What now? Why did she come to nag him again? Kim Ma-young-hee from the second group of the inspection department asked what was going on that he had to work all night. Jin-ho stretched. He couldn't stop thinking about case A012809. He had no idea where to start. The girl handed him the papers she was holding and told him to read them. Was he still looking for that Awakened Zero class? Jin-ho read them and was surprised. Kim Myung-hee said that the chairman had ordered her to close the case. That was exactly what was stated in the papers he had just received from his interlocutor. Jin-ho was surprised. Did the director really not want them to find the Awakened Zero class? Jin-ho clutched his head. How was that possible? Myung-hee replied that those were the chairman's orders. Jin-ho was perplexed because, for the first time ever, their country had a chance to find its Awakened Zero class. Myung-hee pointed out that they still hadn't found that person, and everyone knew it, although they weren't even sure if it was possible to destroy them with their bare hands. They both remembered the destroyed Cyclops, and it was done by one person. Maybe it wasn't even a person. Jin-ho nervously said that it was definitely done by a human. He analyzed all the wounds of the monsters inside the gate. It was the mark of one person's fist, judging by the fingerprints. He checked several times and the result was the same. This was their only chance. If they found this awakened one, the country would finally take its rightful place among the alliance of allied nations. Myung-hee asked, what if they search for him but never catch him? His interlocutor told Myung-hee not to worry. They would definitely find him. They had no other choice. The girl waved her hand and said she would take care of the chairman. He should conduct his investigation as quickly as possible. Jin-ho thanked the girl for her efforts and understanding. Jin-ho started to get ready. Myung-hee said she had an appointment. She was going to have lunch with her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Jin-ho said it was the one who was a paramedic at the medical center. The girl suggested that her interlocutor join them. Jin-ho declined, saying not this time. He would buy something at the store and have lunch there. Myung-hee said they would meet at a famous restaurant nearby, but she didn't ask what kind of cuisine it served. Jin-ho said he guessed which famous restaurant nearby she was talking about. At least he knew a place that his department head, Beck, would recommend. After all, their department head was a serious foodie. Myung-hee said that her brother had told her that his department head had also recommended this restaurant to him. Jin-ho suggested that it was most likely the place that Mr. Beck loved so much. Myung-hee stood under the sign and couldn't remember the name of the restaurant. Could it be Spring Pavilion? Her brother approached her and said that he had wanted to have lunch with her here for a long time. The jjajangmyeon here is simply incredible. Chief paramedic Kim Ma-young-jin asked, maybe my sister doesn't like jjajangmyeon. Myung-hee objected, saying that she was going to have lunch with her little brother, so of course she would like this dish. The girl thought she wanted to take her brother to an elite restaurant, but it turned out like this. Opening the door to the restaurant, Myung-hee told her brother that she was hungry and really liked jjajangmyeon. Myung-hee was curious about which restaurant department head Beck recommended to everyone. The food must be very good here if he likes this cuisine so much. The young people entered the restaurant. There were no other customers there. The head administrator, Lim So-young, greeted them and suggested they take any table they liked. The manager said that it was a self-service restaurant and asked them to follow her. Myung-hee was slightly discouraged. Lim So-young left the menu on the table and told them to call her when they had decided what to order. Myung-hee was surprised. Is this really a good restaurant? Why is it so empty? Myung-jin told his sister to stop worrying. He guaranteed that the food here was delicious. The guy handed his sister the menu and told her to make her choice. He was sure she would like it. Myung-jin said he had already made his choice. It would be, of course, jjajangmyeon. His sister said she would order the same. Lim So-young came over and asked if the young people were ready to order. Myung-jin said they wanted 1 sweet and sour pork. He also asked for 2 servings of jjajangmyeon. The manager smiled and said she would give the gallant young man an extra serving of dumplings on the house. Myung-hee didn't like this restaurant. His sister was surprised. Had her brother really become so sociable? Myung-jin replied that it was just basic politeness. The paramedic asked how his sister was doing. Probably they were busy now because of the A-class portal incident. Pouring herself some warm water, his sister replied that a headache was the least of her worries after that incident. Myung-jin wanted to know the details. This incident had attracted a lot of attention. If they didn't find the only Class 0 awakened in many years, their association would never recover from the blow to its reputation. However, the chairman ordered the case to be closed. Nevertheless, her colleague from the support department vowed to find the awakened one by any means necessary. Her brother assumed that it was not easy for his sister right now. Of course, the easiest thing to do would be to close the case. But how could they pass up such an opportunity? She and her colleague, Jin Ho, were certainly making life difficult for themselves. The girl stopped mid-sentence and looked around anxiously. Her brother asked what was wrong. Myung-hee felt a strange energy. The girl thought, that man standing off to the side radiates an incredibly powerful aura. But why hadn't she felt anything until now? Nevertheless, there had just been a surge of aura. Myung-hee's aura detection ability had worked on this man. But in a second, a terrible stream of power emanated from him. Could he really hide his aura so quickly? If the girl was not mistaken, this guy was at least A-class. In terms of level, he might even be comparable to the awakened 0 class they were looking for. Lim So-young brought the order. 2 servings of jjajangmyeon, pork and sweet and sour sauce, and dumplings on the house. The manager wished them bon appetit. The young people thanked her. Myung-jin said that everything looked delicious. Myung-hee agreed and said that it really did look very appetizing. The girl tried the dark noodles, and maybe she was just imagining things because she was hungry. Awakened 0 class here? Who would believe that? The girl said that her brother had gone crazy. Myung-jin was upset. Did his sister not like it? The girl asked why he hadn't brought her here before. It's such a delicious dish. It's just great. How could she not trust this place? Myung-jin smiled. His sister had scared him. He thought she wouldn't like it. The young people enjoyed finishing their meal. Myung-hee said that this jjajangmyeon was so delicious that it was almost criminal. Kang-so thought that one of the restaurant's guests had an exceptional sense of aura. At that moment, he was playing with the restaurant owner's daughter. Kang-so looked at the visitors and thought that their energy was different, but both of them could be called masters. Perhaps these were the ones called the awakened. He had to be careful not to reveal the level of his aura. He needed to learn more about the awakened. After the restaurant closed, Kang-so used his ability to interact with the water element. Kang-so used his method again to tidy up the room. It's still not as clean as he would like, but it'll do. He was still getting used to life in this world, but the kind owners of the establishment had already taught him a lot. Now he knew that it was not a well, but a toilet. It took him a few tries, but he finally learned how to use the shower. Our hero understood that there was still a lot he didn't know. However, with time, he would learn everything. Kang-so knew that he was in no hurry. The emperor decided that he should learn more about the awakened ones. Our hero heard a strange loud noise coming from outside. He rushed out of the room. He wondered what that growling sound could be. The director, Yu Seong-tae, was standing near the facility. He said that Kang-so had arrived just in time. He wanted to show him something. Kang-so asked Yu Seong-tae what the strange sound was. Could it have come from this thing? Yu Seong-tae confirmed it and said that it was a device for riding called a motorcycle. The motorcycle would be useful for the guy in his work as a courier. He still needed to learn how to ride a motorcycle, and that would take time. But Kang-so could get used to it for now. Yu Seong-tae gave his companion a motorcycle helmet and told him to put it on. Motorcycles are very fast, so they are very dangerous. Riders need protective gear. A helmet is such gear. Kang-so thought it was almost like the helmets that warriors wear. Yu Seong-tae said that if the guy put on the helmet, he could sit behind him. Kang-so said it was like riding a horse. Yu Seong agreed that it was somewhat similar. However, that was where the similarity to a horse ended. A motorcycle was much faster, but there was no need to be afraid. Yu Seong-tae told the passenger to hold on tight, and the motorcycle started to pick up speed rapidly. The driver asked if the passenger was feeling sick from the ride. Kang-so asked if couriers really had to get around only on this. Yu Seong-tae asked if his companion was afraid. If he was afraid of riding a motorcycle, he probably shouldn't work in delivery. There was simply no other way to get around quickly in the narrow alleys. Kang-so thought that the goal was to deliver food quickly. Kang So wondered if it was too slow, and motorcycles are too noisy. He decided that he could move much faster using body lightning techniques. The motorcycle stopped, and Yu Xiongtai suggested taking a walk around the neighborhood. Most of their customers live in this residential complex. The residential complex is called Lazurni. There is a number on the side of the building. This is the sector number. The first digit of the apartment number indicates which floor it is on. Kang So said he had a question. Yu Xiongtai said that it was very dangerous to live in this city because it was infested with monsters. Then why don't people leave? Yu Xiongtai replied that it is dangerous here, but not to the extent that people are willing to abandon their homes. The first monsters appeared 25 years ago. At that time, it was impossible to live in this city. But soon people realized that with the help of magic stones, protective barriers could be created around cities. Therefore, this city is relatively safe. Kang So asked his interlocutor what magic stones were. Yu Xiongtai replied that they were something like nuggets that people found in the bodies of destroyed monsters. They contain so much energy that they have replaced the energy sources of the past. Thanks to them, there has been a leap in the development of science. But that doesn't mean it's completely safe on the streets. In any case, caution should be exercised. Yu Xiongtai opened a can of soda and offered his companion a drink. Kang So was surprised. The can made a strange sound. What was it? Yu Xiongtai suggested he try it, saying that he would probably like this drink, as Kang So had probably never tried anything like it before. After trying the drink from the can, Kang So thought that it was something unknown again. He was afraid to try it, but on the other hand, he was also afraid to eat jjajangmyeon at first. Kang So felt a spicy sweetness that was refreshing and spread throughout his body. It was like an epiphany that struck a person like lightning after long and hard work. Kang So concluded that it was a strange drink. It was incomparable even to the magical panacea given to him by the elders of the Northern Ice Palace. Yu Xiongtai said that this liquid also helps with indigestion. Kang So thought that was incredible. After a short break, Yu Xiongtai suggested returning. Kang So asked his companion if he really needed to ride this device. Wasn't there a way to do without the motorcycle? Yu Xiongtai said that there were other means of transportation, of course, but nothing better than a motorcycle had yet been invented for a courier. Kang So told his companion that he could manage on his own 2 feet. Yu Xiongtai was upset because he had said that the delivery had to be fast. Otherwise, the noodles would swell on the way and the dish would lose its appearance. Plus, customers get annoyed when delivery takes a long time. Kang So said that there was no need to worry about that. Kang So said that he would get there faster on foot than by motorcycle. Yu Xiongtai was surprised. How was that possible? Yu Xiongtai realized that it wasn't so unbelievable, because Kang So, who had been awakened, was apparently no less than an A-class. Kang So told his companion that if he didn't believe him, he could demonstrate it on the way back. Yu Xiongtai was curious to see for himself and agreed. Kang So said that he remembered the way to the restaurant, so he would get there without any problems. Yu Xiongtai said that he certainly believed his companion, but just in case Kang So could start running already. Yu Xiongtai, putting on his helmet, said that if Kang So really did overtake him, he would approve of delivery without transport. Kang So didn't get his nickname, Emperor of Flame, for nothing. He possessed an incredible gift of fire, called the invisible body technique. As the name suggests, when he used this skill, he became completely invisible and could approach his enemy unnoticed and destroy him. After achieving enlightenment, the protagonist continued to develop his invisible body technique. He called it an improved version of the technique of the invisible body of emptiness. The girls talking about work did not notice a guy rushing past them. The young people relaxing during their lunch break also did not notice Kang So rushing past them. This ability not only made our hero invisible, but also made it impossible to detect his presence. This ability also increased his agility and speed to incredible levels. This new technique, combined with his supreme martial arts skills, earned him the title of God of Martial Arts, even more majestic than God of Destruction. At this time, Yu Xiongtai was trying to get to his restaurant as quickly as possible. He was speeding on his motorcycle at high revs. Upon reaching his destination, Yu Xiongtai took off his helmet and wondered where Kang So was trailing behind. Yu Xiongtai thought he was going full speed, treating it like a competition. Imagine his surprise when he entered his home. At the door, Yu Xiongtai was greeted by his wife and his daughter, who was sitting on Kang So's shoulders. Kang So told Yu Xiongtai to come in. Yu Xiongtai was surprised. When did this guy get here? Ha-Yun said that Daddy was late. Lim So-young said that Kang So had been home for 10 minutes. Yu Xiongtai was surprised. 10 minutes? That's incredible. Yu Xiongtai, as promised, allowed the guy to make deliveries without transportation. Yu Xiongtai said that Kang So simply had to take the superpower test. I wonder what his class is. Kang So, to leave no doubt, said that he would take the test. The young people went to the center where such tests are conducted. Yu Xiongtai said that they had finally arrived at their destination. Kang So was surprised to see so many people. However, as a citizen who had come through the portal without any documents, Kang So had to go through many procedures. He had to fill out some paperwork. Kang-so said that he had neither documents nor a residence permit. What should he write there? Yu Xiong-tai explained that he should write Kang in the surname field and the restaurant's address in the residence permit field. The bureaucracy took them several more days. Yu Xiong-tai thought that this pointless paperwork was very tiring, but he had to see it through to the end because Kang-so was their savior. Kang-so asked his friend how exactly this test worked. Yu Xiong-tae said that during the test, you have to put your hands on two balls, slightly larger than a fist. An electric current will pass between them. The stronger the electric shock, the lower the level. If he tolerates the electric current well, it means he is of a high level. In other words, those who are awakened to a high level have high energy potential. Kang-so asked if it was good to have a high class. Yu Xiong-tae replied that if Kang-so had a high class, his life would immediately change for the better. Some particularly gifted individuals are valued as national treasures. In any case, a high class ensures a comfortable existence. Kang-so replied that he understood everything. In our hero's place, another person would now be jumping for joy. However, Kang-so knows better than anyone else that wealth and words are fleeting and insignificant. People have many passions and desires, and they are always insatiable. No matter how hard they try, a whole lifetime is not enough to satisfy them. The protagonist grew tired of the world of passions and withdrew to live in a remote mountain village. The emperor could not allow his peace to be disturbed again. It seems that from now on, he will have to work hard to hide his level. The young men parted ways, and Yu Xiong-tae wished his friend good luck. Finally, Kang-so turned around and asked his friend which room the test was in. On the second floor, the elevator announced that the doors were opening. Kang-so thought it was a self-propelled box with self-opening doors. What's more, it even talked. Our hero was met at the entrance and asked if his name was Kang-so. The man greeted him and said that he was Park Soo-in, the head of the second department, and that he would be administering the test. The young men shook hands. Park Soo-in noted that it had been a long time since they had tested isolationists. Kang-so was reserved and focused. He tried not to miss anything. The head of the second department said that 10 years ago there had been an increase in the number of isolationists, but gradually the government regained control over most of the territory, and these cases began to decline. Park Soo-young added that the North had no chance before, and now even less so. Kang-so was surprised. What North Korea is this man talking about? The young people approached doors that looked like safe deposit box doors, and Park Soo-in said that the testing would take place here. Depending on the grade received, the young man would be referred for training. Opening the doors, the young people went inside. The department head said that he had brought the test subject, Kang-so. The girl in the office said they were ready to begin. Kang-so saw the balls that Yu Xiong-tae had mentioned. Our hero had to place his hands on these spheres. He had to try not to move until the test was complete. Kang-so said he agreed and that it would not be difficult for him. The girl announced that she was starting. Kang-so noticed that he really didn't feel any electric shock because his body was successfully resisting it. As Yu Xiong-tae said, the stronger his resistance, the higher the level would be recorded. Since our hero had his own plan of action, he decided that he needed to do something. Kang-so thought he needed to restrain his inner energy. The girl turned off the voltage and said that Kang-so could remove his hands. Mr. Kang-so's result was F-class. F-class means that he is awakened with abilities slightly greater than those of an ordinary person. Ordinary people are classified as G-class according to scientific classification. The department head thought that Kang-so was an isolationist, and he must have hoped to get a high class. He must be very disappointed that his class is only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. Kang-so thought that he had made a mistake. He tried to lower his resistance enough to get a G class. Our hero thought that he should have figured it out right away and lowered his resistance to 0. His interlocutor told Kang-so not to be upset. His class does not determine his value as a person. The internal security agencies have a department that supports the awakened. This department deals with matters of high importance and secrecy. The task forces within the department are divided by number. The first group handles the most highly classified matters, followed by the others in descending order. The head of the second group is in charge of training isolationists. This is a very responsible position. Among the isolationists, there are often awakened individuals of the highest classes. Even if it interferes with their main work, they are obliged to organize the training of isolationists. A colleague asked the head of the second department, Park Soo-in, if he was working overtime again. Park Soo-in was surprised that such a busy head of the first group, Baek Eun-ho, had come to his department. Baek Eun-ho said he had heard that an order had been signed to organize training for isolationists. He came to ask if his colleague would like to share a night meal with him on this matter. It was also interesting to find out how the testing went. My conversation partner said that this was the first isolationist in many years. The bosses hadn't said anything about it, but they were clearly unhappy with the result. An F grade isn't very good, but these things happen. This guy will definitely have problems because of his isolationism. It's better to be in a high class. The department head said that the interviewee mentioned food. He wouldn't mind killing his hunger with kimchi or something else. Bak Yun-ho looked meaningfully at his colleague. He had another suggestion. Bak Yun-ho said that he didn't come to his friend's house in the middle of the night to eat cold kimbap and supermarket food. He only offered fresh jjajangmyeon and gabajang because they needed to eat well. The importance of gourmet food should not be underestimated. Kang-so opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Our hero thought that his friends in the spring pavilion were already awake because it was almost 6 in the morning. It was a strange feeling because he didn't feel rested. Perhaps it was because he had learned so much yesterday. However, there were also pleasant moments the day before. The day before, after the afternoon training, there was dinner. Our hero noticed that there was a delicious roll on his plate. After jjajangmyeon, it was the only dish that surprised him so much. He thought he had tried all possible delicacies in his past life. Kang-so thought he needed to do something about this fatigue. He needed to do some key breathing exercises. But it was impossible to do that here. Otherwise, the people in this building would quickly realize that he was not an F-class at all. He was almost exposed by the woman who came to eat at the restaurant. The association building was full of awakened people of different classes working there. Among them, there might even be those who were much more sensitive to auras than that woman. He had to be careful. Our hero was surprised why those people felt that way about his training. However, the training itself was much more meaningful and useful than he had thought. Last night, the department head said that an S-class portal had suddenly opened, and hordes of monsters began to emerge from it. Many civilians and awakened ones were affected. This incident is called the Great Collision. Humanity managed to defeat the monsters, but the area where the war took place became uninhabitable. The area became known as the Land of Destruction, and even criminals do not try to hide there. Kang-so thought that when he came out of the portal, he ended up in this land and only then found the city. Kang-so thought that if even 3 or 2 portals of this class had opened in this land, causing the earth to become cursed, the association would not have been able to cope with it, and it would have been a disaster. The day before, our hero learned about the structure of society in this country. Society here is like a tower made of parts that don't fit together well. If he understood correctly, even a minor shock would bring this tower down. And in this situation, he appears, a martial arts master of a very high level. A quiet and inconspicuous life is almost impossible for him. Even if it is selfish, he wants to live the rest of his life in peace at all costs. He must not let anyone know his true class. Kang-so sensed that a person with very pure energy was approaching. It was Park Se-woong. Park Se-woong knocked on the door and asked, "Mr. Kang-so, are you awake?" The visitor entered and our hero, looking at his appearance, noticed that Park Se-woong was very tired. Kang-so poured boiling water into a cup and poured instant coffee from a packet. Kang-so offered him the coffee. Park Se-woong said that Kang-so surprised him greatly. He had only learned how to do this yesterday, and now he was already practicing brewing coffee the very next day. Our hero said that it was all thanks to the training he received from his department head. If he drank this coffee, he would feel much better. Park Se-woong took a few sips, and he really felt better. The department head thought, could this coffee be made from the magical ingredients of the portal? It was as if he had slept soundly and just woken up. Kang-so thought that this man was putting his heart and soul into his training, so he decided to give him some coffee that he had energized as a token of his gratitude. Kang-so asked the department head what they would be studying today. Park Yun-soo replied that their first lesson would be on the topic of the dining room. The department head noted that he had requested a special menu today. Even in the morning, the cafeteria was quite crowded. It resembled a field kitchen on a military campaign. The department head said that work was somewhat like war, so Kang-so was not far from the truth. But unlike camping conditions, the portions here were larger. Park Yun-soo said that you could put as much food on your tray as you wanted. Kang-so asked what would happen if there wasn't enough food for those who were late for breakfast. The department head noted that Mr. Kang-so was very attentive to others, but he needn't worry. If any dishes ran out, the cafeteria staff would prepare more. Our hero found this unbelievable. The department head noted that they were living in an age of abundance after all the wars. Kang-so said that abundance is good, but what surprises him most is something else. Our hero said that he was amazed by the speed of logistics and the amazing technologies for preserving and storing food for long periods of time. The department head thought that this guy was an isolationist and that yesterday was only his first day of training. But he thinks so strategically, it's incredible. Park Yun-soo said that it was all thanks to their scientists. Thanks to the scientists, they always have access to a huge variety of products. For office workers, the cafeteria is a place to relax and recharge. Kang-so thought that mealtime was always the most enjoyable part of the day. The department head said that he rarely came to the cafeteria, usually grabbing a quick bite to eat. After the cafeteria, while in the elevator, the department head asked his companion if he enjoyed the food. Kang-so nodded affirmatively. The department head said that was great and added that he had given him a tour of the cafeteria. He thought that was enough for today. Kang-so thought they would still have classes. The department head said that this guy couldn't be fooled. They still had a class on the gym scheduled. But for the F class, it wasn't mandatory. They could skip it. Being in the F class meant having less responsibility. The department head thought he was cutting back on classes because of his main job. He is forced to deceive the naive isolationist who doesn't understand anything yet. In the end, the young people came to the gym. Anyone with an awakened certificate has the right to exercise here. Park Yun-soo added that anyone can come here regardless of their class. Kang-so saw that both boys and girls were exercising here. Any awakened person can use this gym. Only imposter criminals are not allowed here. Park Yun-soo noted that if Kang-so wanted to train here, it would be quite good. However, our hero refused. Park Yun-soo pointed out that it was completely free. He could explain what the gym was for, and it would be clear how useful it was. Kang-so thanked his interlocutor and said that he did not think he needed training. Park Yun-soo asked what the guy's plans for the future were. Kang-so happened to see Yu Seong-tae and Lim Soo-young standing nearby. They greeted each other. Kang-so thanked his friends for coming to meet him. Yu Seong-tae asked what class Kang-so was in. Kang-so showed his hunter's license and said he was in Class F. Lim Soo-young was surprised because Kang-so wanted to get a G class, like a normal person. Kang-so replied that he couldn't control his inner energy in time and got a higher class than he wanted. Yu Seong-tae said that it wasn't bad at all because his abilities were impossible to ignore, and an ordinary person couldn't have them, so it would attract attention. Kang-so asked his companions if he really looked that suspicious. Lim Soo-young admitted that he did. Kang-so was being watched from the upper floor. The department head asked his colleague if he had noticed anything else unusual about this guy. Park Yun-soo said that he had incredible intelligence and learnability. There was nothing else unusual about him. To be precise, this guy is very quick-witted. If you explain a concept to him, he immediately understands how to apply it in different areas. He learns quickly and applies what he has learned in practice. The department head said that the first group's law enforcement department told him something much more interesting. They said that his movements and sense of balance are not typical for his class. They even wondered if the testing device was damaged. The interlocutor said that after the test, the device underwent another check, and everything was fine with it. This guy's class was assigned fairly. The investigator noted that anyone can advance to the next level, but this guy would never rise to the middle class, let alone the upper class. Could it be that everyone was paying so much attention to him because they hadn't had any isolationists for years? Park Yun-soo said that he frankly expected much more from this guy and that he is disappointed. In the future, this guy would like to help his friend with his restaurant business. Yu Seong-tae handed Kang-so a smartphone and said that with it, he would be able to contact him at any time. Yu Seong-tae said he bought this gadget with his isolationist allowance. Maybe Kang-so needs something else? Kang-so said he was thinking about getting a haircut. He hadn't noticed it before, but lately he had noticed that most men in this civilization had short haircuts. He didn't want to stand out. Lim So-young said it was a wonderful idea. What kind of haircut does he want? It seems that short hair would suit Kang-so. Yu Seong-tae said that any haircut would suit this guy. Yu Seong-tae said he needed to prepare ingredients for the next day's meals. He thought that when his wife started talking about fashion, it was time to turn off the lights. He believed Kang-so would be fine. Lim So-young said she was ready to take their guest to the barbershop. On the way out of the barbershop, Yu Seong-tae said that this guy had changed so much that now you could see him a mile away. Yu Seong-tae suddenly felt a strange, sharp feeling. It was as if the whole street was looking at this guy. The girls were indeed paying attention to Kang-so. Who is this handsome guy? Probably some kind of actor. This guy has model looks. The girls approached our hero and asked him for an autograph and to take a photo with them. Yu Seong-tae intervened in the conversation and told the girls to excuse them, as they had plans. Yu Seong-tae said that he wasn't some movie star, just a regular guy, so there was no need to ask him for an autograph. Kang-so wondered why he couldn't take a photo with these girls and why this girl wanted his autograph. Yu Seong-tae said that Kang-so was so handsome that the girls mistook him for a celebrity, and if he let them take a photo together, they would immediately post it on the internet. And if people started sharing his photos, he would start to be recognized on the street, and that would only cause problems. Kang-so didn't want that kind of life, did he? Kang-so thought that Yu Seong-tae was right, and he would have to be careful. He shouldn't stand out too much in a crowd. The next day arrived. The restaurant was busy with orders. There were no free tables, and many people ordered jjajangmyeon. This time, our hero was serving the tables. The restaurant's main customers were girls. Kang-so wished each of them bon appetit. Kang-so took the menu and headed to a table where there were also girls. The girl said she had decided on her order and asked for 2 jjajangmyeon and udon with seafood. Kang-so told the girls to wait. He repeated the order, and Yu Seong-tae, who was in the kitchen, said that the order had been accepted. One of the customers also ordered gabaju. Kang-so wrote everything down in his notebook. Work was in full swing. The visitors noted that the cuisine at this restaurant was simply excellent. Why hadn't they known about it before? One of the girls said she would be coming here every day from now on. Her friend agreed and added that she would order jjajangmyeon here every day. One of the girls approached the manager and asked if they had any free seats. Lim Soo-young replied that they were currently at full capacity. The girl was upset because she really wanted to eat. The hungry restaurant visitor said that in that case, she was willing to wait. Another girl also agreed to join the queue. Lim So-young looked at the line of young people who wanted to try their food and told the dear guests that they were almost out of food in the kitchen. It would be better for them to come back tomorrow. Many disappointed faces appeared in front of the manager. Some of them were even crying. Could they really not eat at this restaurant today? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly for people to step aside. The girl approached the manager and said her name was Kim Ji-eun. She had come for a job interview. Lim So-young greeted her and said she was very happy to see her. The applicant said her name was Kim Ji-eun. She was 23 years old, had graduated from college, and was currently looking for a job in her field. Lim So-young said that they were currently short-staffed at the restaurant, so they had decided to hire another part-time employee. The girl responded to the ad very quickly. Kim Ji-eun could rest assured that she had already been hired. Kim Ji-eun said that the Spring Pavilion restaurant is a very well-known establishment and she wants to work there. The manager was surprised. Is the restaurant really that famous? Kim Ji-eun said that this handsome young man attracts all the female customers. The new employee asked where she should start. Looking at Kim Ji-eun, Kang So thought she was a very interesting girl. She had a very strong aura. Our hero realized that in this civilization, people with high superpowers live well. They should be valued and have a different quality of life than ordinary people. Lim So-young instructed the new employee to pack portions of pickled radish. She also had to deliver and take orders. Lim So-young asked the courier to deliver all the food in order, according to this list of orders. Kang So agreed and said he would be back soon. Our hero put on his motorcycle helmet and said he was going out to make deliveries. Yoo Seong-tae asked Ji-eun to help him pack the portions. Ji-eun thought it was strange. When she was researching this establishment, it said that there were few visitors here. After a while, Kang So asked Ji-eun if she was busy. The girl asked if all the orders had been delivered. Kang So replied that it wasn't difficult. The addresses were only a stone's throw away. Ji-eun said that the guy could pick up the new orders. The jjajangmyeon and jambong were already packed. Kang So took the package with the orders and said he was leaving. After a while, Kang So returned with an empty box. He said that all the orders had been delivered. Yoo Seong-tae told the guy to sit down at the table. He had already delivered everything for lunch. Kang So asked Lim So-young if they were already preparing for the evening rush. Lim So-young confirmed this and immediately remembered that it was time to pick up Ha-yoon from kindergarten. Ji-yoon asked Lim So-young if it was a girl. Lim So-young confirmed and added that she was 5 years old. Lim So-young asked our hero to pick up Ha-yoon from kindergarten. They were expecting an evening rush of customers and were barely able to prepare the food. Ji-yoon said that she would also like to meet Ha-yoon. Maybe she should go with Kang So too? Lim So-young agreed, saying that she and her husband could handle it. The young people moved along the planned route under umbrellas because of the heavy rain. Ji-yoon introduced herself to our hero again and asked if she could call him Kang So. Kang So said he was 35, but the girl could call him whatever she wanted. Ji-yoon was surprised and said that the guy didn't look 35 at all. Kang So noted that many people say that to him. Kang So apologized for the indiscreet question, but why did the girl decide to work at the Spring Pavilion? With her abilities, she should look for another job. Ji-yoon pointed out that she didn't really have any skills. Ji-yoon added that she wasn't pursuing any malicious goals. She just wanted to see the young man. Ji-yoon pointed forward and said that there was someone at the door. The kindergarten doors opened in front of the young people, and the teacher said that the little girl had arrived. Ha-yoon was delighted that her uncle Kang So had come for her. Ha-yoon waved to her uncle and greeted him. Kang So asked if the girl had had a good time there. Ha-yoon replied that she had enjoyed herself. Ha-yoon told the teacher that this was her uncle. The teacher was surprised. The teacher said that Ha-yoon had told her a lot about her uncle. The teacher looked at our hero and frightened asked if he was all right. The teacher asked if the man accompanying her uncle was his wife. When she saw Ji-yoon, the teacher was surprised and asked how Ji-yoon ended up there. Ji-yoon covered the teacher's mouth and told Sora to be quiet. Sora asked how Ji's work at the guild was going. Ji-yoon told Sora not to say anything unnecessary. This girl's parents think she's an ordinary person. In fact, she's on a mission. We have to pretend that they don't know each other. Ha-yoon and the teacher said goodbye until the next day. Kang So also said goodbye to Sora. Kang So, Ji-eun, and Ha-yoon, each with their own umbrella, were returning home. Kang So asked Ji-eun if the kindergarten teacher was her friend. The girl laughed in response. She said that they were indeed friends. Kang So said that he understood that they were friends, so why didn't they talk? Ji-eun replied that they saw each other too often anyway. The girl said that walking under an umbrella in the rain was very pleasant. Ha-yoon said that she also liked walking under an umbrella and added that her beautiful aunt also liked walking in the rain. Ji-eun smiled and said that she liked walking with her uncle better. Kang So asked if it was hard for Ha-yoon to carry her umbrella. Ha-yoon replied that it wasn't heavy and that she wanted to carry it herself. Kang So warned the girl that if she wanted him to help, she should say so. Passing by a gate, Ha-yoon noticed something and asked her uncle to see who was there. Hyun turned around and ran in that direction, shouting for her uncle to see what it was. Hyun stopped and said that it was squeaking. Kangso came over and asked, "Is it really squeaking? It must be a mouse. But why is it getting wet in the rain?" Ji-eun said it wasn't just a mouse. It's a rodent called a dungeon rat. Kangso picked up the underground rat. The animal was frozen and wet. Kangso asked if the underground rat was a magical creature. Ji-eun replied that this rat lives in the dungeon, but it is not a magical creature. Unlike magical beasts, it is not hostile to humans and does not try to harm them. This rat has a keen sense of its natural enemies, magical beasts and monsters. Thanks to its abilities and cute appearance, this animal has become a favorite among hunters. Many of them domesticate it. She probably went through the portal with her owner, and something bad happened to them. Being wounded, she somehow managed to get out of the portal. Hyun cried out that she didn't want this rat to die. Couldn't they heal it? Kangso said that it would not be easy to save this little animal. Hyun said that the rat was still alive. If it was breathing, they shouldn't abandon it. The protagonist thought about how blind he had been. He said that even though it was still breathing, it would die anyway. After much hesitation, he decided that all life was undoubtedly precious. Otherwise, how would he be any different from his past self, from the cold-blooded assassin he used to be? Kangso agreed with the girl and said they would take the rat with them. Ji-eun told the girl that they would hurry to the restaurant and try to save the rat. Kangso noticed that the animal was in very serious condition, barely breathing. If they didn't hurry, they might be too late. Hyun was scared and didn't know what to do. Kangso scanned the rat and determined that its breathing and heartbeat were weak. It was as if it was fading away. Kangso thought maybe he should breathe life into it. Ji-eun watched this guy closely. When Hyun returned to the restaurant with the adults, she immediately ran to her parents. Lim Soo-young was surprised to see the girl crying. Hyun cried out that they needed help. The girl's parents looked in surprise at the animal in Kangso's hands. Yu Sung-tae wondered where they had found the rat in the basement. Kangso replied that they had found the rat in the doorway. Yu Sung-tae asked what was wrong with it. It looked as if it had been attacked in a portal nearby. It was barely breathing. Hyun responsibly declared that she would save this rat and take it for herself. Lim Soo-young tried to explain to her daughter that it was not a hamster, but a sewer rat. If they found it on the street and not in the dungeon inside the portal, it surely had an owner. Its owner was probably already looking for it and worried about it. Kang-so said that they should first treat the rat. Yu Sung-tae said that they should look for a veterinary clinic nearby. Two young men entered the restaurant and greeted everyone. The restaurant manager welcomed the visitors. Yu Sung-tae told Mr. Beck and his companion to sit down. After all, they had come to eat, hadn't they? Mr. Beck was surprised when he saw the rat from the basement. The manager said that his daughter had found this rat on the street. It seemed to be injured. Mr. Beck looked at the animal and said that it seemed to be quite seriously injured. Mr. Beck picked up the rat and said he would try to help. Mr. Beck said that the animal had received very professional first aid. It was in much better condition than it had appeared at first glance. Fortunately, this rat is out of critical condition. He will just add a little of his energy. When our hero first saw this man, he immediately realized that he was gifted. But he had no idea that he had such mystical powers. He collects energy from the environment and transforms it into healing power. Apparently, he is a healer. Mr. Beck's colleagues said that this is their famous healer. The famous healer gave the animal to the girl. Hyun. Mr. Beck said that this little girl was very lucky. Kang-so thought that the powers of these awakened ones were truly incredible. Yu Sung-tae asked his daughter what she was doing. Hyun replied that she was looking after the rat. It seemed that she really was feeling better. Hyun shouted that the animal was moving. Yu Seong looked closely and agreed with his daughter. The observers decided that the rat might want milk and poured some into a bowl for it. Yu Sung-tae told his daughter that the rat was eating and that it was time for her to wash her hands and start eating. Suddenly, the animal began to thrash about and squeak. What's wrong with it? The adults wondered. Kang-so thought that the rat wanted to tell him something. Yu Sung-tae was surprised. What was wrong with the animals? Kang-so explained that the animal wanted to show him something and was leading him somewhere. The rat couldn't calm down and kept darting around. It definitely wanted to go somewhere. Kang-so thought it was a very intelligent animal, and it was strange that it didn't have an owner. Something must have happened. Yu Sung-tae suggested that his friend go and check it out. Yu Sung-tae said that Kang-so was the one who was quick on his feet. He just had to check what had happened. Yu Sung-tae said they couldn't ignore the signal, otherwise his daughter would be upset. Hyun looked at Uncle Kang-so. She hoped he would help her and the rat. Our hero agreed for Hyun's sake and added that something was bothering him too. Kang-so saw a strange energy around this animal. Yu Sung-tae didn't understand what kind of energy he was talking about. Kang-so said he had seen this energy before, but he didn't understand what it was yet. Kang-so suggested that the rat show them the way since the animal knew where to go. Yu Sung-tae told his friend to be careful. Hyun wished her uncle good luck. Kang-so left the building and quickly headed in the direction from which the strange energy was emanating. When he arrived at the location, Kang So thought it looked like the portal he had come through to enter this world. It really was a portal. In the portal, monsters continued to advance and attack the fighters of the invisible front. Only 4 people remained, and the number of monsters was not decreasing. The leader of the group apologized and said that she would soon be exhausted and would no longer be able to maintain the barrier. Her colleague thought that this was truly the end. He was glad that he had had the opportunity to work with these people. The young people began to say goodbye to each other and joke around as much as possible in the situation. The group leader thought that only an S-rank hunter could save them, but that was just a pipe dream. Suddenly, the people listened and heard the squeak of a small animal. Something happened to the monsters. Some unknown force began to systematically destroy them. When the light appeared, people saw that all the monsters had been destroyed. The 4 heroes looked around and couldn't understand how this had happened. What had happened to the monsters? They had just surrounded them, and suddenly this shock. The leader of the group asked if her colleagues had heard the squeak of the korongi. At that moment, Kang So was bravely dealing with the remaining monsters. Kang So also left only destroyed monsters around him. Last time, our hero did not exterminate all the monsters in the portal. The smaller ones remained alive. That is why the portal did not close. Kang So thought that this time he would finish the job. However, one terrifying monster was approaching from behind. Kang So noticed the villain in time. He thought that the core of these monsters was in their heads, so he had to hit them in the head. Kang So understood that there was still negative energy in this portal that helped the monsters fight. The guy approached the sword. He thought that the monsters had killed some kind of warrior in this place. Only the sword remained. Kang So decided to borrow this sword. Taking the weapon in his hands, the protagonist decided to continue destroying monsters and avenge its owner. The monsters continued to approach, but Kang So was now armed and posed an even greater danger. Fighting his way through the monsters, Kang So reached the source of a strange demonic energy. The energy was coming from behind a door. Kang So opened the huge doors and went inside. Someone huge asked who it was. Inside the room was a huge knight who asked how this man dared to disturb his peace. He would not forgive anyone for this. The monster lunged at the hero, declaring that people like him must be destroyed. Kang So saw such a creature for the first time, a knight holding his own head in his hand. Kang So noticed that his opponent had a rather unique appearance. The sinister knight said that this man would pay for his mockery. The knight with his head in his hand rose high in the cave. Kang So watched him. The villain declared that he intended to destroy his opponent with a single blow. Kang So thought that the head might be a vulnerable spot. The knight began to descend directly onto his opponent and said that this insolent worm would be destroyed. Kang So was ready for battle. After a powerful collision, the knight's head was smashed and a crystal fell out of it, rolling and stopping near our hero's feet. Picking up the crystal, the boy thought that this must be the source of that energy. Perhaps this is what they call magic stones in this world. A rat peeked out of the boy's pocket and squeaked. Kang So told the animal that he had eliminated everything that posed a threat. Kang So said that the portal would close soon and suggested that the animal run to its owner. Kang So added that the animal should take care of itself. In response, the dungeon rat squeaked again. The animal turned around and ran off into the darkness. The guy thought that the girl would probably be upset. This dungeon was too strange. The creature ran up to the warriors and began to examine them. One of them said that for some reason this dungeon had been designated as C-class. But how did a B-class monster end up here? They still couldn't understand what had saved them. Maybe an S-class hunter had saved them? However, all the S-class hunters they had seen radiated incredible power. If one had appeared in this dungeon, they would have sensed it immediately. Perhaps it was the awakened Zero class they had heard about? The warriors saw a small animal fidgeting in one spot. It was true Korongi had survived. She was looking for someone. The leader of the group said she was looking for Sark Hoon. However, he was dead. The little creature ran up to the warrior's body and began to squeak plaintively. Suddenly, there were some strange sounds. What was happening? The guy said that the portal had already been emptied. The portal would close soon, so they had to quickly gather as many magic stones as they could. They agreed to meet at the exit in exactly 20 minutes. Information appeared that a special task force was coming out of the portal. They needed to be given full support. Representatives of a television company were already present at the portal exit, reporting for hunting news. Kakarangi had already managed to get out and was watching the rescue of the special forces team from the sidelines. Karangi sat in the rain again and cried. Hyun sat sadly near the empty box. Yusheng said that the rat had returned to its owner, so it would be better that way. The girl replied sadly that she knew. Hyun said that she would never see the rat again, so she was very sad. Finally, Kang So entered the room. He asked why Hyun was so sad. Yu Sung-tai said that the girl had never said goodbye to the rat. A rat came out of Kang So's breast pocket and squeaked softly. Hyun happily hugged the little animal. Kang So said that the name of this underground rat was Korongi. The boy added that it seemed the owner had taken it with him on a mission to clear out monsters, and they had both been injured. Yu Sung-tai asked what had happened. Kang So said that he found the rat's owner dead, and there was nothing that could be done, as it had been a long time since his death. Yu Sung-tae was surprised. Had Kang-so really gone to the dungeon? Kang-so confirmed this. Yu Sung-tae said that the portal would probably be cleared soon. Kang-so said that he had already cleared the portal and then quietly slipped away. Yu Sung-tae wondered, what class was Kang-so really? Perhaps Class A or Class S, like the legendary hunter Li Xin? Our hero had the opportunity to interact with hunters when he worked as a porter. Except for the unrivaled hunter Li Xin, no one could enter the portal and clear it alone. However, Kang-so does not radiate as powerful an aura as Li Xin. If Kang-so is so good at hiding his aura, he must be the awakened zero class that everyone is talking about. Ha-yoon pinned a bow on Kurongi's head and showed it to her parents. Her father said that now the animal looked like a princess. Yu Sung-tae wondered what he was worried about. Even if Kang-so is an awakened zero class, he is still his friend. Nothing bad will happen. You have to think only about the good things. Ha-yoon, Yu Seong-tae, and Kang-so decided to keep the dungeon rat for themselves, so they got scolded by Lim Soo-young. Kang-so woke up in the morning and got out of bed. It was his day off and he was wondering what to do. Train or look for a job for a few hours. The girls said that Kang-so was always working because he didn't know how to relax. Why was it so difficult for him to just relax? He needed to do what he wanted to do. It was silly to work when he should be resting. Kang-so thought that she would say that to him right now. Our hero decided to examine his trophy. An imperceptible alien energy emanated from the crystal. The people of this civilization utilize the energy of these stones. Their energy is similar to the dark magic used by followers of the heavenly demon cult. This magic was forbidden in the magical community. The energy was obtained through human sacrifices. Our hero decided that he could not keep this dangerous object. For now, he decided to seal its energy. Yu Sung-tae was already up, but he noticed that Kang-so had woken up early. Kang-so said that Yu Sung-tae had also woken up early. Today is a day off. Is he really going to chop the ingredients anyway? Yu Sung-tae replied that he was a chef and should be responsible, and at least chop the onions for tomorrow. He asked what Kang-so would do on his first day off. Yu Sung-tae suggested that the guy go to the library with Ha-yoon. Kang-so did just that, picking up the girl and going to the library. Looking around, the protagonist thought that there were places in this world where anyone could read valuable books. Ha-yoon told her uncle that she wanted to look at books. Kang-so told her not to run around the library and to come back as soon as she had chosen some interesting books. Our hero thought that this library was comfortable and had an incredible number of books. Ha-yoon asked the library employee to give her the book she was interested in, a book of fairy tales. Kang-so noticed that the girl was helping the young library employee. Kang-so felt an unusual aura from this library employee. Perhaps he was also awakened. It was quite a strong aura for his age. Kang-so didn't know what was going on in this guy's life, but it was clear that he was having a hard time. The library employee was not as strong as Ji-yoon, but he had abilities. Why was he languishing in this insignificant position? Ha-yoon asked the library employee if he was feeling unwell. The guy was surprised. Is it really that obvious? Ha-yoon said that her uncle was also concerned about this man. The library employee was surprised. Why? The library employee looked at Ha-yoon's companion and recognized him. He was the delivery man from Spring Pavilion. Kang-so approached the library employee and was surprised. Do they know him? The library employee said that this guy is very popular on social media. He likes women and delivers in an instant, even though he is a foot courier. The library employee asked Kang-so, "You're an awakened one, right? Can you tell me what class you are?" Kang-so replied that he was Class F. The young people started talking, and the library employee told his conversation partner about his life. Kang-so realized that raids are only allowed from a certain age, and that's why this guy has to earn a living. The young man said that this is why he takes any job he can get. He also volunteers at the library because he gets extra money for his scholarship. Kang-so was surprised. Was there really no one who could help him with his abilities? The library employee said that his class is C. It's not a bad class, but it's not a good class either. That's why no one will sponsor him. The library employee added that, unlike Kang-so, he did not have any special abilities. Because he was useless, his mother lived in poverty. Kang-so said that class doesn't determine everything in life. After all, his interlocutor could raise his class. The librarian was surprised because that doesn't happen. Kang-so asked if his interlocutor had tried to improve his class. He gives up without even trying. Doesn't he want to become stronger? The library employee said that of course he wanted to become stronger, but he didn't know how. Kang-so said he could teach him. In return, our hero asked his interlocutor to find him information about a certain country. The library employee asked which country he was talking about. Kang-so said he needed to learn about the OK dynasty. The library employee had never heard of this country before. He would try to find information about it. Kang-so thought that if he had traveled through time, there should be information about the history of the OK dynasty. This logically explained why the magic of the OK dynasty and the magic of this time were so similar, even though they had different names. The librarian looked through the entire history book. None of the dynasties matched. The guy told his friend that he had already reviewed all the dynasties. However, there was no such dynasty as the OK. The library employee said with confidence that there was no mention of this dynasty in any history textbook. Kang So thought, Sun Ming Qing. These dynasties sound similar to their civilizations. However, he had never heard of them either. So, among the kingdoms of the past on this land, there had never been a period of the Ok dynasty. The library employee asked if his interlocutor was okay. Kang So replied that he was fine, just lost in thought. Kang So thanked the guy for his help and invited him to the Spring Pavilion restaurant. He promised to treat him to jjajangmyeon there. The librarian said that it was nothing and that he didn't need to thank him. Kang So thought that he had not received the information he had hoped for, but one thing was clear. He had not traveled through time, and he had not been bewitched by the magicians of the heavenly demon sect. So how did he get here? Our hero recalled how the man had given the child a certain object and said that it was apparently a relic of his great-grandfather. The man added, one day, the girl will need to find it, and then she will be able to return home. Kang So was surprised. What strange memories are these? But there was no need to rush. Someday, everything would become clear to him. Meanwhile, someone was walking past the restaurant. This stranger approached the motorcycle and decided to unscrew something in it to permanently discourage the owner from riding it. The stranger said that Sang-wook had asked him to do it, so he shouldn't be blamed for it. Kang So approached the stranger from behind and asked who this Sanuk was. The guy got scared, turned around, and asked who it was. Our hero said that you can't shout at such a late hour. The stranger repeated the question. Kang So replied that he was a delivery guy from Spring Pavilion. The guy realized that he was the new courier for this restaurant. He said that Sang-wook intended to make an offer to the owner of this establishment, so the courier should start looking for another job. The young man said that Mr. Sang-wook was making good money in the area and was tired of this successful restaurant. Kang So said that Mr. Sang-wook shouldn't worry about this restaurant. His conversation partner was surprised at where this guy's arrogance came from. The bully said that he would teach the courier a lesson and swung his fist to hit him. However, our hero grabbed his opponent's fist and twisted his arm. The hooligan was surprised. Why is this courier so strong? Kang So said that this guy himself would do well to come to his senses. Kang So slapped his opponent on the forehead, and he flew far back, rolling across the road. Kang So said that this guy could pass on a message to his stupid Sang-wook. Kang So told the bully to tell Sang-wook that he shouldn't mess with the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The frightened hooligan ran away, shouting along the way that he would deliver the message. The former courier of the Spring Pavilion wondered why he hadn't been called yet. The guy ran up to former courier San-wook and said that Don Man had returned. He was worth seeing. Sun Man, beaten up, barely made it to Sanuk. Sanuk was surprised. He had given this guy a chance, but he was back to his old ways. All he had to do was loosen the nuts on the motorcycle, but he came back like a beaten dog. Don Man knelt down and said that the new courier at that restaurant was not an easy person to deal with. It was the first time he had met such a monster. That courier told him not to even look at the Spring Pavilion, otherwise he would not let it go. Sang-wook angrily said that it was no surprise that the guy had been beaten up. Don Man, justifying himself, repeated that the courier was a real monster. Sanuk said that in that case, they would all go together and teach him a lesson. After all, it was high time they got some exercise. Sang-wook made a phone call and said that everyone needed to gather. They were going to go see this new courier. The courier arrived with the order and placed it in front of the customer. The customers were young men with bats in their hands. Taking the food out of the boxes, the courier asked where he could pick up the dishes later. The customer was surprised, wondering what dishes he was talking about. Nothing. Does this courier still not understand anything? One of the customers, flexing his fists, said they would have to use their fists. They said that this courier had beaten their Don Man badly. The customer kicked the boxes with the orders and said that this courier had greatly upset their boss. The courier asked the customer if he was the Don Man. Don Man, who was nearby, said that he had passed everything on to his boss. The leader of the instigators told the courier to talk less. The villain grabbed his helmet and said it was time to take it off. Kang So grabbed the bully's arm and said that he would not advise such a weakling to talk to stronger people in that manner. Kang So squeezed his opponent's arm hard and said that Don Man must have warned them. The bully screamed in pain, saying that his hand hurt very much. However, our hero did not let go of his hand. Kang So looked at his opponents and said that he would have to teach them all a good lesson. After a while, Kang So returned to the restaurant. Yu Xiongtai asked who had placed the morning order. Kang So replied that there were people who wanted to eat well in the morning. Kang So added that these people liked it and even washed the dishes themselves. Yu Xiong was surprised that even the plates were clean. Kang So said he had one question for Yu Xiongtai. Kang So asked if Yu Xiong knew a man named Gu Sang-wook and what his relationship to the restaurant was. Yu Xiong was surprised that the guy knew about this scoundrel. Yu Xiongtai said that this man was Kang So's courier. He constantly shirked his work and demanded a raise. Kang So said that he had a conflict because one of the customers was an acquaintance of his. Kang So added that they had behaved inappropriately, so he had to teach them a lesson. Yu Seung-tae was surprised. The restaurant manager thought that since his courier was so strong, he must have taught them a lesson that was not so small. During the fight with our hero, one of the bullies told the others to attack him and teach him a lesson. However, our hero, using extra energy and his magical abilities, scattered the hooligans in different directions. Kang So did not take his eyes off Lem and approached Don Man and his associate. Don Man, frightened, told his boss that he had warned him that they would have problems if they came here. Kang So concentrated energy in the fingers of his hand. Kang So placed his fingers on his opponent's body and told him to repeat after him aloud. Kang So looked the bully straight in the eye and spoke words that the bully repeated exactly. The bully repeated that he would never again plot evil against the owners of the Spring Pavilion. After dealing with these villains, our hero asked if that meant they had another leader. Don Man asked if he was referring to Sang-uk. Don Man continued that Sang-uk had said he would watch from the sidelines, but he did not know where Sang-uk was. Sang-uk, watching this from around the corner, thought he needed to get out of there quickly. After running a sufficient distance, Sang-uk thought that no one would catch up with him now. Suddenly, a courier wearing a helmet appeared in front of the villain and wondered why he was running so slowly. Sang-uk said that the guy in the helmet scared him. Sang-wook was frightened and asked his opponent who he was and why he was attacking people for some harmless prank. If he was a gangster, then he would have to call the police. The courier said that someone was coming in the middle of the night and trying to disable his motorcycle. What other pranks did Sang-wook have in mind? Sang-wook was surprised and wondered what this courier could do to him. Kang So said that diseased branches must be cut off before they infect the whole tree. Sang-wook got scared and yelled at his opponent not to come near him. Then he kept screaming out of fear for a long time. Yu Seung-tae was preparing ingredients for a future meal at his restaurant. A message arrived on the smartphone lying on the table. The message was from Sang-wook. The scoundrel apologized to the restaurant manager for all the bad things he had done. Kang So asked his friend if it was Sang-wook who sent him the message. Yu Seung-tae confirmed that the scoundrel said he would no longer bother him. He would return to his village and work on a farm. Yu Seung-tae was surprised at how his friend had managed to raise this scoundrel. Kang So said he just talked to him. Yu Seung-tae thought that he might be a scoundrel, but he was once part of the Spring Pavilion team. It was good that he had come to his senses. Ji-eun entered the room and greeted the young people. The director apologized for having to call her in on her day off. Yu Seung-tae said that if Ji-eun hadn't agreed to help, they would have been in a panic. The girl replied that she had no plans for today. Yu Seung-tae scratched the back of his head and said that they were short-handed. His wife and daughter had gone to an event at the kindergarten. Kang So explained that today was tree planting day. Ji-eun said that her younger brother was also going to plant trees today as a charity event. Kang So was surprised. Was her brother really interested in volunteering? Ji-eun added that he was just very kind. Ji-eun suggested they get to work without further discussion. She thought Kang So was annoying her by constantly asking awkward questions. Yu Seung-tae expressed his hope that Lim Soo-yeon and Ha-yoon would have a good time. He felt uncomfortable at home when no one was there, even a little lonely. Kang So said that the squeaky rat had also been bored lately. Yu Seung-tae said that new portals had been opening in the mountains lately. He hoped his family would be safe. Ji-yoon noted that the Hunters Association was providing security at the festival, so there was no need to worry. The Sprout Kindergarten is also under the supervision of the association. Strong hunters are sent there to work, so even an A-class portal will not threaten the children. Yu Seung-tae said that Ji-eun's words reassure him. The restaurant manager was surprised at how Ji-eun knew all this. He had worked as a porter for the association for a long time, but he didn't know about it. Ji-eun hinted that she couldn't talk about it, that it was a secret. A young man is riding in the backseat of a car on a highway. He expresses dissatisfaction that he is unable to enjoy his day off and the good weather. Why was he called in today of all days? The young man added that Ji-eun was supposed to attend the event. His colleague sitting next to him said that the young lady had urgent business to attend to and asked that the least useful person be sent to the event. The girl added that it was not difficult to guess that the young lady was talking about her interlocutor. She asked if he hoped that the young man knew that he was going to the event for a reason. The girl added that a certain important person would be attending the celebration. An influential person in the association. This is his chance to impress him. She was talking about the only master craftsman in the country who makes S-class artifacts. So coolly. The young man was surprised. Had he come here just to make an impression? The girl said that the master had a business meeting here. Had her interlocutor not read the additional materials that had been sent to him? The young man was surprised and asked what materials they were talking about. His companion said that if he continued in this vein, she would be forced to borrow the young lady. The companion asked her not to do so. The young man added that in that case, he needed Ji-eun to destroy him, both literally and figuratively. The girl said that the young man was exaggerating. The companion repeated that the guy had to make a good impression on Master So-chol today. The search for the awakened zero level was as important as establishing a relationship with the famous artifact master. The car stopped, and the girl said they had arrived. Now it was time to greet the master. The guy was surprised. Could he just walk up to him like that? The young man got out of the car and approached the old man, greeting him and introducing himself. He was Kim Ho-in from the Red Dragon Guild. His father had told him a lot about So-chul. The old man asked if this guy was Hai-chul's son. The young man said that it was an honor to meet the elder. The old man extended his hand and said that he was pleased to meet him and invited the young man to enjoy himself at the event. So-chul asked him not to interfere with his conversation with his grandson. The young man thought that the rumors were true. The old man was quite an unpleasant person. The elder's assistant apologized to the young man and said that the master was not always prepared for such situations. His companion met the young man near the car and said that she had expected nothing else from him. The young man noted that his sister knew that this is exactly how it would be. Why did she send him? He was not surprised where his sister could have gone on such an important day, leaving all the responsibilities to her younger brother. The assistant said that the young lady had gone to talk to her idol. At that time, Jian was with Kang-so preparing food for the restaurant for the next day. Kang-so carved a small toy for the girl with a knife. He asked if she was upset that there was no spatula with a bunny on it. Our hero handed the girl a rabbit carved from wood and said that she would have her own bunny. Ha-yoon was delighted and said that her uncle was the best. After a while, Ha-yoon stood and cried bitterly. Ha-yoon was playing with her peers on the lawn. Her toy turned out to be broken. Her friend told the boys that she had warned them to be careful with the shovel. The boys apologized to Ha-yoon. Ha-yoon continued to cry because her uncle had made this rabbit for her. Now the rabbit was broken. Elder So-chul approached the children and asked the girl if she wanted him to fix her toy. So-chul asked if her grandfather could do it. The old man nodded affirmatively. So-chul added that her grandfather could do anything. He picked up the shovel to which the rabbit was attached and tried to fix the toy. The old man looked at the toy and thought it was an unusual piece of work. I wonder who made it. A young man approached them and said he had brought a scroll from the elder. The old man called Yoon-sik over and showed him the toy. He noted that it was very skillful work. The old man wondered if any of his students were capable of such delicate work. It would be difficult for him to replicate such a piece. The elder told the girl that her uncle must love her very much. Ha-yoon replied that she also loved her uncle very much. So-chul said that her uncle had tried very hard, so he would repair the toy. The old man exhaled magical energy, and it fell on the bunny attached to the handle of the shovel. So-chul gave the girl the toy and said that everything was fine now. Ha-yoon was delighted and thanked the grandfather. The young people watched from the sidelines as the elder interacted with the children. The guy said that this master needed a special approach. He added that he had an idea. He needed to tell his assistants to change their strategy regarding Master So-chul. Recently, Kang-so had gotten into the habit of going straight to the bakery to buy the delicious roll he first tried while training at the association when he received his isolationist allowance. Kang-so entered the bakery, greeted the owner from the doorway, and asked if they had any rolls today. The guy standing behind the cash register greeted the visitor. Kang-so walked around the counter and saw that the rolls were sold out. The salesman said that the rolls had already been bought up. The salesman smiled and added that he had set aside one portion especially for Kang-so. Kang-so was delighted and said that he was a kind man who often helped him out. The salesman reminded him that if all the rolls were eaten today, the leftovers should be put in the refrigerator overnight. Kang-so thanked the salesperson and headed for the exit. The salesperson said he would be happy to see the young man again next time. Leaving the store, our hero held the door open for a customer entering the store. The salesman greeted Misi. He said that today was a great day for a picnic. Kang-so watched the salesperson and the customer from a distance for a while. After bringing the roll home, Kang-so put it in the refrigerator first. The squeaky rat sat on his shoulder. Kang-so said that the squeaker had already eaten a piece of the roll. If she wanted more, he would have to wait until tomorrow, when they would eat it together at breakfast. At night, our hero slept peacefully in bed. The squeaker was also resting, lying near the pillow. At some point, a sound reached the squeaker's ears. The rat jumped off the bed and followed the direction from which the sound came. The rat saw an open refrigerator. Without much effort, it jumped onto the shelf where the box with the roll was. The squeaker was surprised. The box was empty. Instead of rolls, there were only crumbs. Kang-so approached the refrigerator and saw the empty box and the rat sitting nearby. In the morning, Kang-so told everyone the news about the roll and the rat. Yu Seong-tae was surprised. Did the squeaker really eat the whole roll? Kang-so said that the rat denied everything, but it was obvious who was to blame. The restaurant door opened, and a visitor appeared on the threshold. Yu Seong-tae got up from his seat and greeted the guest. Yu Seong-tae was surprised to see Hyuk-hyun-nim standing in front of him. He asked what brought him there. Hyuk said he came to have a beer and brought a roll with him. The guy added that he had a long and serious conversation ahead of him, so he brought a roll with him, a kind of bribe. Yu Seong-tae asked his companion what had happened to him. He looked distraught. The guest asked Yu Seong-tae how he confessed his love to his wife. The guy said that she often sits or hangs out at the bakery, and she is a beautiful and pleasant girl. He has been in love with her for 2 months. He doesn't know what to do if he confesses his love to her. He's afraid that Misi will start avoiding him. Hyuk even started crying. After all, he is not as handsome as Kang So. How can someone like him ask a wonderful girl out on a date? The guest said he had made a mistake and put his head down on the table. Yu Sung-tae noticed that this was a reaction to drinking too much alcohol. What should he do with him now? He should go home and go to bed. Kang So suggested putting the guy to bed in his room. Yu Sung-tae asked if that would be a problem for Kang So. Kang So replied that it wouldn't be a problem, as he owed the guy for always saving him a role. Hyuk slept in our hero's bed. Kang So sat nearby in the room, resting in the lotus position. Suddenly, the squeaker woke up and became strangely active. Kang So was surprised by what was happening. The squeaker jumped onto the floor and ran out of the room. Our hero followed her. Kang So approached the refrigerator and opened it. A little girl with wings on her back was sitting near a roll and devouring it. Kang So asked who she was and what she was doing there. The girl looked back and only then noticed the guy with the rat on his shoulder. In the morning, the adults placed the creature on the table and began to ask questions. So was she the one who stole the sweet roll from the refrigerator? The girl said her name was Du Sun. She apologized for her bad behavior. Yu Sung-tae was surprised how a flower fairy had appeared in their kitchen, since they are usually attracted to flowers or honey. Kang So asked what a flower fairy was. Yu Sung-tae explained that fairies are humanoid spirits that live in portals. With the appearance of portals, they began to settle in cities. Magical monsters were exterminated, but no one touched the fairies because they do not harm humans, and sometimes even help them. Therefore, they settled in protected cities. Kang So asked again, so are they creatures similar to their squeaky rat? Yu Sung-tae noted that sometimes there are bad fairies, but they still do not pose a serious danger. Kang So looked at the fairy and said he would forgive her this time, but she must never steal rolls again. The fairy said she was ashamed, but she wanted to eat, and for that, she was willing to work. Lim So-young wondered how a flower fairy could help in an Asian restaurant. Hyuk said that he could use this fairy. Yu Sung-tae said that it looked like they wanted to dump all the responsibility on the young man. Kang So suggested that he would train Hyuk, and in return, Hyuk would hire the fairy. Lim So-young was delighted and said it was a pretty good idea. A man in good shape definitely wins a woman's heart. Hyuk was delighted and asked Kang So to teach him everything. He had neglected his appearance for a long time, and it made him feel insecure. Kang So said it was about time. Finally, he would have someone to train with. Hyuk said he was ready to start anytime. Kang So promised that the two of them would have fun together. The young people were walking around the mall. Kang So said to Lim So-young that she had asked him not to tell Ha-yoon and Yu-sung. Why did they come here then? Lim So-young said that it was her husband's birthday the day after tomorrow. Ji-eun replied that now everything was clear. Lim So-young added that she wanted to buy her husband a gift, but wasn't sure what to get him. Ji-eun said that the lady shouldn't worry, she would help. Ji-eun thought that she had never imagined such an opportunity, even with her friends. It was wonderful. Ji-eun thought that going shopping with Kang So would be quite interesting. Kang So thought that he still felt like he was on a date, even though Lim So-young was with them. Lim So-young asked Kang So once again not to say a word to her husband. They hid the gifts in his room. Ji-eun asked the lady what gift she wanted to give her husband. Lim So-young said she was thinking of buying him shoes, but she wasn't sure if he would wear them. Ji-eun suggested buying vitamins or supplements as a gift for her boss, since he has been very tired lately. Lim So-young liked this idea, thinking that Ji-eun knows more about gifts. Kang So asked Lim So-young if she would mind if he went shopping with the girls. The young man was advised to wear sunglasses and a cap, so that people would not notice how handsome he was. Ji-eun approached a stuffed toy and said that she thought Ha-yoon would like it. Kang So agreed with her. A siren sounded in the shopping center. An announcement was made asking all shoppers to remain where they were. Someone said that the illegals had appeared. Ji-eun explained that outlaws are awakened people who use their abilities to commit crimes. It turns out that not all awakened people have the same aura color. Our hero saw the criminal and thought that he had never seen an aura color like this person's before. This seems strange. The illegal ones must know that the security guards had activated a barrier around the shopping center, and no one could pass through it except those who had set it up. Kang So was surprised. If they knew, why commit crimes? Maybe they had some other plan. Ji-eun suggested that it could be a diversionary tactic. Perhaps they had other goals. Kang So asked his companion if there were magic stones stored in the basement of the building. Ji-eun suggested that such a large shopping center would surely have many Class A stones. Ji-eun said that security had everything under control. They would definitely figure it out. Lim So-young began to worry about what to do. It seemed they would be late to pick up their daughter from kindergarten. They couldn't get through to the woman either. There was no connection. Our hero realized that he had no choice. He would have to help them. Kang So told Ji-eun to stay with Lim So-young. Ji-eun warned the guy to be careful. Without wasting any time, the protagonist went down the service staircase to the lower floor. On the way, he saw security guards lying on the floor, bleeding profusely. What had happened here? Our hero used his inner energy to give first aid to the victims and save them from death, but they were all still in critical condition. Kang-so noticed that there were robbers in the next room. However, he only sensed a hostile aura from one man with a sword. Kang-so instantly entered the room and, using his unique abilities, deactivated all the criminals. Now he had no one to interrogate, but he would still find out what happened here from rumors. Our hero decided to leave the rest to the association. The latest news was being discussed in the shopping center. The people in black clothes were just distracting attention in order to steal the stones. The administrator told Yin Wuxi to detain those involved in the theft from the store. The administrator told 2 people to follow her, and so as not to waste time on the elevator, she jumped from the top floor straight down. Armed with knives, these people approached the room where the jewels were kept. They burst in, but what a surprise they got when they saw that all the robbers had been deactivated and were lying unconscious. What had happened here? Who had dealt with these robbers? Kang-so told his friend that today was his birthday, but Yu Seong-tae was still busy with work. The restaurant manager was surprised to hear that it was his birthday. Kang-so noted that for everyone around him, this day was not quite ordinary. His wife and daughter entered the room and wished Yu Seong-tae a happy birthday. Lim Soo-young was holding a birthday cake. Everyone, even the squeaky rat, congratulated Yu Seong-tae on his birthday. Ji-eun, Yuk, and the flower fairy also came to the party with gifts. Yu Seong-tae was very touched and even had tears in his eyes. The guests told him to light the candles quickly. A few days later, Yu Seong-tae approached the calendar and said that today was a holiday. Kang-so agreed and added that today was Children's Day. Yu Seong-tae noted that since it was a holiday, they would make good money today. Our hero said that he had read that this day was dedicated to children. By the way, Ha-yoon is also a child. Yu Seong-tae said that he was going to take his daughter to a magic show after lunch. They would be busy until lunch, but how would they manage without Ji-eun today? Kang-so said that was why he had called in a replacement for her. At that moment, your young man arrived at the restaurant. Kang-so said he was just in time. Yu Seong-tae asked the young man for a guardian consent form and a medical certificate. The young man provided everything. Yu Seong-tae told the guy to wash his hands and start with the dishes. The new employee got to work. Yu Seong-tae noted that this guy works fast. You can tell right away that he's awake. The young man said that it doesn't come easily. He delivered newspapers every day, so he learned. Kang-so noted that even when you are awakened, you still need to practice your skills. At that moment, Yu Seong-tae thought of another employee, Ji-eun. Ji-eun is an awakened G-class, but she is much more agile than this C-class boy. The girl was riding in the backseat of the car. The assistant said that the young lady would be there soon. The assistant added that as soon as they got out, the young lady should first greet the president, then the chairman of the association, and then talk to the other executive directors of the guild. The girl said she understood everything and asked about her father. The assistant said that the young lady's father had promised to pay a short visit. Apparently, he was very busy. The girl asked why she had to be at the corporate party today. Today is Children's Day. And why does she need this dark and flashy makeup and red suit? The assistant said that the color red symbolizes their Red Dragon Guild. She just needs to be patient. Their guild should be a role model and an inspiration for children. The girl wondered what aspirations they were talking about. They could barely cope with each new portal. However, this country owes its prosperity and security to them. The world is constantly balancing on the edge of an abyss. The assistant told the young lady not to forget her status. She is the most beautiful and representative face of the guild, the Red Flame Witch. It was only natural for someone awakened from a good upper-class family to be as beautiful as the young lady. There was no need to be ashamed of it. The girl thought that she used to want to look older so that she would not be looked down upon because of her age. Now this striking makeup has become part of her image. The assistant inquired about the young lady's hobby of playing a lower-class person. The young lady replied that she was working undercover to protect civilians in case of emergencies. Her companion said she was glad that the young lady had a favorite pastime, an outlet besides her work and guild affairs. The car arrived at its destination and stopped. The girl got out of the car and thought that it had been a long time since she had been in her role as a hunter. At the amusement fair, a companion approached our hero and drew his attention to one of the attractions. It was a dart-throwing attraction. Kang-so was surprised. What was this? Were assassins training in broad daylight? Ha-yoon explained that it was just a game. Kang-so understood. These were the very entertainment games that people of this civilization loved. The guy explained that points were awarded for each ball that burst. Ha-yoon pointed to a teddy bear and said it was the biggest prize. The toy was wrapped in festive wrapping paper and looked very beautiful. Kang-so asked the girl if she wanted a teddy bear like that. Ha-yoon replied that if she had a teddy bear like that, she would be very happy and wouldn't even want sweets. After thinking for a moment, the girl said that she still wanted sweets and different kinds of chocolate. Kang-so suggested that the guy try to win the bear and make friends with Ha-yoon at the same time. The guy said he would gladly try, but he had been awakened with a rather useless ability. Explosion. Kang So asked what kind of ability it was. It wasn't very powerful for an S-class. He could cause a small explosion, enough to temporarily blind and distract a monster. In everyday life, this ability has no use. Kang So told his companion to try to do as he said. Everything should work out for the young man. Kang So bought 3 darts for throwing at balls. The guy thought about how he could hit a 100-point ball with all 3 darts in one throw. After all, it was impossible. Kang So told his companion to stand firmly and tense his core muscles. If he was unstable when throwing, the center of gravity of the thrown weapon would be off. He needed to relax his shoulders and wrists and aim a little higher. The most important thing was to concentrate. The young man concentrated and took aim. The task was completed. The balloon burst and the boy earned 100 points. The young man was delighted and Kang So praised him. Ha-yoon was also happy. Ha-yoon carried the coveted prize in her hands, a teddy bear. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that the show of the mighty wizard Woo Kang-kyul was about to begin. Ha-yoon told her uncle that the illusion was about to begin, and they needed to hurry. The young people hurried after the girl. Kang So told her to be careful and not to fall. At that moment, on the roof of the neighboring building, the villains took out their firearms. One of them was afraid that they were putting themselves in danger. The second said that in any case, the order must be carried out. They had no other choice. They themselves would be destroyed if they did not carry out the order and start shooting at people. Were the criminals afraid of what would happen if they were caught? His accomplice said there was nothing to fear. They had this thing, he said, pointing to the glowing ring on his finger. Even if powerful awakened seekers searched for them, they would not be found. Their only goal was the blood flower. The criminals took aim, searching for a target to destroy. They were ordered to destroy the bloody flower. The real name of the bloody flower was Kim Ji-eun, the witch of the red flame. She must die. Ha-yoon called the adults, saying she had found a good spot. Kang So thought that from there, they would be able to see the levitation tricks up close. Kang So thought that he himself knew how to levitate. The young man said that his favorite trick was when a person was cut in half and then put back together again. Kang So wondered if such tricks existed in this world too. When a magician cuts a body in half and then puts it back together again? The guy added that even when you know it's a trick, it looks very convincing. Our hero looked back. He thought he sensed a familiar aura. Could it be Ji-eun? Kang So saw a girl in red in the VIP box from whom this strong aura emanated. Kang So asked who was sitting there. His companion said that those were VIP seats. Kang So asked, "So this woman is an important person?" The guy looked and was surprised. "It's the Black Rose." The guy added that in this country, if someone doesn't know this girl, they're probably a spy. In the future, she is expected to become the leader of the Red Dragon Guild. Kang So thought that this girl must be a very strong hunter if she is so popular. His companion said that she is the best hunter in the Red Dragon Guild. It is one of the 3 major guilds. Our hero thought Ji-eun is a high-class girl. Ji-eun noticed her colleague and immediately began to hide from him. She wondered why these people from the Spring Pavilion were here now. However, she enjoyed looking at Kang So. Kang So thought that Ji-eun probably had reasons to hide her identity. The host announced that the great show, Illusion, was about to begin. The magician came on stage and released doves from his hat. The magician performed miracles, and various figures flew around him on stage. Kang So watched as the magician moved objects without using magic. Suddenly, our hero sensed danger approaching. A bullet fired from a sniper rifle appeared in the air. Kang So reacted lightning fast. Using his energy abilities, he deflected the bullet from its intended trajectory. The bullet hit the protective barrier and left a crack. The guards were surprised. What happened? One of the guards reported that a bullet charged with aura had been fired. Security realized that a sniper was at work. Several more bullets were fired at the target. An order was given to increase the power of the protective shield. It was necessary to protect the lady. It was clear that bullets charged with aura could penetrate the protective shield. They had to be stopped somehow. What kind of bullets were these if they could penetrate the strongest energy shield? The security officer wondered who was capable of such a thing and why they were shooting. Ji-eun jumped up from her seat and began to use her inner reserves to strengthen the energy shield. The security guard was confused. What was Black Rose doing? Ji-eun asked the man why he was sitting there. Wasn't he going to look for the criminal? Black Rose wondered what was happening to her friends at the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Security service representatives began evacuating civilians. Using identification marks, they directed the flow of people in the right direction. Lim So-yoon told her daughter not to be afraid, because her mother was right there with her. Ha-yoon cried and said that her teddy bear had been injured. The protagonist thought that Ha-yoon was crying because of the snipers. He would find those scoundrels and make them pay for it. Kang So told his friends that he needed to step away for a moment. It seemed that the danger had passed. Using his unique abilities, our hero quickly figured out the sniper's location and, climbing onto the roof, approached them. One of the snipers was upset that his colleague had missed. After all, he was supposed to take out the red fox with one shot. His colleague said that he had aimed precisely at the head, but the bullet had ricocheted off something. Kang So quietly approached the snipers from behind. One of the snipers suggested shooting a civilian to cause panic and then slip away under the cover of chaos. Kang So was outraged when he heard this. Were they really going to shoot innocent people? Kang So decided that these two were scoundrels and thought it would be appropriate to return their own bullets to them. Giving the ammunition the necessary acceleration, our hero sent the bullets straight at the snipers. The villains were wounded and bleeding profusely fell onto the roof. Kang So approached them. Kang So was angry. Not only were they making Ha-Yun cry, but they were also going to shoot at innocent people. One of the villains saw Kang So and said that he didn't know who this guy was, but he would not be forgiven for this. Kang So wondered who this sniper was threatening him. Who would not be forgiven? Kang So thought that the hunters from the association would deal with these criminals. In order not to attract attention and not to leave his friends for long, the protagonist jumped off the roof of this high-rise building and headed for Ha-Yun to calm her down. At the kindergarten, the children were drawing something with interest, asking the teacher for help. After receiving information on her smartphone, the alarmed teacher said that she would return to the children soon, but she needed to leave for a short while. The girl answered the call and said that Ghost Sora was on the line. After listening to the caller, the teacher said she understood everything. It could very well be an attempt by illegal immigrants. The children needed extra security. The girl was thanked for taking on this task, even though it was a job for the inspection department. The children left the room and called for Miss Go. The teacher said she was on her way back. Ghost Sora apologized and told the caller that she would call back later. Ghost Sora returned to the children, apologized for leaving, and asked if they knew what day tomorrow was. The children raised their hands and said that tomorrow was Parents' Day. The teacher praised the children and said that today they would be making paper carnations for this occasion. They wanted to express their gratitude to their parents. Ghost Sora approached Ha-Yun and thanked the girl. She asked who the flowers were for. Ha-Yun replied that they were gifts for her parents. All the children immediately began to talk about who their paper flowers were for. Ghost Sora approached the boy, Jung-hoon, and said that he had also made a very beautiful carnation. The children asked if Jung-hoon had anyone to give gifts to. The children asked the teacher if it was true that Jung-hoon had no one to give carnations to because he had no parents and lived with his aunt. Some children said they didn't want to be friends with Jung-hoon. Jung-hoon sat at the table feeling sad. The teacher tried to cheer him up. Ha-Yun said that the boys who didn't play with Jung-hoon were bad. The girl asked if they didn't have parents. How would they feel if they were asked questions about who they were making carnations for? The other children replied that they didn't want to be without parents. Ha-Yun asked if they now saw how bad it was, so why did they ask Jung-hoon such questions? Ghost Sora asked the children what they should do when they did something bad. The boys replied that they should apologize. The teacher told the children to apologize to Jung-hoon and never say such things again. Jung-hoon sat there upset, tears welling up in his eyes. Ha-Yun approached the boy and told him to stop crying and continue making carnations with her. Jung-hoon said he would give the carnation to his aunt. Ha-Yun smiled and assured him that his aunt would love the gift. The girl was walking down the hallway with documents in her hands. She was deep in thought. She thought about the guild leader, Kim Chae-ho, awakened to Class A. He appeared in the era of chaos. A master of the magic sword and fire magic, he was one of the great warriors who won the war against the monsters. It was the greatest guild in the country, but this man frightened her. The girl decided that today she had to do without mistakes. Knocking on the door, she heard someone on the other side say she could come in. The girl entered the office and greeted the leader. The man was sitting at his desk. The assistant said she would read the schedule for today to the leader. The leader asked how the investigation into the attack on his daughter using aura-charged ammunition was progressing. The girl replied that the Silver Tower Group was currently under suspicion, but there was no news yet. The man slammed his fist on the table and demanded that the perpetrators be found at all costs and as quickly as possible. It was imperative to find the person who had dared to attempt to take his daughter's life. The girl assured him that everything would be done and added that she had brought the requested materials on the Spring Pavilion restaurant. After studying the documents, the man asked if this was really the restaurant owner. The girl confirmed that it was Yu Seong-tae, who had once been her friend and helped her explore the underground. He was a talented chef. The assistant asked what the boss wanted to do with him. The man added that after his wife's death, his daughter lived only for revenge. This was the first time she had been interested in anything else. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the restaurant owner, so they should be kept under surveillance and left alone. When the leader was left alone in his office, he leaned over to his safe. The man took a child's toy out of the safe. It was the first carnation from Ji-eun. When he looks at this thing, all his fatigue and irritation simply melt away. He hopes that his daughter will one day start smiling as often as she did when she was a child. In the morning, before the restaurant opened, the former library employee met Kang So, who was cleaning the surrounding area. Kang So told the young man that he had come earlier than usual. The guy said that thanks to Kang So's training, he had learned to deliver the same number of newspapers in less time. Kang So was surprised to hear about this training. Everything had been achieved through the guy's own efforts. He had only given advice. The young man said that he had been feeling depressed for a long time and thought that his life would be like this until the end, ordinary and boring. But thanks to Kang So, he felt that he could achieve anything. The guy assumed that he would not be able to advance in class, but he did not imagine that the dart-throwing technique he was taught would develop his abilities so much. Kang So was surprised by what he was talking about. His interlocutor explained that the dart-throwing technique had been very useful to him. Kang So said he meant something else. The guy was repeating for the second time that he would stay with the class forever. Why? The young man asked. Wasn't it obvious? The chances of a person experiencing a second awakening were practically zero. Even if one survives a second awakening, there is no guarantee that the class will increase. Kang So thought this guy was wrong. Awakening is just the beginning. Our hero wondered, don't the people of this civilization understand this? Kang So asked the young man what breathing techniques he knew. His interlocutor was surprised and asked, "What is that?" Kang So realized that the awakened ones of this world did not know what this technique was for. That was why they had such poor control over their energy. The young man said he still had some newspapers to deliver, so he was leaving. The two said goodbye. Yu Sung-tae asked Kang So what was bothering him. Kang So wondered what his friend would do if he knew the secret to making all the awakened ones much stronger. Yu Sung-tae replied that he would share the secret with them. Kang So asked if he would expect anything in return. Yu Sung-tae replied that if his home and family were protected by even stronger awakened ones, that would be enough for him. Yu Sung-tae added, what good would this secret do him alone? It would be better to tell them because he himself was not capable of protecting this civilization. He wanted his daughter to live in a safe world. Kang So replied that now everything was clear. His friend suggested that he calm down and drink some cola. Kang So thought that he lived quietly undercover because he didn't want to cause turmoil in this world. In that case, if he shared the secret with this world, there would be more order in it, which is exactly what he wanted. He decided to develop a breathing technique for the awakened. Our hero worked hard. He didn't sleep for 2 nights and finally finished the necessary program. Thanks to this technique, the awakened will be able to concentrate the aura in their bodies and not lose it. Kang So named his technique the method of a pure and righteous heart. The only thing left was to find a way to spread it. Kang So asked Ji-yeon what the president of the Hunters Association was like, what kind of person he was. The girl replied that he was a great man whose name would go down in history. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for him, this country would not exist today. He was the one who deserved his position more than anyone else. He was always there when his help was most needed. Kang So thought that this was exactly the person he needed. Fair, doomed by power, this is the kind of person who can take responsibility for distributing his manuscript. Kang So thought that if everything Ji-yeon said about him was true, then he was trustworthy and could be entrusted with this precious secret. Our hero decided that now was the perfect time to take a walk. The guild leader, accompanied by security personnel, followed in the specified direction. The president approached the guards, who immediately greeted him. The first thing the guild leader did when he arrived at work was to order a cup of coffee from his assistant. The president saw an unfamiliar manuscript on his desk, which naturally piqued his interest. What could it be? The Method of a Pure and Righteous Heart. Could it be a novel about martial arts? The assistant brought the president a cup of aromatic coffee. The boss asked if the assistant knew what the manuscript was. The assistant looked at the notebook and told the president that he did not have that information. It seemed to be something related to martial arts. The boss smiled and said that in such books, there is always a hero who finds an ancient manuscript on martial arts and becomes stronger. If reading books gave you such abilities, it would be just wonderful. However, something about this manuscript definitely interested the guildmaster. The handwriting was not very beautiful, but it was energetic. The notebook stated that this method of pure and righteous heart was intended to concentrate the awakening of the aura in one's body. This information greatly interested the head of the guild. The method involves strengthening the connection between the dantian and the energy core. This allows a person to use their aura without unnecessary loss, which will make the awakened much more effective in battle. Those who study this method will understand that the modern class system of awakened ones is not decisive, but only the beginning of human development. The guild leader thought that the author of the method, who had a pure and righteous heart, was sharing it with humanity free of charge, and only hoped that this method would be used solely for the purposes of peace and security. Scientists around the world are conducting research on the possibility of raising the level of the awakened. However, no one has found the answer yet, and all research has been in vain. The guild leader wondered, who could have written something so grand? The method is written very convincingly, one might even say at a very high level. But who brought this notebook here, and for what purpose? On a blank page of the notebook, the man saw an unusual symbol. It couldn't be. This was the only trace of an awakened 0 level they had found. Perhaps he was the author of the method? If so, there was no doubt about the effectiveness of the method and the good intentions of its author. The guild leader thought that this method would not cause him any personal trouble. The man had no objections to everything being as the author of this manuscript wanted. Even Li Xin had problems in the field of energy conservation. The president was curious to see Li Xin's reaction when he read about this method. He must contact him. The young man came to the guild president's office and asked what was going on. After all, the president knows how much he dislikes leaving the house. The man suggested that the young man read the manuscript. He thought it contained the answers that his interlocutor had been looking for a long time. Li Xin asked where the president got this worn-out notebook. After reading a few lines, Li Xin was very surprised. What was this? The president smiled and replied that he had been waiting for that expression. Now he could say with certainty that his day had been a success. Li Xin repeated his question. What is it? The man replied, can't you see? The method of a pure and righteous heart. The president added that his interlocutor had flown abroad several times to meet with awakened zero-class individuals and asked them how they coped with their violent energy. Li Xin said that this was indeed the case, but he only received useless answers. For example, to experience reawakening and be reborn in the zero class. Li Xin said that this was very similar to the real solution to the energy problem. Where did the guild leader get this from? The man replied that it was a gift from the only awakened zero class in the country. When he came to work, this notebook was lying on the table, and it was unclear how it got there. Even the cameras didn't capture anyone. Li Xin asked if he could be the first to study this method. The president said that was why he had been summoned. Even if there were any side effects, he would be able to overcome them with his S-class abilities. Li Xin left the president's office with the notebook and wondered who he was. The first awakened zero class in this country. Li Xin strolled leisurely along the embankment and pondered the pressing matters at hand. The weather was beautiful, and Li Xin sat down on a bench to rest. Looking up, he decided that the sky was very clear now. How long had it been since he left the house? How long had it been since he basked in the sun, as carefree as he was now? People paid attention to the man with a sword in his hand who had defeated the monster. They said he was a hero. People enthusiastically welcomed the new S-class hero who had appeared as if by miracle. The hopes of the entire nation were pinned on him. Li Xin was the man who closed the S-class portal. However, his comrades were destroyed, and he began to fear his own power. Since then, he has lived in constant struggle with his power. The more he tries to control it, the more it spirals out of control, making him increasingly lonely. Although thanks to him, many people were able to return to a peaceful life. Li Xin continued to look at the sky. He continued to live, and it was not easy for him to cope with his superpower. Li Xin understood that he still hadn't mastered the method perfectly. He mustn't relax. Li Xin hated his own power for a long time. However, thanks to mastering the method of a pure and righteous heart, he was able to overcome it and break through the zero-class barrier. The awakened zero-class who wrote this method was truly his benefactor. Li Xin noticed the people sitting nearby. They were delighted that their food had been delivered in literally 5 minutes. Did this courier have an ability related to speed? He was clearly no less than Class B. The courier in a motorcycle helmet delivered food from the Spring Pavilion restaurant to the young people. The delivery included a small portion of gabaju, 3 jjajangmyeon, and 1 jampong. The customer said they hadn't ordered fried dumplings. The courier said it was a gift from the restaurant and wished the young people bon appétit. Li Xin watched the courier with interest. Li Xin heard the name of the restaurant, and after finding it on his navigator, decided that it was not far away. Li Xin decided to visit this restaurant. Our hero was told that he had been on top form today and was offered a glass of water to cool down. Ji-eun, watching Kang So drink water, asked, "Is something wrong?" Kang So replied that everything was fine with the water. However, he sensed the presence of a young man. He had felt his presence in the park. This guy had an incredibly strong aura. Li Xin entered the restaurant and greeted those present. The administrator asked if the visitor would be alone. Li Xin was surprised to see Ji-eun there. He asked what she was doing there. Yu Xiongtai asked if she really knew Ji-eun. Yu Xiongtai thought he had seen this young man somewhere before. Ji-eun said he was her cousin. She added that he had a standard face. Everyone said they had seen him somewhere before. She asked what her brother would like to order. Ji-eun added that he could eat quickly and go on his way. Li Xin said he would be happy to try the jjajangmyeon. Ji-eun approached the table where Li Xin was sitting and asked what he was doing there. Was he allowed to leave the house? If he had another uncontrollable energy attack, how would others react? Li Xin replied that it was in the past. Ji-eun asked how he had found a solution. The guy replied that Ji-eun would find out everything at the next training session at the association. Ji-eun asked Li Xin to keep his mouth shut around these people. They think she is a normal girl. Lim Soo-young brought the guy his order, jjajangmyeon, and added that since he was Ji-eun's relative, they made him a larger portion. The guy thanked the hostess. After trying the dark noodles, Li Xin concluded that it was a very tasty dish, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. Li Xin thought that even though the noodles were a little burnt in places, they were still very tasty. It had been so long since he had eaten such fresh and not overcooked jjajangmyeon. Li Shin was excited. He thought he would never experience such simple pleasures again. Suddenly, Li Shin had a vision. He imagined everyone in the restaurant lying unconscious in their own blood. Li Shin thought he had an emotional surge and his aura skyrocketed. Ji-eun approached the young man and said that if he had finished eating, he could leave quickly. Li Shin stared at Kang So, who was taking orders from other customers. Li Shin couldn't understand what had just happened to him. When he came to his senses, he felt a great sense of relief. Li Shin thought the situation was dangerous. Although he had studied the method of a pure and righteous heart, he still had little experience. Kang So thought how good it was that he was able to suppress the guy's energy with his own energy and time. Our hero was curious about who this guy was. He had studied the method of a pure and righteous heart so well, even though this method had only been released a few days ago. If he knew Ji-eun, then he must be someone important. Kang So thought that this guy was a little clumsy, but he knew the theory well. It was an amazing talent. Maybe this was the only S-class in the whole country? Ji-eun asked Li Shin if he liked the food. She added that he should leave and never come back. The young man replied that he understood. Li Shin answered a phone call. He said he understood and reported to the chairman that he would be there soon. Ji-eun became concerned. What happened? Li Shin told the girl that the chairman was calling him to a meeting. Ji-eun replied that he should hurry. The young people said goodbye, and Ji-eun noted that they would meet again soon, but not here. When Li Shin left, Ji-eun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this guy might give her away. Ji-eun turned around and saw Kang So standing in front of her. She said that he was her cousin, Honest. Kang So replied that he understood everything. Arriving at the guild leader's office, Li Shin asked why the boss had summoned him. The president asked if the young man had already studied this method. Li Shin replied that he had, and the effects were simply dizzying. The guild leader noticed that the young man was not enthusiastic. Perhaps there was something negative about this method? Li Shin replied that at first he was enthusiastic. But after careful study, it suddenly became clear to him that if this method were made available to the masses, it would cause chaos. The president said that when he realized that this was a real working method, he thought so too. But there was something he feared more than the side effects. The president asked if Li Shin was concerned about the motives of the author of this method. The guild leader added that, like his interlocutor, he was wary of this person. Not just afraid, but a feeling of both fear and respect. Li Shin wondered what were the motives of the awakened Zero class. In the office, a young man brought a cup of coffee and offered it to his sister. She must be tired. The girl thanked him for the coffee. The guy asked if she was overworking again. Probably a lot of work to do. His colleague replied that illegal activities had become too active lately. Her conversation partner said he agreed with her. He had heard that the bomber had also become more active. The girl noted that because of this scoundrel, investigators were almost dying of stress at work. The support department was under enormous pressure because of the attack on the Black Rose. She asked her colleague if he wasn't just as busy at work right now. Had he really just come in to get a cup of coffee? The guy replied that he had something for her and asked if she was free next Thursday evening. The guy said he had managed to get some tickets to the ballet, The Golden Star. He wanted to go with her if she could. The girl winked and said that the ballet sounded very tempting. Did he want to go there with some other girl, but she refused? The girl added that she couldn't refuse if her younger brother asked her. Of course, she would go. The young man told his sister not to forget and to mark the event in her calendar. The girl took the calendar and said she would do as her younger brother asked. The guy thanked his sister and said he was going back to work. After drinking her coffee, the employee said that her thoughts seemed to have cleared up and thanked her brother for the drink. The following Thursday arrived. The family from the Spring Pavilion restaurant was also going to the ballet. Hyun asked her father and uncle if she was beautiful. The men expressed their admiration. Yoo Seung-tae said that Hyun was a real beauty. Kang So added that the girl was simply adorable. Lim So-young looked at her husband and said that he was dressed very smartly today. Yoo Seung-tae said that Kang So looked very well dressed. Hyun agreed, saying that her uncle looked like a star today. Kang So thanked him for the compliment. Yoo Seung-tae told his friend that he had a bad feeling. Kang So was surprised. Did he look bad? Lim So-young explained that they were worried about Kang So. He could attract unwanted attention with his dazzling appearance. Kang So thanked them again for the compliment. The young people went to see the ballet Golden Star together. Yoo Seung-tae thought that Kang So really did attract attention wherever he went. Our hero found the situation strange. Why did he feel the same dark energy in such a spacious and crowded room as he did in the dungeons? Kang So decided to find out the source of this energy. The guy noticed that the Black Rose had appeared here. She was wearing a red dress again. The Black Rose in a red dress seemed a little strange to him. Maybe the girl didn't want to attract attention. The Black Rose saw our hero in his suit and noted that he was quite attractive. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Kang So, of course, recognized Ji-eun. Kang So wondered whether he should tell the girl that the source of the strange energy was illegal activities taking place somewhere nearby. But if he said that, how would he explain himself later? After all, the F class doesn't have that kind of intuition, and she would realize that he was a 0 class. However, he himself wasn't sure about anything yet. It was better to find out for sure. The young man and the girl were drinking alcohol. He said that insignificant people can have fun. It will be the last ticket in their lives. The girl said that she had brought Mr. Asmodeus an exclusive wine in honor of his holiday. The guy said that this was just what he needed. Blood red wine. Asmodeus asked his subordinates if everything was ready. They answered in the affirmative. Asmodeus said that in the second act, Clara would dance with the prince. That's when they would begin their enchanting performance. Finishing his wine, Asmodeus drew his sword from its sheath and said it was time to act. He added that everything was according to his will. Asmodeus and his assistant took their places on the helipad. He said that they would have an excellent view from there. They would see the concert hall take flight. Asmodeus heard someone behind him ask, "What do you mean, blow up?" Turning around, Asmodeus saw a stranger who greeted him. Asmodeus asked who he was. The stranger said he didn't want to spoil their mood, but hoped for their cooperation. Asmodeus was surprised. What was this madman talking about? Asmod added, "Does he even understand who he's standing in front of?" At the same time, the villain took a boxing stance. Kang So, who was the stranger, also took up a boxing stance. Kang So sent his opponent flying backward with a punch to the jaw. Asmodeus flew back and fell on his back. Our hero said that it seems to be the same in any world. Civilized conversation is taken for weakness, and one's own language carries people into the abyss. He added that his opponent should stop playing games and get up. Kang So was surprised. He hadn't hit him that hard, so why was his opponent so upset? Asmodeus became angry. Did this guy even know who he was dealing with? Kang So asked who this scoundrel was. His opponent said he was the great and mighty Asmodeus. Asmodeus was surprised. Why couldn't he see the stranger's face? Our hero had disguised himself using his inner energy. Kang So declared that he didn't care who was in front of him. Asmodeus had to admit why he needed to be in the concert hall. Asmodeus called his opponent a fool and added that he had ordered a bomb to be planted. Asmodeus laughed. The bomb was planted in the building's supporting column. When it exploded, all these pathetic insects would die. Kang So turned to the girl. Was her subordinate telling the truth? Asmodeus was offended because he was this girl's boss. Kang So, addressing Asmodeus' companion, said that perhaps it was time to end this charade. The girl noticed that this guy had great intuition. The girl approached Asmodeus and said that she was tired of playing the secretary. Maybe it was time to end this. Asmodeus was indignant. What was she talking about? The girl punched her companion in the chest, piercing his body through and through. Asmodeus' companion pulled her bloody hand out of the guy's chest and took his sword. She said that this artifact and even the name Asmodeus were not for him. Asmodeus was surprised. How dare she? Asmodeus could no longer stand and fell to the ground. The girl said that now he could sleep peacefully. Kang So asked the girl holding the sword, "Who is she?" The girl replied that she was the real Asmodeus, not this fool. Kang So said that in that case it was her business and attacked his opponent. Our hero's hand passed through the girl's body like through fog. Kang So thought it was illusion magic. Asmodeus said that this guy was very fast. The girl was invulnerable. Kang So asked if she was human or what. Asmodeus shook her head. How could you ask girls such questions? The stranger replied that she kept her name a secret. Maybe next time she would introduce herself to him. The girl said that because of this guy she might miss a great show, but this time she would forgive him because he was her type. The girl turned around and began to walk away, saying that they would see each other again. However, she couldn't disappear. The portal opened by her artifact began to distort for some reason. Kang So used his abilities to close the portal. He asked the girl if she really thought he would let her go so easily. Kang So approached the stranger and said that she had an interesting ability to cut through space, but he had an answer for that. He would simply sew up the space. The girl didn't believe that such a thing was possible. Asmodeus thought that this guy could be dangerous to her. Asmodeus decided that she needed to take on a disembodied form and disappear. Kang So asked how many more times she was going to dodge. Our hero attacked his opponent, striking her with intense blows from his fists. The girl thought that this was bad. Even in her incorporeal form, she could feel his blows. Besides, the time for using this skill would soon expire. Asmodeus began to reappear. The time had already expired. If only she were at least one class higher. Kang So kicked the girl right in the chest. She flew far back and fell on her back. Kang So saw that his opponent had black blood. He knew she wasn't human. She must be a demon in the form of a woman. Asmodeus thought it was a disaster. She couldn't escape from her opponent. Kneeling on the ground, the girl thought, would she really have to resort to that method? Kang So asked his opponent who she was. Her aura was very unusual. Asmodeus wondered if she told him, would he spare her? Kang So was surprised. Was she really asking him for mercy? Asmodeus said she wasn't asking for mercy. Asmodeus drew his sword from its sheath. The girl swung and pierced her chest with the sword. Black blood spurted everywhere. Kang So calmly said that he did not expect her to choose to destroy herself rather than reveal who she was. The girl smiled mysteriously. Perhaps he misunderstood what was happening. Dark, negative energy began to spread everywhere, emanating from her wound. Asmodeus said goodbye once again and said she hoped never to see this handsome man again. Our hero did not know that such an ability existed. He should have suppressed it and then questioned her. The girl's companion rose and, bleeding profusely, said that she had betrayed him and that he would take revenge. Kang So told him to share their plan and then he would take revenge on her for this guy. The villain said that the bomb would detonate during Clara and the prince's dance. There is a pyrokinetic among the audience. Kang So was already thinking about a plan of action. He realized that he needed to get into the auditorium immediately. The performance had already begun. The ballet on stage was in full swing. Among the audience were Yu Seong-tae and his family. Ha-yoon said it was very beautiful. Lim Soo-young said that next would be the Waltz of the Flowers. And then the most interesting part, the dance of Clara and the prince. Li Xin, accompanied by security, surveyed the perimeter. He knew that the next act would be Clara and the prince's dance. Li Xin thought that the person who had broken into his office was definitely a zero rank. He left a message saying, there were illegal people in the Myeongsan concert hall, and disappeared. The guild leader said he didn't know how this person knew, but most likely there were people like that. The president ordered Li Xin to take a squad of law enforcement officers and go there. There shouldn't be any particular problems. Li Xin could indeed sense the aura. Judging by the blueprints, it was coming from the technical floor. Li Xin told the law enforcement officers that they had to evacuate the civilians first. Li Xin took some of the law enforcement officers with him and proceeded to the basement. The rest of the law enforcement officers were busy with the urgent evacuation of the auditorium. Li Xin thought that the director of the association had given them the building plan, which greatly expedited the search. Li Xin saw a man standing off to the side and thought he had a suspicious aura about him. The man approached Li Xin and said that entry was prohibited. They had to leave the area no matter who they were. Li Xin thought that the entrance was forbidden only to him and swung his fist. The ensuing blow threw the man far back, and he broke through the door and flew into the next room. Li Xin entered the forbidden room and, seeing strangers there, said he had a warrant for their arrest. After a while, with the help of security personnel, the strangers were deactivated and knocked to the floor. Kang So thought that there were no problems with these people. Li Xin was surprised by the fact that one of the arrested men was smiling strangely. Li Xin asked what he was up to. Li Xin grabbed the guy by the chest and told him to confess. What else were they hiding? The stranger was surprised. Can I smile? Li Xin decided to take tougher action and use force. He grabbed the stranger by the chest and said he wouldn't ask 3 times. The arrested man was frightened and said that everything was in the concert hall. There is a bomber among the audience in the concert hall. This information greatly alarmed Li Xin. The evacuation of the concert hall was in full swing. The audience was asked to hurry. A group of illegal immigrants had been found in the building. It was necessary to leave the building without causing unnecessary panic. Yu Seong-tae's family was still in the hall. Ha-yoon, sitting on her father's shoulders, asked where Uncle Kang So was. Was he okay? Suddenly, one of the audience members stood up in the middle of the hall and said that they had realized too late. He would sacrifice his blood in despair to the Great One. There was a powerful explosion in the hall. It was clear that this was a suicide bomber, and an illegal one at that. The next moment, our hero appeared near Yu Seong-tae's family and apologized for being late. Yu Seong-tae asked where Kang So had been for so long. Armed men appeared at the doors and said they would not let anyone out. The audience must accept that they will become victims of the Great One. The law enforcement officers outside couldn't open the door. It was clear that the doors were locked from the inside. Li Xin kicked the door open with a powerful blow and entered. He told the criminals that their colleagues in the basement had been arrested. They must stop resisting and surrender. Spectators recognized this man. They said it was Li Xin, an S-class hunter. One of the criminals, holding explosives in his hand, said that he would not surrender and would take Li Xin with him. The villain shouted that he was a second-generation pyromancer. Everyone present would die in the glory of the Great One. The criminal began to ignite. Li Xin thought that this pyromancer had completely lost his mind. This was serious, and he would not be able to contain the force of the explosion. Even if the villain was destroyed, he would have time to ignite the spark, and detonation would occur. Suddenly, a source of energy appeared nearby. Li Xin thought that this strange but somehow familiar energy enveloped the bomber. This was done in order to stop the force of the explosion in case of detonation. This energy extinguished all the criminals' flames as if nothing had happened. The pyromancer threw the explosives on the floor and burst into flames again, screaming loudly. Li Xin managed to fly over and catch the explosives before they hit the floor. At that moment, he thought that the pyromancer had blown himself up with his own power. Li Xin held the explosives in his hands. Thanks to his reaction and resourcefulness, the explosion was avoided. A security representative checked the bomber and said that he could still be saved. However, he was barely breathing and needed urgent resuscitation. At that moment, a healer from the Silver Tower appeared. He introduced himself and said that the bomber should be handed over to him. The healer leaned over the villain and began to perform resuscitation procedures. Li Xin watched calmly. Li Xin saw one of the spectators in a beautiful suit give him a thumbs up. Li Xin understood everything. This man had the same aura that had stopped his uncontrollable outburst of power in the restaurant. Ha Yun cried on the theater steps. She wanted to see Clara's dance. Dancers from the ballet troupe were standing next to the audience. Clara approached the girl and asked if the little princess wanted to see her dance. Ha Yun was delighted and said that of course she would. Clara took the prince by the arm and said that in that case, they would dance for the girl. The audience watched with interest as Clara and the prince danced their dance in the square in front of the theater. Instead of spotlights, there was the moon, and instead of a stage, there were streets. The audience was delighted. The Shining Stars ensemble delighted their audience as never before. That night, Li Xin approached Kang So and asked him to be his teacher. Our hero looked at his opponent and thought that he was in for trouble. Just before closing time, a young man entered the restaurant. He was warned that the restaurant was already closing. Kang So knew that sooner or later this guy would come here. But so soon. Li Xin turned to Kang So and called him his teacher. He asked, "Is the teacher really the one with 0 rank?" Kang So quietly said that this was not the place for such conversations. He knew of a safe place and suggested meeting there at the same time tomorrow. Kang So apologized to Li Xin for distracting him from his work. Li Xin replied that he was willing to devote all his time to these lessons. Li Xin thanked the teacher. Thanks to him, a terrible catastrophe had been prevented. Kang So asked why the young man called him teacher. Li Xin said that his interlocutor was not only a teacher, but also a savior. The method of a pure and righteous heart gave him back the opportunity to live like a human being. Li Xin apologized if he had been rude when the teacher came to his house. During that meeting, Li Xin asked who he was and how he found his house. The stranger said that a terrorist attack was being planned illegally at the Myeongsan concert hall. Hundreds of citizens could be killed. He understood that it was difficult for Li Xin to believe this, but he was telling the truth. Li Xin asked what evidence he had. Even if it was true, why did the stranger come to him? The stranger replied that only Li Xin, the only awakened 0 rank, could stop them. Li Xin was surprised. After all, no one knew that he had reached this level. The teacher must have sensed the aura emanating from him, purified by the method of a pure, righteous heart. Li Xin asked his interlocutor to take him as a disciple. Kang So asked why Li Xin needed this. The young man replied that he really needed to become even stronger. Kang So was surprised. He was already incredibly strong. Besides, where was he rushing to? With his method, he would continue to grow. Li Xin said that he had seen the teacher's methods yesterday and realized how far he was from being able to save people as effectively as the teacher. Li Xin stated that his family, friends, and colleagues lived in this city. If the country was in danger, then these people were too. Our hero thought that this guy had almost the same reasons to use his power as he did. He also wants to protect Yu Xiongtai and his family. Li Xin took Kang So by the hand and asked the teacher not to refuse him. Kang So thought, if he teaches this guy and he becomes stronger, maybe then he won't have to intervene so often. He will soon be able to become an assistant. Besides, if he becomes stronger, Yu Xiongtai's simple aspirations for safety in society could come true. Kang So asked how old Li Xin was. The guy replied that he was already 32 years old. Our hero was surprised. He was only 3 years younger and wanted to be a student. Somehow that didn't seem right. Kang So made another suggestion. Li Xin could study, but as a younger brother, not as a student. Li Xin agreed and bowed to his older brother. Kang So suggested meeting here every Tuesday and Thursday if it was convenient for his younger brother. Li Xin replied that such a schedule suited him. Kang So said that in that case, they would start right away. He was ready to teach his younger brother the techniques of the pure and righteous heart method. After training, Li Xin said it was incredible. When Kang So himself teaches him with such thoroughness, it's a completely different matter. He asked what they would do next. Kang So said he had heard that Li Xin was a master swordsman. Li Xin confirmed this. Kang So said that unfortunately, he did not have a sword to practice with. Li Xin said that if he needed a sword, he had one. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Li Xin's hands. Li Xin handed the sword to his older brother and said that it was his favorite sword, the Lord of the Wind. Kang So was surprised. Did his companion really pull this sword out of thin air? Li Xin replied that it was called inventory. Li Xin added that it was a common attribute of the awakened. Didn't his older brother have one? Kang So recalled that his teacher had talked about them in class. He knew it was too expensive and had forgotten about it. Li Xin said he would give his older brother such a sword. Li Xin explained that inventory is disguised on the body as a tattoo, and its size depends on a person's rank. Kang So asked what size Li Xin's equipment was. Li Xin replied that it was quite large. When he raised his rank to 0, the size increased to that of a 30-story building. Kang So asked if Li Xin could enter his inventory himself. His interlocutor replied that it was possible. It was something like a parallel dimension. However, the time spent in this dimension also depended on the person's level. The protagonist thanked his brother and said that it would be useful to him. Kang So said that now they could see Li Xin's sword skills. Li Xin picked up the sword and showed everything he was capable of. Kang So thought that this guy had a sense of rhythm in martial arts, but it wasn't very practical in combat. Kang So told Li Xin to stop, as he already understood everything. Kang So asked who had taught his brother. Li Xin replied that he had learned this art at the Hunter Academy, and it was called Til Mangum. Kang So said bluntly that this art wasn't bad, but it lacked effectiveness. He could teach his younger brother a much more practical martial art with a sword. Li Xin bowed and said that he humbled himself before Kang So and was ready to learn. Kang So said that he would teach his brother a technique called Sea Storm Sword. Li Xin was surprised by the name. Doesn't it sound too childish? Kang So replied that it sounded very cool. Kang So asked Li Xin for another sword if he had one. Kang So received the sword from his younger brother. Li Xin thought that even from the way he drew the sword, he could already feel its incredible power. Kang So announced Sword of the Sea Storm, Move 1. Kang So directed the energy of the sword at a huge rock in front of him. The rock was cut in two as if it were a piece of butter. Li Xin was surprised at how his older brother cut the rock and cut it very evenly. Li Xin clenched his fists and said it was incredible. Kang So noted that if you put energy into the sword at the moment of impact, you could cut through any material. Li Xin asked if Kang So had put energy into the strike. His older brother said he hadn't. Otherwise, the strike would have been so powerful that it would have created a crater. Li Xin said that it was incredible. Kang So asked what surprised him. Li Xin thought that their ranks were very different in terms of strength. He was far from his older brother. He had to try his best and learn. In the morning, while cleaning the area around the restaurant, Kang So thought that the broom handle was now much stronger and more comfortable. It was good that he had replaced the handle with a steel one. Looking up, our hero was surprised to see a bookstore nearby. Kang So saw Li Xin coming out of the bookstore. The guy greeted his older brother. Kang So was surprised. Was this his younger brother's store? Li Xin smiled. He had wanted to mention it earlier, but hadn't been able to find the right moment. Yu Xiongtai looked out of the restaurant and told Kang So to drop the broom and come in for breakfast. Yu Xiongtai saw Li Xin and was surprised. Was this the hunter? Li Xin greeted Yu Xiongtai and apologized for not coming earlier. He had opened a shop next door. Yu Xiongtai thanked the young man for recently saving his family. Li Xin said that he had opened a store next door and that now they would be friends as colleagues. Yu Xiongtai was surprised. The hunter was working in a store across the street from them. How did that happen? And in a bookstore, no less. Hayun looked out of the restaurant and called her father and uncle to come have breakfast. Hayun said she knew this uncle. He was from the bookstore. Li Xin waved to the girl and greeted her. Yu Xiongtai invited his new neighbor to join them for breakfast. Li Xin scratched the back of his head and said he felt uncomfortable imposing on them so early in the morning. Lim Soyoung also looked out of the restaurant and invited Li Xin to visit. She said they just needed to add one more set of cutlery. Breakfast was in full swing, and everyone enjoyed the food. Lim Soyoung asked if their guests liked her food. Li Xin replied that everything was very tasty and that he was full. Yu Songti was glad that he had the opportunity to thank the hunter in this way. The restaurant owner once again thanked the guest for saving his family. Li Xin said that he was just doing his duty. He thought that it was not him who saved everyone, but his older brother. Yu Songtai was surprised that Li Xin referred to Kang So as his older brother. Li Xin replied that it just came naturally to him. Yu Sungtae was surprised that Kang So had managed to become friends with this famous hunter. He rarely understood Kang So. Li Xin asked if his older brother had already applied the inventory stone tattoo. Kang So replied that he had forgotten how to do it. Li Xin reminded him that it was very simple. He needed to place the inventory stone where he wanted to apply the tattoo and say apply loudly, and then the process would begin. Our hero did everything and said apply out loud. His hand lit up and a tattoo began to appear on it. Li Xin reminded him that to open the inventory, all he had to do was say to himself, open inventory. Next, you need to imagine the item you want to take out. Li Xin continued that a small portal would appear in front of his brother, into which he would need to reach his hand and retrieve the item. Li Xin added that you can also enter the inventory yourself. The older brother could try it. Kang So closed his eyes and said, enter the inventory. Our hero opened his eyes and saw that he was inside. Kurongi had entered with him. Kang So put the rat on his shoulder and said that they were in his inventory. Our hero began to study the layout of this area. His younger brother said that a huge building could fit here. Kang So was surprised. Wasn't it too spacious here? The manual said that the inventory space was safe for the owner and his belongings, no matter what happened here. Our hero had an idea to practice the light body technique here. Kang So picked up speed and decided to check how much the acceleration in the inventory space differed from that outside. Kang So rose above the surface. This space was huge. He couldn't even see the edge. Slowing down, he decided that was enough for today. Tomorrow he would take a better look. Kang So mentally commanded himself to exit the inventory. The next moment, our hero was back in his seat at the restaurant. Yu Xiongtai asked if there was a lot of space in his inventory. Kang So replied that there was so much that he couldn't even see the edges. You could hide an entire city in there. Yu Xiongtai was extremely surprised because he knew that the size of the inventory depended on the strength of its owner. Li Xin wondered how strong his brother was. How big was the gap between them? Kang So agreed that there was a lot of space in that space, but he felt a little strange there. There was nowhere to even sit down. Li Xin said that if his brother had magic stones, he could create anything he wanted in his inventory. He could even build buildings. Kang So asked if the magic stones were the ones inside the monsters. Li Xin confirmed this and added that, as a rule, only legally registered hunters in the portals could obtain them. But in some places, there were many monsters that were not monitored by the association. Kang So asked if unregistered monsters were those that no one had claimed rights to. Li Xin asked if his older brother really wanted to go after the magic stone and added that he himself would not mind hunting with Kang So. Kang So said that was great because then he could build something in his inventory. Li Xin said that he had recently reached rank 0 and his inventory had increased. He would also be able to build something. Yu Xiongtae said that the unaccounted monsters they were going to face possessed incredible power. Surprisingly, Yu Xiongtae was not worried about his friends, but about the monsters. One day, Haiyun told her parents that she wanted to be a ballerina. The girl added that she wanted to dance beautifully and twirl gracefully, just like ballerinas do. Yu Xiongtae thought that his daughter was impressed by the performance that the artist had put on for them right on the street. Lim Soo-young said that she had found out that there was a dance school not far from them and that the tuition was not that expensive. Yu Xiongtae suggested going to the school to see how the training was conducted. Haiyun was extremely happy. The girl responsibly declared that she really wanted to study to become a ballerina at the dance school. At that moment, a class was in session in the school's classroom. The administrator told the teacher, Miss Sari, that a family had come for a tour. Miss Sari greeted the girl and asked if she really wanted to learn ballet. She could give the girl some clothes for training right away, and they could try everything out immediately. Haiyun changed her clothes and began practicing with the other children. Haiyun tried her best to make a good impression on the teacher. During the rehearsal, Miss Sari thought that she was a very talented girl. After the trial lesson, Yu Xiongtae thanked the teacher and his family went home. A young man standing nearby asked Sari if it was the family's first time there. Sari said that it was their first time there and that they wanted to enroll the girl in dance classes. She had also seen her for the first time, but she thought the girl was very talented. The man said that he had come not only to see Sari's work, but also to see if there were any potential models among her students. His attention was drawn to this girl. Sari asked if he had a knack for recognizing talent. The man said that it was the first time he had seen such a gifted child. Could Sari give him her parents' phone number? Sari replied that she first wanted to know why he was interested. Yu Xiongtae was surprised. Was Haiyun really being invited to a casting call? Lim So-young said that her dance teacher's older brother worked in the marketing department of the Alenins agency. He asked if her parents wanted Haiyun to become the face of a major children's clothing manufacturer. The representative said that the offer was not just for one photo shoot, but that they would also accept Haiyun for training at the Alenins modeling agency. Yu Sung-tae noted that it was one of the most famous modeling agencies. Yu Sung-tae couldn't believe it. Would his daughter really become a top model? He added that Haiyun takes after her mother, which is why she's so beautiful. Lim So-young said that their daughter takes after both of them. Only her husband's ears stick out a little, but that's not a big deal. Late in the evening, the men are sitting at the table. One of them tells his companion not to be nervous. There is good wine, so they should drink and calm down. His companion thanked Mr. Mullen asked Nivus what he had heard about Asmodeus. Nivus replied that he had heard nothing at all. 15 days had passed since the operation, and there was no word from Asmode. Malin said that was unfortunate. Was there really no news at all? Malin asked if perhaps a trip to the portal of Arctic Hell would refresh his memory. Nivus was frightened because the portal to Arctic Hell was a place where the temperature was minus 100 degrees, and there was nothing but ice and snow. Malin asked if his interlocutor could tell him where Koval was now. Malin said he had heard that after the failure in the concert hall, Koval and Asmodeus had quarreled. Koval had lost contact with him. Perhaps Nivus knew something about it. Nivus nervously replied that how could someone as insignificant as him know anything? Nivus thought that Mullen clearly knew something about him giving Koval shelter. Nivus decided that Mullen would not leave him alone now. If he continued to remain silent, Mullen would throw him into the portal of the Arctic Hell, where he would immediately freeze to death. Nivus emptied his glass of wine and thought that he wanted to live. Nivus asked William if he would keep it a secret if he told him something. William Mullen nodded affirmatively. Nevis asked if Mr. Mullen really wanted to know where Koval was hiding. It's the Elenin's modeling agency. At the modeling agency, Yu Seung-tae told his daughter not to worry. Kang So, who also came to the casting, felt a strange aura near him. Our hero sensed residual demonic energy from the person who passed by, but the energy did not belong to this person. He was carrying its trail. An elderly man appeared and greeted the restaurateur's family. He said his name was Choe Hong-soo, and he was the director of the modeling agency, Elenin's. The girl greeted the old man and said her name was Ha-yoon. Choe Hong-soo said he could see that their manager was absolutely right. This graceful young lady was perfect for shooting commercials for a children's clothing collection. The old man added that the girl resembled her parents and was very sweet and beautiful. He offered to give them a tour of the agency. During the tour, Yu Seung-tae said that he recognized many of the models. Kang Sa felt a strange energy coming from the approaching people. A strong dark aura emanated from that person. The people walking towards them stopped and greeted the director. The director greeted his deputy. Our hero sent a message to his brother Lee Shin. He asked if the modeling agency, Elenin's, was involved in illegal activities. Kang So thought that the man was good at hiding his true nature, but he could see that his aura was as black as could be. Perhaps this agency really had become a den of illegal activities. The message from his younger brother was not long in coming. Lee Shin wrote that the agency was indeed suspicious. Their association had already planted agents there. The deputy director was a particularly suspicious character, and they were keeping an eye on him. Kang So turned to Ha-yoon. The guy asked if the girl really wanted to be a model. Ha-yoon replied that she had been awake all night, waiting for them to come here. After all, it was cool. Our hero decided to keep an eye on this director. The main thing was not to stick his neck out, otherwise he would ruin all of Ha-yoon's plans. Kang So entered the inventory. By this time, he and his younger brother had already hunted monsters. He destroyed several A-rank monsters and obtained magic stones. However, the energy of these stones is too murky, and they are not ready for use. First, these stones must be purified. Lee Shin said that you need to put your energy into the stone, and then you can build according to your imagination. After a while, the building was ready. Our hero was pleased. It turned out so well because the stone was of a high level. He didn't know he could build such complex structures. Kang So looked at the stone and thought that it was the first stone he had obtained in the portal. When our hero was purifying the stone's energy, he encountered for the first time the dark energy he had sensed from Asmodeus. And the same energy emanated from this deputy director of the agency. Asmodeus looks like a human, but black blood flows through her veins. Could she really be a demon in human form? Does this mean that by taking on human form, these creatures cut back and suppress their true power? But she is definitely not human. By human standards, she would be higher than S rank, and that is serious power. If even a few of these creatures were to unite and turn against humanity, this country would fall under their onslaught. Kang So understood that these were all just guesses for now. It was not worth getting distracted from the present. Our hero came out of the inventory. Yu Seung-tae approached his friend and said that Ha-yoon had managed to sign a contract with a modeling agency. Ji-yoon helped them carefully review the contract. Without her, they would not have been able to do it. Kang So congratulated his friend. So Ha-yoon was going to be a model? His friend said that next week he had to take his daughter to a children's clothing show. Kang So was surprised that everything was happening so quickly. Yu Seung-tae added that they were going to their first rehearsal tomorrow. Kang So asked how long the contract was for. Yu Seung-tae replied that the contract was for 1 year. Kang So advised his friend to sign a one-time contract because Ha-eun might change her mind about being a model. Yu Seung-tae said that, to be honest, that had crossed his mind too. The restaurateur added that his daughter was still a child and might want to be something else. He would probably follow his friend's advice. Yu Seung-tae and his family sat at the table where the contract lay. The agency director waited nearby. Yu Seung-tae told the director that they would now be working together. The old man said he was happy about this collaboration. Our hero overheard a conversation between the deputy director, who was in the next office. He said that there was nothing he could do. The other person was indignant because the deputy director had promised that he would be the model for this photo shoot. How could this have happened? The deputy said that the director had said so. There was nothing he could do about it. The deputy said that he should keep quiet. What if it happened right here? It would be better to calm down and go to the roof. They would talk there. Kang So thought that this guy was suspicious. Why was he going to the roof? Our hero noticed a similar energy in Asmodeus. If the source of this energy is the same in these people, perhaps they really are from the same gang. Lee Shin said he had inquired about the agency. There is no definite evidence yet, but something fishy is going on there. Recently, there have been frequent cases of suicide and accidental deaths among employees and models. Kang So asked what was going on. Lee Shin replied that the police had found no connection between these cases, so the Awakened Support Department had joined the investigation. They would conduct the investigation in the utmost secrecy. Kang So decided that he simply had to go to the roof and eavesdrop. The young man asked the deputy director what he should do now. The deputy director grabbed the guy by the head and told Buwan to give him his life energy and get out of there. The villain swung at the young man, but someone told him to stop. The villain asked in surprise who was bothering him. Behind him stood a woman. The woman said she was an inspector from the Silver Tower. The deputy director was arrested on charges of serious crimes and other violations of the criminal code of the Awakened. The deputy director pushed the young man away and asked in surprise, "Have the Silver Tower's sleuths really caught up with them?" The scoundrel swung at the woman and said it would be nice to play with her one last time. The inspector from the Silver Tower saw her opponent's fist moving in her direction and realized she had to do something. The woman took out a dagger and blocked her opponent's blow. The villain saw that the inspector had parried his blow and praised her for it. The villain attacked the woman again and said that it would be fun to play with her. She must not disappoint him. The inspector held the knife in front of her to keep her opponent from getting close to her, but he disappeared. The villain suddenly appeared behind her and told her not to yawn. The criminal struck the woman in the back, inflicting a bleeding wound. The inspector fell to her knees. The villain was surprised. Was that all? He had expected more from her. The criminal swung his arm and said that unfortunately, he would have to finish her off. At that moment, the villain felt an energetic blow to his arm. He turned around and saw a young man. Who was he? Our hero put on a mask so that he would not be recognized and said that it seemed he had arrived just in time. Kang-so told the villain to immediately leave the woman alone. The deputy director turned around and decided to attack Kang-so. However, our hero vanished as if into thin air. The villain turned his head and couldn't understand what was happening. He shouted that he would destroy this slippery guy right now. At that moment, Kang-so decided to save the victims and carry the injured people on his shoulders. He left them in a safe place and told the woman that he had stopped her bleeding. She should not move. The inspector thanked him and said she could not sit and wait. She had to call for backup. The rescuer told the woman not to be afraid. He would deal with the villain. The deputy director shouted that he could sense where they were. The boy had to come out. Kang-so came out from around the corner and told the scoundrel not to shout. Kang-so said that the vice principal shouldn't pretend to be someone he's not. He knew who he was dealing with and suggested that he show his true colors. The vice principal was surprised at how he could know. Was the Silver Tower's intelligence really that good? He was surprised at why this man had such an overwhelming aura. The villain said he would now show his opponent something shocking. A demon with horns appeared before our hero and laughed loudly. The villain said that if his opponent saw his true form, his death would be painful. The demon rushed at his opponent, but the guy was completely calm and unperturbed. The monster was already very close to our hero and thought that it would tear him to pieces. However, Kang-so delivered a powerful energy strike, and the demon was deactivated. It flew far back and fell on its back. The villain lay on his back, his nose bleeding. He couldn't understand what had happened. The demon couldn't understand why it hurt so much, why he was lying down. It couldn't be that some human had knocked him out. The demon raised his head and thought that he must have just slipped and fallen. Kang-so came closer and said what needed to be proven. His blood was black too. The villain really saw that he was bleeding black blood. Was there no human blood left in this body? Had he used it all up? Kang-so was surprised. Was this a demon that had taken over a human body and was parasitizing it? The villain was surprised. Was he being called a demon? The villain began to scratch the surface with his claws. He shouted that this man should not dare to compare him to these lower beings. Kang-so watched in amazement to see what else this demon could turn into. The next moment, a terrifying, bloodthirsty monster appeared before our hero, growling loudly. It said that this man was only able to strike it because it was caught off guard. But now that it had fully assumed its form, the man would truly meet his end. The monster pounced on Kang-so and shouted that he would now perish. Kang-so touched the monster's claws with 2 fingers. The monster felt its arm begin to twist. The terrifying beast screamed loudly in pain. The monster's arm no longer obeyed him, hanging limply. Kang-so placed his fist on the monster's back and said that this was the dexterity of light speed. After that, the monster flew far away and, bleeding profusely, fell to the ground. There was a terrible explosion. Everything was engulfed in flames and smoke. The monster couldn't believe it. Even in its true form, it couldn't reach its opponent. Surely this was the man who had defeated Asmodeus. Where did he come from? Kang-so approached the villain and said he would ask again. If he was neither human nor demon, then who was he? The monster replied that he had the pride of a warrior and would not answer. Our hero stepped on his opponent's tail, and he screamed loudly in pain. Kang-so swung his fist and said that he would not simply destroy him unless he asked him to. The monster was frightened and said he would surrender. He would tell everything. He belonged to one of the demon tribes sent by him to the second intermediate dimension. Their task was to obtain spheres of despair. Kang-so was surprised. What are these spheres of despair? These spheres are formed when a person experiences extreme fear or despair before death. They are made by extracting the compression of these human emotions. Demons who know how to collect spheres of despair are called collectors. Kang-so said, "It seems that this demon is proud of his profession. How many souls has he already destroyed?" The demon cried and replied that not very many, other officers had destroyed many more. Kang-so grabbed the demon by the throat. The villain cried and begged for mercy again. He was just following orders and did nothing wrong to this person. He would no longer hunt in this area. Kang-so said that was the wrong answer. The demon says he did nothing wrong? Who will bring back the lives he has already destroyed? Kang-so decided to seal the demon's power so that he could never harm anyone again. Kang-so squeezed the villain's throat harder. The demon began to choke and white foam appeared from his mouth. Our hero pushed the demon with force, and he lost consciousness after hitting his head against the wall. Kang-so decided to leave this scoundrel to the servants of the Silver Tower. Let them deal with him. The demon looked human again. Kang-so thought that he was a disgusting creature anyway. Suddenly, the Silver Tower inspector appeared. Kang-so was surprised. He had told her not to move, not to open it too early. The girl asked our hero if he was by any chance an awakened zero rank. The guy replied that he had been told that was his level. Kang-so asked the inspector not to tell anyone that she had seen him. The inspector was surprised. Did the young man really not want to be discovered? Kang-so said that he liked his normal life and was tired of sacrificing himself for the common good. But most of all, he didn't want his loved ones to suffer because of him. The inspector thought that this guy was saying the same thing as Li Xin. In order to protect people, he had to give up his normal life. The inspector thought that the association would greatly benefit from the appearance of a zero rank. But she saw the grief that the life of a hunter brought to Li Xin, and she wouldn't wish that on anyone. The girl said she understood everything. The young man saved her life, and she would not mention this encounter. It was the least she could do. Kang-so said he understood that it was difficult to hide something like this, so he apologized for asking. The inspector replied that everyone had their secrets. The girl apologized and thanked him for saving her. She understood that he was the zero rank who was behind the incidents at the Land of Doom portal and the incident at the Myeongsan concert hall. The inspector added that the young man had saved many people. Kang-so said he had nothing more to add and that he would leave. The inspector didn't even have time to blink before the guy disappeared. He vanished instantly like a gust of wind. The girl looked at the villain and decided it was time to put things in order. The Silver Tower inspector reported via internal communication that the threat had been eliminated. She asked a group of investigators and medics to come to the roof of the Elenins Modeling Agency building. In the interrogation room, the deputy director of the modeling agency was handcuffed and continued to curse. He couldn't understand how this was possible. He was surprised. It looked like an ordinary table in ordinary handcuffs. However, he was powerless and couldn't even take on his demonic form. The arrested man couldn't understand how he could have miscalculated. Where did this man with such a high level of power come from? Suddenly, the light in the room became much brighter, and the lamps burst. The light disappeared. A man appeared before the deputy director. The arrested man said, "Here he is." Mullen was surprised. What kind of stupid situation had developed? The deputy director said that he would explain everything to William now. He simply did not expect such a blow and did not tell anyone. William had to believe him. Mullen put his hand on the arrested man's head. The man asked William not to destroy him. Mullen told him to shut up. Mullen was surprised that he couldn't see this man's aura. The arrested man's memories were too vague. Mullen said, "I knew this man would be of no use." He remembers what to say in such cases, doesn't he? There is no place for idiots among demon officers. The arrested man asked William to believe him. The one who did this to him was really just a simple man. Mullen repeated once more that his opponent should be quiet. Mullen pierced the prisoner's body with his cane. At the same time, William said that this man was a disgrace to their clan. The prisoner, bleeding profusely, repeated that he was just a man. Mullen pulled his cane out of his opponent's body and he fell onto the table. Mullen said that his opponent had been stubborn. He tapped his cane on the floor and disappeared. An investigator entered the interrogation room and, seeing that the prisoner was unconscious, cried out loudly. There were deactivated police officers in the hallway. They were lying on the floor. Baek Yun-ho, who was at work, said his head was splitting. His colleague asked him to calm down. Baek Yun-ho said that the man who could turn into a demon was where he had sent the agents to investigate. Miss Kim Myung-hee was seriously injured while trying to arrest him, and as soon as she managed to bring him to the association's headquarters, an unknown person immediately attempted to kill him right in the interrogation room. This is what is happening here, within the walls of the association. It's just unthinkable. A colleague noted that they were very lucky that Myung-hee was still alive. Baek Yun-ho asked if Myung-hee had abilities beyond detection, as she was also an experienced fighter. Was this demon that powerful? The colleague said that he had examined the scene on the roof. Apparently, this Park Moo-yeon, a demon man, had a level of at least S. Baek Yun-ho was surprised, but how then was Ms. Kim Myung-hee able to defeat him? His colleague replied that she didn't just defeat him. Park Moo-yeon's energy flow in his body was blocked. Baek Yun-ho asked what that meant. Only the demon, Ms. Kim, and one wounded civilian were present at the scene of the crime. The S-rank demon even took on his true form, but he was completely defeated. Could someone stronger than an S-rank monster have come to the rescue? So Kim Myung-hee saw this zero-rank hunter. The man walking down the street thought that today was a day of remembrance for the dead. On this day, portals began to open all over the world, and monsters filled the earth. Many people died then, defenseless against this threat. Each of them lost someone close to them, friends, relatives, family members. And there was no way to save the wounded in a situation where monsters were hunting anything that moved. Only later did the awakened appear, and organizing themselves, they were able to fight back against the disaster. Stability gradually returned to society. Medical care for the population became possible again. A hospital was built in memory of the victims of the disaster. A man traveling through the city thought that this area remained the same as he remembered it. The man entered a cafe and saw that someone was already waiting for him. His colleague greeted him and asked where he had been. The man asked if his friend had already started drinking without him. The guild leader laughed and said that, according to his son, it was better to drink alone. The guest remarked that his son only said that because he didn't want to drink with him. The guest asked how Ji-eun was doing. The guild leader replied that she was involved in some kind of charity work. The president remarked that fried pork rinds go well with magoli. The guild leader's companion said that when he first started working as a hunter, he considered such snacks to be an expensive delicacy. The president said that was indeed the case. After work, he went to a restaurant and ordered pork rinds with takshu. He drowned his fatigue and grief over the loss of another colleague in wine. The old friends continued to drink and paid no attention to those around them. A friend told the guild leader that when he started working as a courier, his conversation partner annoyed him, and he sometimes thought about strangling him. The guild leader laughed and said that now we can see what his antics have led to. The brother told the guild leader that he had made him more reserved. He also found a good girl for the president, and they got married, so it wasn't all that bad. The two continued to drink, snack, and engage in pleasant conversation. Ha-yoon, Lim So-yoon, and Kang-so returned home. Kang-so was surprised. The restaurant was closed. There should be no visitors. Where did he get this strong aura of an awakened stranger? Lim So-young went inside, greeted her husband, and said they had arrived. The woman saw the man who had been drinking with the guild leader just a moment ago. Now he was with her husband, and when he saw Lim So-young, he greeted her. The girl was delighted to see her uncle. He picked her up and said that she was already very grown up. Lim So-young asked why he hadn't told her he was coming. The man replied that it was a surprise. He had decided to take the day off from mourning. He added that he didn't want to cause his sister and her husband any unnecessary worry. He was on his way to the rest home and stopped by on the way. Yu Sung-tae said that they were happy to see him and that he could come visit them anytime. Yu Sung-tae introduced our hero and said that he was their friend and a new employee at the restaurant, the very isolationist they had already told them about. Our hero and the guest greeted each other and introduced themselves. Holding his companion's hand, Kang-so thought that he was an unusual awakened one. His aura was not as powerful, but it possessed incredible purity. Judging by all appearances, he was a harmless person. Our hero would even say that he felt a kind of warmth and friendliness from this person. The guest asked if they were going to the rest home. Yu Sung-tae replied that that was exactly what they had planned to do. The man suggested doing it right away. Yu Sung-tae agreed. Everyone went to the rest home dressed in black. The man said that Ha-yoon looked beautiful even in black clothes. Lim Soo-yeon and her brother stood near their parents' ashes. Lim Soo-yeon told her daughter to say hello to her grandparents. The girl bowed her head and greeted the elderly couple. Lim Soo-young said that this was their daughter, Ha-yoon, and added that her parents should rest in peace. After that, the girl played on the playground. The men sat on the sidelines. Yu Sung-tae told his brother-in-law that he had something. The restaurateur added that he couldn't say where he had learned this, but hoped it would comfort his brother-in-law. Yu Sung-tae said that the nightmare of the neighboring province, the monster Arachniac who had killed their parents, had already been destroyed. Yu Sung-tae added that Lee Shin himself had participated in the hunt. An official statement on the matter would be released soon. Arachniac is the name of the monster that Kang-so and Lee Shin destroyed. Our hero thought that he had not understood earlier why Yu Sung-tae was so happy when he learned about the destruction of this monster. The man was surprised. Did Lee Shin himself go hunting? He couldn't even believe it. His conversation partner shed a tear. His parents had now been avenged. Yu Sung-tae wondered why his brother-in-law was crying. The host announced that the fashion show of the Alensis modeling agency was now open. Children in beautiful outfits came out onto the catwalk. Yu Sung-tae happily announced that his daughter was also present. Ha-yoon walked down the runway in an unusual outfit for her. Yu Sung-tae took out his camera and started taking pictures of his daughter. He said that he was still amazed at how beautiful she had turned out. Kang-so thought Ha-yoon was really cute. The next day at the Rostachek kindergarten, the children were delighted that Ha-yoon had become a model. Ha-yoon thanked her classmates for their congratulations and said she felt a little awkward. The boy Ha-yoon had previously defended gave her a gift, origami. Ha-yoon was very happy with this toy. Ha-yoon was surprised. Did he make it for her himself? The boy blushed with embarrassment and turned away. Ha-yoon thanked him and said she would cherish this gift very much. The boy, still embarrassed, said that he would always be friends with Ha-yoon. A melodrama is playing on television. On the screen, young people are sorting out their relationships. Lim So-young reacts emotionally to the scenes shown on the screen. Yoo Seung-tae doesn't understand what is happening to his wife. Yoo Seung-tae asked his friend why his wife was reacting this way to the film. Kang-so replied that she probably had a reason to be angry. Yoo Seung-tae was surprised. Had Kang-so already figured out this complicated drama? Our hero immediately recounted to his friend what had happened in the film up to that point. Yoo Seung-tae was surprised. How did he manage to understand everything so quickly? He wasn't watching this drama for the first time. Kang-so was surprised. Was his friend really not interested? During the television news broadcast, Lim So-young called her friend and began discussing the events of the previous episode. On the news, the anchor announced that awakened Level 0 individuals from different countries were arriving in this country. This event would take place in honor of the country's first awakened Level 0 individual. Yoo Seung-tae said that this was incredible. The strongest hunters would gather for a summit in their country. Colleagues at work were discussing business plans. One of them asked on the phone, "Is it really necessary to build a plot around a girl in a beautiful dress?" The girl said she couldn't do that. Where could she fit such a plot twist? The caller replied that she should come up with something. After all, she was a screenwriter. The caller said that it was her job to come up with a plot and said goodbye. The screenwriter wondered how she should communicate with the series producer. Ending the conversation, the enraged girl said that this stupid series had to be ended. Her colleague told her to calm down. She had an idea. Her colleague explained that they could rewind the plot 5 years into the future and introduce a new character, a little girl named Chang-mi. The producer was surprised. Wouldn't that be too unexpected? The other woman was surprised. What's wrong with that? Viewers will be very interested to see what the main character's daughter is like. And at the most interesting moment, she will meet Namju. They will make sure that the ratings for the last season go through the roof. The producer said that Kim was simply brilliant. That's exactly what they would do. Now all that remained was to find a very beautiful actress for the role of the daughter. On this occasion, the girls decided to go to a restaurant and have a bite to eat. There they intended to try jjajangmyeon. Lim So-young welcomed the new visitors to the restaurant. Lim So-young thought she had seen one of them somewhere before. The girls placed their order, 2 jjajangmyeon. Lim So-young couldn't shake the feeling that the visitor's face was familiar. She replied that the order would be ready soon. The girl answered the incoming call and said that Bae Hap Choi was listening. The producer told her that a cake would also need to be included in the story. After the call, Bae Hap told her companion that she had been advised to include a cake in the story. The girl added that she had heard that their studio was recruiting child actors from the Allenins agency. Lim So-young remembered this girl. She was the screenwriter of the series The Revenge of the White Rose, Bae Hap Choi. The screenwriter's assistant asked, "If the girl is a model, of course she is beautiful, but is that a guarantee of good acting skills?" Bae Hap Choi saw Ha-yoon, who had just come up to her mother. She thought the girl was really cute. She was so bright and pretty that she was dazzling. She was simply angelic. Bae Hap took Lim So-young by the hand, bowed to her, and asked for permission to let her daughter appear in their series. Lim So-young couldn't believe her ears. On the set, events unfolded according to schedule. Ha-yoon, watching the situation, couldn't believe that she would also be filmed. Yoo Seung-tae, the father of the future movie star, asked, "Is the little one really that excited?" Ha-yoon replied that she was very nervous because she wanted to be in the movie. Yoo Seung-tae told his daughter that if she felt tired at any point, she should definitely say so. Ha-yoon said she could handle it. The girl added that she was absolutely confident in herself. Kang-so thought that he had never seen this girl so energized before. If he had prevented her from becoming a model, she would have been very upset. At one point, the director stopped filming and told her that she should take a break. Yoo Seung-tae approached the director and said that their daughter had come to the set today. She was nervous. The director walked past without saying a word. Our heroes were surprised. Stopping, the director turned around and told them to follow her, as she had something to discuss. Yoo Seung-tae wondered why she was so angry. At the negotiating table, the girl introduced herself and said she was the producer of the series, The Revenge of the White Rose. The producer said her name was Ok Go-yoon. She had heard about these people from the screenwriter, Miss Choi. Ok Go-yoon asked if their daughter had not been trained in acting. Yoo Seung-tae said that she could learn very quickly because she was talented. Kang-so was surprised at how she could so bluntly criticize a child for not having training. The father said that his daughter really wanted to act in this series. Ok Go-yoon said they would give it a try. You have to start somewhere. Ok Go-yoon thought that screenwriter Choi Bai-han had been telling her that she didn't want anyone else for this role except this girl, otherwise she would quit. She had to agree just to get her off her back. The girl is very cute, and she definitely fits the description in the script. Still, a child model as an actress is too much. The screenwriter was simply enchanted by this beautiful girl. She probably thinks being an actor is easy. The producer was angry because of the screenwriter's antics. Her wonderful series was in jeopardy. Okay, Go-yoon thought she should annoy the girl on set with bright lights and smoke. Then the girl would just cry and run away. The producer thought that life was cruel. She was the producer here, and they couldn't just impose anyone on her. Yoo Sung-tae looked at the woman's expression and asked if the producer was okay. The phone rang. The producer wondered why the secretary of the Red Dragon Guild director would be calling her. Okay, Go-yoon apologized and said she needed to answer. The secretary asked if she had heard that a girl named Ha-yoon would be playing in the series The Revenge of the White Rose. Was it true? The guild chairman's secretary said that her boss's wife really liked the series. She said that she wanted the series to be released regularly. The secretary added that the producer shouldn't worry about funding. She could count on the director's full support. Okay, Go-yoon thought that no matter how talented she was, she needed sponsors for her work. The producer said she understood everything. She would shoot more scenes with the young actress. The secretary expressed her joy that they understood each other. As a token of gratitude, Oh Go-yoon could expect a gift after filming the series. She and her film crew would receive vouchers to a resort owned by the guild. Okay, Go-yoon thanked them for their understanding. The secretary added that if Ha-yoon and her support team encounter rude treatment, the producer could get into trouble. Okay, Go-yoon looked at her guests and realized that they were not ordinary people. The producer replied to the secretary that this would definitely not happen. After the conversation ended, Oh Go-yoon thought that she had almost gotten herself into trouble. It turned out that this girl was a relative of the guild director. Okay, Go-yoon felt that she had not made the best impression on these people. It seemed that she would have to fix that. The girl said she wanted to continue the conversation. So Ha-yoon dreams of becoming an actress? Okay, Go-yoon asked the girl if she could call her Ha-yoon. The girl nodded affirmatively. The producer smiled and said that she was a very cute girl. She thought she would make an excellent actress. She had excellent diction and a clear voice. Okay, Go-yoon said she was ready to get to work and would now familiarize those present with the script. The girl thought she needed to be reserved and patient for the sake of her vacation at the resort and funding for her next project. Ha-yoon began to read her character's lines from the script aloud. 5 years later, Baek Chung-mi is walking in the park with her daughter Byulai. A young man approaches the girl and asks if she is White Rose. The girl stops and turns around. The guy says that it is indeed her. How many years has it been since they last saw each other? The girl says that it has indeed been a long time. Byulai asks her mother who the man is. Her mother replies that he is her friend and that her daughter can say hello. The girl says hello, tells him her name, and says she is 5 years old. The young man is surprised. If the child is 5 years old, that says a lot. Does Chung-mi want to tell him something? The young man crouched down and told the girl that she was very beautiful, just like her mother. Byulai asked why the man was crying. The girl also started crying and, wiping away her tears, told the man not to cry. She felt sorry for him because he was crying. Okay, Go-yoon stopped filming and said it was wonderful. The actress wiped the girl's tears and said that she was very good at it. The actor said that he even had tears in his eyes when he looked at the girl. The assistant producer was surprised. Had this girl never acted before? She did a great job. The man saw that the producer was also crying. Okay, Go-yoon said with tears in her eyes that it seemed she had found her. The muse of her creativity. Kang-so continued to do his job, delivering food as a foot courier. Once again, our hero returned to the restaurant after completing his order. Yoo Sung-tae said that Kang-so, as always, had returned very quickly. He could wait and not rush. Kang-so was surprised. He was in a hurry because he thought that more orders had surely come in. Yoo Sung-tae handed his friend a glass of water and offered him a drink. Jiun thought Kang-so was simply incredible. The customer's address was very far from here, but he returned in the blink of an eye. Jiun thought that even she, with her A rank, couldn't handle this guy. However, she liked him not for his abilities. How is it even possible that he was given an F rank? Such speed could be expected from a B rank, or at most a G rank. Why would this guy be a courier when he has such abilities? Kang-so sensed the movement of a familiar aura. New visitors entered the restaurant. Kang-so and Jiun looked back. Jiun recognized the woman. She was the head of the inspection department. She told her colleague that they would eat well now and their mood would improve. Already at the table, the head of the inspection department's companion said that this flama was destroying him. He thought he was taking the right dose, but it didn't work out very well. As before the Great Catastrophe, there were medical drugs that people began to abuse. Flama was the name given to a hallucinogen. It had an analgesic effect, even a psychological one, causing people to forget even emotional pain. Flame helped people forget even the fear of death. Not only citizens abused Flama, but also hunters, whose lives had become much more difficult with the appearance of demons, and the number of such abuses only grew. The initial effect of Flama is good, but then it only leads to self-destruction. The head of the inspection department thought that in this terrible time for all of humanity, someone was also selling drugs. This was unforgivable. Kang-so heard that the conversation was about drugs. Kang So looked at the guy and wondered if it was drugs that were emitting this dark energy from his pocket. This dark energy was familiar to our hero. It seemed like he had already felt it when he delivered the order last time. The guy said that there had been a series of emergencies lately, so their team couldn't even sleep properly. He touched his chest and said that his companion had forgotten to take this evidence to be examined, so he had taken it with him. The girl was surprised. Did he just take the drugs and leave? The guy said he would hand them over for examination when they went back. He was in a hurry. Kang So thought that everyone was indeed busy right now, and that these drugs were indeed connected to criminals. Yu Seung-tai turned to his friend and said he had an order. Kang So replied that he was ready to fulfill it. Kang So put on a medical mask and walked past the head of the inspection department so she wouldn't recognize him. The girl looked into the courier's eyes and thought she had seen him somewhere before. She remembered the man who had helped her with the criminal on the roof of the advertising agency. The girl suddenly jumped up from her seat. Her companion was surprised by what had happened to her. As she got dressed, she said she would be back soon and that her companion could finish eating without her. The head of the inspection department ran out of the restaurant and rushed to the courier. She asked him to wait for her. The girl approached the courier and asked if they had met before. She said that he was the man she had met on the roof of the Alenen's agency building. Kang So lowered his mask and said that he knew he couldn't hide from her. Our hero asked his interlocutor if she had any business with him. The girl replied that she did indeed have business with him. The Hunter Support Agency no longer had the strength or resources to fully combat the rampant crime. With his abilities, this young man could save many lives. The girl bowed and said that not only the association, but also the townspeople needed his help. If he was concerned about anonymity, she could arrange that. They needed his help. Kang So asked his interlocutor if it was difficult for her to keep their previous meeting a secret. He added that he was indebted to her for that. He agreed to help her if she kept his name a secret. Kang So handed the girl a piece of paper and said that his phone number was written on it. She could call him whenever she needed him. The girl thanked our hero for this. Ji-eun watched this scene from the restaurant. Ji-eun couldn't believe that her friend was talking to the association employees with such a serious expression on his face. Ji-eun wondered if her colleague was a secret agent of the Silver Tower. Kang So told his conversation partner that he had overheard her conversation at lunch. He knows where to find dealers of this drug. On the outskirts of the city was an old abandoned industrial building. In cages are huge dogs with horns on their heads. Inside the building, a man sits in a chair, surrounded by his subordinates. An unknown man kneels before them. The man in the chair is angry with the man on his knees. He doesn't want to believe the story. Did the police really break in and take all the goods? This storyteller has no conscience at all. The man kneeling on the floor has been beaten and is bleeding. He asks for a chance to make amends and return everything honestly. After consulting with his assistant, the man in the chair says he will give the guy one job. The job is to feed his dogs. At the boss's command, the cages are opened and the vicious dogs come out. They growl viciously. Our hero repeated to his companion that he knows where to find drug dealers. The girl was surprised how this guy figured it out. Kang So said that her employee had the very same drug in his pocket. Kang So added that he had just made a delivery, and the place where he delivered the food radiated a lot of that energy. He immediately suspected something was wrong, but now, after this conversation, he was finally convinced. That night, he would pay them a visit and destroy their lair. The drug lord was still sitting in his chair. He was surrounded by vicious dogs with his subordinates nearby. At his feet were drugs and cash. He was a real criminal. Holding the money in his hands, the villain said that at this rate, they would become the largest suppliers in Asia. The villain thought that with his long-acquired ability to tame monsters, he would be invincible. He was also helped by a white rabbit sitting in a cage. There was a noise outside. The subordinate said he would check who was there. The man opened the door and saw a courier. He asked who the courier was from. Our hero, without explanation, punched the criminal in the nose. The villain lost his balance and flew far back. Blood flowed from his mouth. The boss and his henchmen were frightened and began to reach for their weapons. Were they being attacked? In front of the criminal stood a courier wearing a medical mask. He was holding a delivery box in his hand. The guy told those present that he was just a food delivery man. The boss got angry and told his subordinates to deal with the courier. The villains rushed at our hero with the aim of destroying him. However, the forces were unequal, and Kang So began to effectively deal with the pressing villains. The villains were surprised at how this guy was able to cut through an iron pipe with one hand. Kang So, using the internal energy flowing from his fingers, began to systematically deactivate the gangsters. The criminals did not understand who he was. Was he even human? The villains decided to attack simultaneously, but it was a bad decision, and they were all deactivated at the same moment. The fight did not last long. All the attackers were disarmed and neutralized. Kang So headed toward the criminal boss. The villain was frightened. Who was this courier? Was he really an agent of the Silver Tower? Kang So replied that he had said earlier that he was just a courier from an Oriental restaurant. The boss got angry and told the guy not to mess with him. The villain beckoned his predators with his finger. The monster dogs growled viciously. The drug dealer said that this guy had abilities, but he was foolish to come here alone. Our hero thought that this criminal was an awakened tamer. The criminal said that no matter how strong this courier was, he couldn't handle his monsters. These monsters were B rank, and as a pack, they could tear apart even an S rank hunter. After a while, our hero was playing with these monsters as if they were cute puppies. The villain couldn't understand what was happening. What were his monster dogs doing? Monsters instinctively recognize those who are far superior to them in strength and obey them. Kang So told the criminal that even his ability was powerless against the monster's instincts. The villain was frightened. Could he be facing an S rank or perhaps even higher? The criminal got scared and fell to the floor, saying he would surrender. He asked what the courier wanted. Kang So told the criminal that he knew many people had suffered because of these drugs. He had to hand over the drugs immediately. The drug dealer laughed. "What drugs are you talking about?" The criminal asked where the courier had seen the drugs. Why was he accusing him of distributing something he didn't have? Kang So thought that when he was walking here, he could sense the aura of these drugs. Where did it all go? Kang So looked around and noticed someone locked in a cage, trembling with fear. The criminal yelled at the courier not to touch his rabbit. Kang So picked up the animal and sensed that it was afraid for some reason. Kang So told the animal not to be afraid, that he would save it. The courier felt that the animal wanted to tell him something. Kang So told the villain that the rabbit was complaining about him. The drug dealer was surprised. How could a rabbit complain? Kang So told his opponent that he had the ability to command animals, but he treated them roughly, as if they were objects. Unexpectedly, thanks to this rabbit, bags of white powder appeared around him. The criminal shouted loudly in frustration. After a while, Ha-yun was playing with a little white rabbit at home. Lim So-young asked our hero to stop bringing animals home. It was too much. Lim So-young said that her daughter really liked the rabbit, so they would keep it, but no more animals were needed. Kang So replied that next time he would not be so careless. Kang So thought that he brought this rabbit because it could be useful. Ha-yun said she would name the rabbit Pom-Pom. The police cars arrived at their destination. The inspector reports to his boss that they have arrived at the location specified for the arrest. They found them already well neutralized. The leader of this gang, Gapsik, was buried under a mountain of bags of flammable liquid. The inspector asked the department head how she managed to do it. The girl replied that she preferred to keep her secrets to herself. The head of the inspection department thought that she was once again indebted to this man. Yu Sung-tae thanks everyone for congratulating his daughter on the premiere of the series. Ha-yun thanked everyone. The girl added that she would do her best for her viewers. Ji-eun said that this girl is just adorable. Kang So and Lee Shin also congratulated the family on the premiere of the series. Lee Shin said that the premiere of the next episode would begin any minute. Yu Sung-tae invited the guests to come into the restaurant and make themselves comfortable. He also wished everyone bon appetit. Lim So-young, greeting the guests, said that they had a lot of dishes here, so the guests should not be shy and try everything. Kang So looked back and sensed someone very powerful in the sky. At that moment, a passenger plane was flying in the sky. Kang So wondered if he was sensing an awakened level 0. The girl sitting opposite made a remark to Joseph. She told Joseph to distract himself. Was he going through withdrawal from his console? Opposite this girl sat a guy with trembling hands. Joseph told Celia that the director had warned him that if he touched the console even once more, he would have the series taken off the market forever. The guy said he didn't want to fly here. What kind of joint exercises could these countries have? It's just a waste of time. His companion replied that there was nothing they could do about it. Only other awakened individuals could examine 0-level awakened individuals. Joseph said that meant the exercises themselves were pointless. Was their real purpose simply to assess the abilities of awakened 0 levels? Well, what if that turned out to be true? Celia replied that maybe it would turn out to be true. In any case, it was necessary to make a good impression about their country. Celia asked if Joseph would share with her how he intended to test the boy's strength, since she was his assistant. Joseph replied that he would certainly like to test him, but was it necessary to do so? His assistant replied that it was necessary. If he didn't want to, she could provoke him. Even the awakened have weaknesses, because they are human too. Joseph asked if Celia knew how dangerous it was to provoke an awakened 0 level. It was like touching a nuclear bomb. The girl replied that she understood everything and suggested that Joseph get some good sleep. Suddenly, Joseph said that he sensed the approach of magical monsters. Joseph thought that 4 wyverns were approaching, and indeed, monsters were approaching the plane. Military personnel approached Joseph and his assistant. The officer introduced himself as Colonel Ronald, responsible for the young man's protection. Ronald reported that a pack of 4 monsters was approaching the plane. The colonel told the young man to fasten his seatbelt and that they would handle the situation themselves. Joseph replied that there was no need. He was getting a little bored anyway. The guy began to concentrate his inner energy in front of him, turning it into a glowing ball. The ball began to grow in size and the plane found itself inside it. It was a protective sphere. Joseph clenched his fist and said, "Fire fist." At that moment, an energy charge emerged from the sphere and struck one of the wyverns. The monsters tried to break through to the plane, but the protective sphere prevented them from doing so. Joseph continued to perform manipulations, which ultimately led to energy attacks on the attacking monsters. The monsters continued to circle around the plane. The guy said that dealing with these wyverns was like swatting a mosquito. Another attack on the surviving monster ended with the wyvern being destroyed. The young man held his palms together and said that it was all over. Celia asked the colonel if they could consider the danger to be over. The colonel nodded affirmatively. Joseph said he was bored again. He hoped that after landing, he would be able to find something to entertain himself. The plane landed at its destination airport, and people came to meet them at the ramp. The guild president, who arrived accompanied by young people, said that they had been waiting for their guests for a long time. Li Xin thought that the friendly country had sent Joseph, an awakened zero rank, here. The guild president thanked Joseph for taking the trouble to come here in person. He introduced himself, saying his name was Yun Han Chong, and he was the president of the Awakened Association. Joseph also introduced himself. Joseph, looking at Li Xin, said that he was the zero-rank awakened one in this country. Li Xin also introduced himself and said he was pleased to meet him. He thought Joseph seemed like a normal guy. Li Xin thought that his opponent didn't have such a strong aura. However, he hides his true power. It is indeed zero level. Joseph said he had a professional question for Li Xin. The guest asked if Li Xin was a gamer. Li Xin replied that he used to love games, but for several years now he has had no time for them. Joseph sympathized with his interlocutor. The foreigner asked if his conversation partner would mind if they played together sometime. Already in the car on the way to the guild, Li Xin thought that, at first glance, it was clear that Joseph was incredibly strong and definitely a gifted person. But what emanated from him when he talked about games? Was it really the energy of life? Li Xin decided that it was something else, a kind of very pure energy. Li Xin wondered why this guy brought up games in the first place. Was it some kind of foreign joke? His colleague asked what was wrong with Li Xin. Li Xin continued to wonder if Joseph meant a duel. Li Xin replied to Sunbei that nothing had happened and asked him to stop somewhere nearby. Songbei stopped the car and said that Li Xin didn't live here. The guy replied that he had somewhere to go. Li Xin decided that he needed to consult with his older brother. Songbei reminded Li Xin not to be late for joint training with the foreigner. Hayun and Kangso were spending time together in front of the restaurant. The guy was sitting in the lotus position on a mat. The girl with the fake mustache asked how her dear friend was doing. Kangso, with her lips painted, greeted Hayun. The girl was upset. She told her uncle that she was not Hayun. Her name was Sam Jun, and her uncle was her husband. The girl said that she should say, "Hello, Sam Jun. You must be tired from work. How are you?" Kangso said that it was difficult for him and asked if Hayun would play the female role. Kangso saw the lipstick and asked the girl what it was, because it wasn't hers, was it? Hayun replied that she had taken it from her mother's bedroom. Hayun added, "I just ran out of red crayons. It's obvious." Kangso said that you can't take other people's things. Their hero was called out. Kangso saw Li Xin approaching him and greeted his younger brother. Kangso wondered why Li Xin was looking at him that way. Li Xin smiled as he looked at his older brother's appearance. The young man said he had come on a very important matter. Today at the airport, he met an awakened level 0 from another country. Li Xin added that it seemed like this guy was challenging him to a fight. Kangso told Hayun to go and play in the restaurant. Hayun took off her mustache and replied that she understood everything. Kangso thought for a moment and said that level 0 was serious. People like that didn't just come around. Our hero asked his companion if it was the guy standing behind and hiding behind the pillar. Li Xin turned around sharply and indeed saw Joseph, who was trying to use an illusion to disappear. Joseph approached the young people and said that he had been hiding his presence with the help of an artifact. How did they manage to notice him? These abilities are admirable. Li Xin was surprised. Had Joseph been following him? Should he report this incident to the embassy? Joseph apologized and asked Li Xin not to take it as an insult. The foreign guest wondered who this man standing with Li Xin was. He was certainly not an ordinary person. Kangso and Joseph stared intently into each other's eyes, each studying his opponent. After a few seconds, Joseph asked what Li Xin thought of his proposal to play together. Li Xin replied that he agreed. Li Xin asked if his conversation partner meant a fight. He added that he agreed and was ready right now. Kangso told his friend that it was pointless. Li Xin replied that his brother should not try to stop him. He could not leave this insulting challenge unanswered. Our hero felt that the foreigner was not aggressive at all. Joseph expressed his joy that Li Xin had agreed to his proposal. Kangso thought that he still wanted to fight. Our hero asked his younger brother if they were going to fight. Wouldn't it be better to do it in the Deadlands? After all, here they could destroy half the city. After a while, the rivals met in the Deadlands. Joseph said it was a great idea. If they competed here, there would be no damage to civilians. Li Xin noted that this was precisely why they were here. Li Xin said he had one question. Why him? After all, there are many other awakened zero levels in the world. Joseph replied, "It may seem strange, but he loves games for the character growth effect. Leveling up a character increases their level, but he was born very strong and is unfamiliar with this phenomenon. His opponent, on the other hand, rose to his level from zero. He perfected his energy control technique and only became stronger. No one in this country can be stronger than his opponent." Joseph asked, "What is the secret behind Li Xin's rapid growth?" Li Xin thought, could it be that the energy he noticed today is just curiosity? Li Xin decided that he would not tell his opponent that his older brother had taught him this. Joseph replied that Li Xin apparently did not wish to share such information. The foreigner began to concentrate energy in his hand and lifted a huge stone block above himself. Joseph said that was even better. He would strike his blow and learn his opponent's secret anyway. Li Xin saw the stone block rushing towards him. Li Xin easily dodged the attack and, drawing his sword, lunged at his opponent. Li Xin tried to strike the foreigner, but his sword hit an invisible barrier. The guy thought that his opponent had a powerful defensive field. Joseph asked, "Is that all his opponent's power?" Li Xin felt depressed. For the first time in his life, he felt such pressure from his opponent's aura. The guy was extremely resistant. A little more, and this Joseph would crush him. Li Xin overcame his opponent's intensity and jumped high into the air. Joseph was surprised. This young man had broken through his telekinetic shield with sheer willpower alone. After another clash between the opponents, there was a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, Li Xin stood unharmed in the center of the crater. Joseph was at the edge of the cliff. Joseph said it was simply magnificent. He was thrown far away by the shock wave. The stranger thought he had not been mistaken about this guy. Li Xin held his sword forward and said he was ready to continue. Kang So, walking around the city, tried to call. The answering machine said that the called party's phone was turned off or out of range. Our hero was worried. How was Li Xin doing? Was he still fighting the foreigner? Kang So asked his younger brother to come back for dinner, especially today. After all, they were going to cook a summer menu. Yu Xiongtai invited Li Xin to eat naengmyeon. Kang So didn't know what naengmyeon tasted like, but if his friend said so, it must be very delicious. The protagonist wondered how he had not realized before that food could be so enjoyable. The city residents began to worry. Could it be that magical monsters had appeared on the outskirts? Something had hit the city's protective field. They needed to hide. Our hero thought that these two were behaving unscrupulously. They were putting the city in danger. Kang So headed for the scene of the battle along the road, wondering why they couldn't settle their differences without causing a commotion. Joseph and Li Xin were already at the bottom of the crater. Li Xin still had his sword in his hand. Joseph was fighting his opponent with his bare hands. Small scratches appeared on his body. Both fighters were bare-chested. Li Xin gathered momentum and swung his sword at his opponent. Joseph thought that this guy was getting faster with every attack. He crossed his arms in front of him and prepared to block the blow. Li Xin struck his opponent with his sword, but Joseph remained impenetrable. Joseph, using his inner reserves and enormous strength, hurled large boulders at his opponent. Li Xin fended off his opponent's attacks with his sword, while Joseph remained inside his impenetrable sphere. Kang So watched the fight and thought that these two were fighting so fiercely that they had forgotten what was going on around them. Kang So wondered if he could knock these two out to put an end to it. The protagonist did just that. First, he deactivated Li Xin, then he did the same to Joseph. Joseph came to in bed. Celia was sitting next to his bed and noted that the guy had finally woken up. Joseph wondered how he ended up in the hotel. Celia said she would like to know that too. Celia said she found Joseph lying on the doorstep covered in blood. Where had he been and what had he been doing? Joseph said he had gotten into a fight with Li Xin. The assistant was surprised. Was Li Xin really so strong that he could knock him out? Joseph said they fought for a long time, and Li Xin couldn't have defeated him. The guy got out of bed and got dressed. Celia was surprised and asked where he was going. He still needed to rest. Joseph said he had to go somewhere and would explain everything later. The guy chose to fly and, once in the protective sphere, headed for his destination. He understood that it was definitely not Li Xin who knocked him out. Joseph remembered that for a brief moment he had felt a different, incredibly strong aura. Who could possess such an aura? The guy continued to move over the city in his protective sphere and scanned the surrounding area for a powerful aura. Suddenly, Joseph sensed someone nearby. It was Li Xin. He asked if Joseph had decided to come as soon as he woke up. The stranger said he hoped to meet his opponent here. Joseph said that he was concerned about something else entirely, and without pointing, asked what was written there. The inscription at the site of their battle near the crater read, "If he fights again, he will be punished." Joseph wondered who had left such an inscription. Li Xin said aloud that brother Kang So had seen them here. Joseph remembered the meeting when he saw Li Xin talking to another guy. Perhaps it was that same brother. Could that guy Kang So be the one who knocked him out? He must be crazy. Ha-Yun and Kang So were sitting at the same table, eating. Our hero sneezed and thought it was probably because of the cold soup. Li Xin and Joseph were traveling together through the city. Li Xin asked Joseph why he was following him. The foreigner replied that Li Xin was going to his brother's place anyway, so they were going the same way. Joseph thought that he owed a lot to this man. This guy noticed how much destruction had been caused by the battle and came to stop them. In their rage, they completely forgot where they were and couldn't control themselves. If that guy hadn't stopped them, there was no telling how much damage they would have caused to innocent civilians. There was no way to repay him adequately for that. Joseph asked if Li Xin was really going to see his older brother. Li Xin expressed his indignation because Joseph said his older brother was crazy. Joseph smiled, but he didn't know that this guy was normal. Two girls watching the young men concluded that they were handsome. Plus, one of them was a foreigner. One of the friends decided that she had seen these people on social media. Someone else passing by also said that they had seen them on TV. One of them was Li Xin, the only zero-level hunter in the country. Next to him is Joseph, a zero-level hunter who came from abroad. The girls surrounded the young men and said they were their fans. Some asked for autographs. Joseph told his companion that they had problems. Li Xin agreed, that's all they needed. Joseph began to concentrate his inner energy in his hands. After that, the young men found themselves in protective shells and rose above the crowd. The fans were upset that their idols were leaving them so quickly. It was clear that these guys were using telekinesis. Joseph expressed his hope that they had not disappointed these people. Li Xin asked his companion not to tell anyone about Kang So. Joseph reassured the young man. He said he had never been a gossip. During the flight, Joseph tried to find out from Li Xin what interesting things the fans had said about him, since he did not understand the local language. Li Xin and Joseph arrived at Kang So's place. The younger brother bowed and said that he would never fight so irresponsibly again, and thanked Kang So for stopping them. Kang So said that someone had to do it, especially since Li Xin was his younger brother. Joseph bowed and also apologized to Kang So. To reassure his interlocutor, Joseph said that his mouth was sealed. Kang So advised the foreigner to be careful with his strength in the future. Our hero said he was very happy that his brother had a friend. Joseph hugged Li Xin and said that they were now great friends. Li Xin told Joseph that they should go to the banquet first. His companion was surprised. Was it really necessary to do that? Kang So was also surprised. Were they really having a banquet? Li Xin said that this banquet had been planned in advance and that there would be delegations representing their countries. It was an official event. Li Xin added that it would be very unfortunate if one of the representatives of the most powerful country in the world did not attend the banquet. Joseph had a great responsibility. Joseph replied that he wanted to talk to Mr. Kang So because he was returning to his country tomorrow. Kang So suggested that Joseph meet him in a nearby park after the banquet. He would wait for the foreigner there. There was a festive table at the banquet and many guests were present. Celia Cox, a manager from the Human Resources Department of the Awakened Association, was also present at this banquet. She drank alcohol and watched the guests. The girl concluded that the banquet organizers had offered the guests some good wine. Looking around, Celia couldn't find her companion. Where had Joseph gone? Li Xin was nowhere to be seen either. Mrs. Cox's keen eye spotted Li Xin in the crowd. She approached the young man and asked why Mr. Li was without a date today. After all, it was such a magnificent event. Li Xin replied that he hadn't had time to invite anyone to the banquet and asked what Mrs. Cox wanted with him. The young woman expressed her sincere congratulations to the young man on reaching level 0. Celia asked if Li Xin felt cramped in this small country. Celia Cox added that the association in their country was willing to pay Li Xin 5 times more than what he was earning here. The young man could consider this an invitation to join their association. Celia asked if the young man needed time to think about it. Li Xin was surprised. Was his interlocutor really offering him to change his citizenship? Celia said that her association was offering not only 5 times the salary, but also bonuses for each assignment, plus free dental insurance. Was there anything to think about? Li Xin said he was turning down the offer. Miss Cox suggested that he was a true patriot of his country and added that she would try a different approach. Cox began to threaten that if the young man refused, his beloved and very small country would suffer the consequences. The girl asked what would happen to his country if her state stopped providing assistance. Li Xin thought Joseph was right. Joseph had said earlier that the fact that Li Xin had become a 0 rank meant that his country's Federal Bureau of Hunters would try to recruit him. Perhaps they would do so at the banquet. Joseph warned Li Xin to prepare himself and be strong. Manager Celia would attack him like a bulldozer. He shouldn't be surprised. Li Xin remembered Joseph's words, but he didn't expect them to threaten his country so openly. An indignant Joseph approached the young people. He asked the girl if this was what she meant by, "I'll be delicate." Joseph continued to be indignant. How dare Celia? Miss Cox didn't lose her cool and said she was trying to bring new talent to their team. Joseph looked at his friend and said he had warned him. Joseph said that this guy was a 0-level hunter, and on the other hand, it wasn't worth dictating terms to him. That wasn't why he had flown here. Celia objected. Joseph had probably forgotten that this was exactly why they had come here. He had to confirm that this guy was indeed a zero-rank awakened one and do everything possible to lure him over. Joseph was confused. He didn't quite understand Miss Cox. Joseph asked his interlocutor why she thought he would suddenly start helping them. Celia replied that Joseph was a patriot of his country. The guy said that he was just born in that country. He didn't choose where to be born. He had no choice. If his government continued to deliberately threaten and blackmail Li Xing, he would change his citizenship to that of this country. Celia was surprised. Was Joseph in his right mind? The girl was frightened. She had been given the task of bringing Li Xin with her. She couldn't lose Joseph here, too. Celia looked at Joseph and thought he was a stubborn mule. She told him to stop joking around. Did he think he would get more here than in his homeland? Joseph said he didn't care about money or standard of living. This small country was a mecca for the gaming industry. Miss Cox was so surprised that she didn't even know how to respond. Joseph added that he was not going to compare the sizes of the two countries. It did not matter to him. Joseph added that Li Xin was much stronger than him. If they continued to pressure this guy, he would be able to drown the entire continent on which his country was located. Li Xin and Celia Cox did not expect to hear such words and both stood there, surprised with their mouths open. Miss Cox looked at Li Xin in surprise. Could this guy really be stronger than Joseph? Li Xin thought, if only this girl knew who was really strong. Joseph said that he wanted to add something to the conversation with his companion. He always followed the government's orders only because he didn't like it when people caused him trouble. Celia, on the other hand, believed that he was loyal to this government and commanded it as if he were a boy. Maybe it was time to change her attitude? The guy added that if Celia understood everything, she'd better leave. Many people at this banquet are now looking for Mrs. Cox. Joseph told his friend that now no one would bother him. Li Xin thanked the guy. Li Xin noted that the banquet would soon be over and suggested that his companion go to the park. In the park, Li Xin told his brother about the conversation that took place at the banquet, adding that Joseph had helped him avoid big problems. Kang So thanked Joseph for his help. Joseph laughed and said that friends should help each other. Kang So remarked that the foreigner turned out to be a good guy and promised to teach him something. Kang So said that if Joseph was his brother's friend, he would teach him secret zero-rank techniques. Joseph replied that he was very interested. After the training, Joseph said that it looked very cool. Kang So was delighted, knowing that this technique would suit the guy well. Joseph promised not to forget the kindness Kang So had shown him. The foreigner said that now he definitely wants to become a hunter in this country. Li Xin noted that it would not be easy. Li Xin added that his older brother wanted a quiet and peaceful life and didn't need public attention. If Joseph moved to this city, the whole world would be watching him, and sooner or later, this would expose Kang So's brother. Kang So said that they would be grateful to Joseph if he could protect their country from their government. Joseph promised to do everything in his power. Kang So went into the restaurant and told his friend that he was back. Yu Xiongtai said he wanted to take a vacation and go somewhere with his family. The restaurant owner asked if Kang So could replace him from next Monday until the end of the week. Kang So asked where Yu Xiongtai was going. Yu Xiongtai said that his daughters and the entire film crew of the series had been given vouchers to a private resort. They also got vouchers because they were her parents. Kang So asked if he could go to the resort with them too. Yu Xiongtai said that the Red Dragon Guild is very generous in giving out travel vouchers to relatives. Why not? They can all go together. Kang So said that was great and he would be very happy. Red Dragon Guild office. The guild leader was indignant. Why were the photos ruined? He rented an entire private resort just to talk to this delivery man. The man added that he couldn't immediately reject the person his daughter had fallen in love with. The assistant asked the director, what if Ji-eun wanted to marry him? The president even jumped up from his seat. How could she even think of such a thing? The head calmed down, realizing that in that case, there was nothing he could do. His daughter was in love with this guy like a schoolgirl. Yoon Hun Chong thought that in any case, he would have to meet this courier. The restaurateur's family ended up on the coast. Ha-yoon stood on the seashore and enjoyed the sun and the beach. The girl said that the sea was very beautiful. Her parents stood happily to the side. Lim So-young said it was very sweet. Their daughter was seeing the sea for the first time in her life. The welcoming party greeted the film crew of the series Revenge White Roses. The guide asked for a moment of attention and said he had important information. The speaker said that the resort was divided into 2 zones. The film crew's zone was Sector D. Under no circumstances should anyone leave Zone D. Yu Sung-tae asked how to tell where Zone D ends. The guide said that where there was an electrified fence and security guards, that was definitely the end of the safe Zone D. A strong request, do not touch the electrified fence and do not talk to the guards. If the guards approach you, show them your wristband and follow their instructions. The wristband is proof that you are a guest of the resort. The speaker said that there are no other restrictions. Dear guests can enjoy their vacation. Further, they will communicate with the hostess. The host for this family was a man wearing shorts and sunglasses. He was the head of the guild who decided to talk to these people personally. Naturally, he was here incognito. While still in his office, Yoon Han Chong decided that he would meet Kang So in person. The boss told his assistant to contact the hotel administration. He would take care of the rest himself. The girl asked, "Does the boss really want to invite this young man to the hotel?" The guild leader said that he was used to getting to know people in a genuine way, without formalities. The hostess thought, he knows that this guy came as a relative of their star, but what if he's a fraud? It is necessary to check this carefully. The hotel representative asked if the young man had any food preferences. Kang So replied that he was not picky. The host noted that the food situation was still unclear. The villa provided to the restaurateur's family was extremely beautiful. His daughter noted that you could even see the sea from there. The hostess bowed to the tourist and wished him a pleasant stay. Kang So thanked the hotel representative for his help. Yoon Han Chong noted that this guy was polite, kind, and modest in his manner. However, he still needed to be observed. Yu Sung-tae said that he had seen the hostess somewhere before. Our hero noted that he also felt a familiar aura. The hostess's aura seemed similar to Ji-eun's. Could it be a coincidence? Kang So wondered if it could be Ji-eun's father. But as far as he knew, his colleague's father was the director of the Red Dragon Guild. Why would he be here pretending to be a hostess? Ha-yoon asked if Uncle Kang So had taken Whistle and Pom-Pom with him. Kang So and the girl entered the inventory. Ha-yoon called her friends the animals. Whistle and Pom-Pom were sitting in the bushes at that moment. When they saw the girl, the rat and the bunny rushed towards her. Kang So thought that he had used the magic crystal to create a forest here, just like in his homeland. Now these little animals were frolicking here. Something caught the protagonist's eye. The boy saw a golden rose hip growing nearby. The bush was covered with berries. These were yellow berries that brought enlightenment to the mind. Rose hips are also delicious and help with hangovers. Kang So was surprised because he didn't create this bush. He doesn't know if such berries grew in his homeland. Maybe they grew on their own thanks to his memories. Ha-yoon came closer and asked what Uncle Kang So was eating. She wanted some too. Ha-yoon tried the berry he offered her and broke into a smile. Kang So asked if she liked it. The girl replied that it was a very tasty berry. Ha-yoon said it was so delicious that she could even see what the weather would be like tomorrow. Wow, thought our hero. His younger brother once said that Ha-yoon's ability would be to foresee the future and distinguish between truth and lies. This ability is called the Eye of the Priest. Kang So thought that this girl was still too young to awaken. But if she could see the future, then she was already on the verge of awakening. Ha-yoon happily ran around the lawn and played with the animals. Once upon a time, there lived an old man named Mandon Kuyon. This old man was an unusual person, just like his name. He had the gift of foresight. This old man often liked to drink alcohol. In a world of lies and hypocrisy, it was very difficult for him to live with his insight. Kang So thought that Ha-yoon was still young and that it would be even harder for her. This girl still had to learn to distinguish between good and evil. And even such a cheerful girl would have a very hard time in this world. At that time, Ha-yoon continued to play with the animals. The protagonist knew that once an ability had been awakened, it could not be sealed back away. Balance is most important in the human body. If you try to pump a person with foreign energy, this balance is disrupted. It can even shorten one's life. Kang So picked a few rose hips and thought that he couldn't let something like that happen to Ha-yoon. Our hero decided to become a wall that would protect the girl from the dangers of the world. Ha-yoon approached her uncle again and asked why he was eating so many berries like a hamster. Kang So and Ha-yoon came out of the inventory. Yu Sung-tae was already waiting for them. Yu Sung-tae asked if his friend had taken his swimming trunks. Kang So said he needed to talk to his friend. Yu Sung-tae noticed that Kang So was very serious. Had something happened? Kang So said that Ha-yoon was not an ordinary person. The girl is awakened. She has the ability of a prophet, and even at the S level. Yu Sung-tae couldn't believe it. Kang So said that it was an innate ability. The girl had simply experienced the awakening. Yu Sung-tae was a little upset. Awakened, and at such a young age. He wanted his girl to live a normal life and be happy. With such a rare gift, she would have to devote her life to a dangerous profession. Yu Sung-tae asked if Kang So could do anything to seal her awakening. Kang So replied that it was impossible. Sealing the ability with someone else's help greatly shortens a person's lifespan. Our hero handed his friend a berry and said it was a golden rose hip. If he regularly gathered these berries for Ha-yoon, it would maintain her chi harmony and spiritual powers. There were many golden rose hip bushes growing in his inventory, so there would be enough berries for every day. Kang So told his friend not to worry about his daughter. It is impossible to get rid of the ability, but it is possible to live with it if there is a teacher nearby. The main character said that he wanted to teach the girl martial arts. He hoped that it would be useful to her. Ha-yoon needed to know how to protect herself and her parents. Kang So added that Ha-yoon was as dear to him as if she were his own child. Ha-yoon turned to her uncle and said that she could see her older sister over there, and pointed. The girl said that she was watching them from there. Why didn't she come down to them? Our hero only now began to realize what an amazing ability this girl had. Hyun suggested asking Ji-eun to play with them. Kang-so told the girl that Ji-eun seemed to be busy at the moment. They would manage without her for now. Hyun thought, are all adults so boring? Hyun said she would just pretend she hadn't seen anything. She could do that. Ji-eun continued to watch the family through her binoculars. At that moment, the girl was in the hotel across the street. Ji-eun was surprised. Why was Hyun looking at her? It must be a coincidence. Ji-eun was impatient. She had to get out of there and see them. Ji-eun thought that if she went out the door, the secretary would find her. So she decided to leave the room through the balcony. This method seemed to her to be the least likely to attract attention. However, Ji-eun was discovered. The secretary entered the room and saw Ji-eun trying to jump off the balcony. Ji-eun told Secretary Jin that she had just gone out to get some fresh air. Secretary Jin asked, "Do you have to stand on the railing to get some fresh air?" Ji-eun, justifying herself, said that she just wanted to stretch after sitting at the computer for a long time. The secretary reminded her that Ji-eun was at work and should behave accordingly. Jin added that the lady was the heir to the Red Dragon Guild and had many responsibilities. Ji-eun was angry. She had just thought about leaving when Secretary Jin immediately appeared. Earlier, Ji-eun thought that she could also come incognito, like her father. Secretary Jin asked what Miss Kim was doing there. Ji-eun was upset that Secretary Jin recognized her. The secretary assumed that Miss Kim was here for work, or was she mistaken? Ji-eun was immediately taken to her workplace. Secretary Jin acted decisively. The secretary brought a stack of papers and said that the lady understood what she would be dealing with today. Jin noticed that her daughter's resemblance to her father, the guild director, was incredible. Ji-eun was upset that Secretary Jin was constantly following her, as if she had orders not to let her mistress out of her sight. Secretary Jin said that her mistress hated paperwork and was unpredictable in her actions. For example, she had sneaked into the resort undercover. Ji-eun was outraged by what the secretary was implying. The restaurateur and his family arrived at a local restaurant. Hyun noticed that it was also very beautiful here. The man who had recently been a hostess was now serving this family as a waiter. The guild leader thought that a person's true nature is revealed in unpleasant situations. As if by accident, the waiter spilled water from a glass onto Kang-so's clothes. The waiter apologized, saying it was an accident. He was curious to see Kang-so's reaction to the situation. Kang-so said that it was no big deal. It was just water, it would dry, and there would be no trace left. The waiter shouldn't worry. The guild leader thought that this guy didn't even flinch, even though it's very difficult to control yourself in such a situation. Yoon Han-chung noted that this guy had supreme self-control. Incidentally, these people ate simple food and looked like an ordinary family. The warrior who destroyed the monsters said he had absolutely no time. He told the monsters to get out of his way. This man attacked another monster with his sword and shouted for it to get out of the way. When the great catastrophe happened, he experienced the awakening and frantically fought his way through crowds of monsters to his home. But when he got there, it was too late. He found his wife dead. She had sacrificed herself to save the children. That day, he made a vow to his wife. No matter what happened, he would protect his children with all his might. The warrior swore that he would destroy anyone who threatened his family. Hichul found many like-minded people. Everyone wanted to protect their families and get rid of the monsters. Naturally, the first and largest guild was formed, the Red Dragon Guild. However, the more responsibility Hichul took on, the less time he had for his children. Ji-eun and Ho-won followed in his footsteps and became hunters. As high-ranking hunters, his children became an important part of the guild, and as part of their work, they began to see their father more often. But can working hours together be considered family time? Hichul tried to remember the last time he had dinner with his children. All they talked about was work. The guild leader couldn't remember the last time he cut tonkatsu for his children. Kang-so told the girl that he would cut her a cutlet. Hyun thanked her uncle for that. This young man seemed very pleasant and made a good impression on Hichul. Kang-so took a knife in his hand and, using magic, used it for its intended purpose. The cutlet on the girl's plate was immediately cut evenly. The waiter was surprised. The girl's uncle cut the cutlet so quickly. Kang-so wished Hyun bon appetit. Hichul couldn't understand what had just happened. Did this guy really cut the cutlet? Or maybe he wielded the table knife as if it were a sword. The cut on the cutlet was so even, as if it had been cut with a scalpel. Even other awakened ones couldn't do that. The guildmaster wondered who this young man really was. Continuing to analyze, the waiter suggested that this guy had even cut the cutlet not with a knife, but with his aura. There was not a single scratch left on the plate after this cutting. With the energy required for such a cut, the plate would have also been damaged. Hakiel doubted that even in their guild there was a person capable of such delicate work. There were rumors that this guy was F rank, but that was not the case. Was he really just an ordinary delivery boy from an ordinary Asian restaurant? Perhaps he was a secret agent of the Silver Tower? But then the management would have noticed how talented he was. A girl approached Haechul from behind, put her hand on his shoulder, and said she wanted to talk to her father. Ji-eun said she had something serious to discuss. The girl asked her father what he was doing there. Haechul was surprised that his daughter knew about it. He had disguised himself perfectly. Jian said that it didn't matter. He shouldn't evade the question and should tell her what he was doing there. The guild leader replied to his daughter that he had simply decided to check out the resort services from the inside. After all, he was a master of disguise. Jian continued her interrogation. Then why didn't he leave the table where Kang So was sitting? Hachel continued to wriggle out of the situation. He told his daughter that he was not interested in this young man, but in the family he had come with. His daughter continued, "In that case, why is her father interested in this family?" Hachul did not give up. Yu Song-tai once worked as a freight forwarder in the association, and they know each other. He was very happy to meet him by chance. Hachul added that his daughter now works at this man's restaurant. It's a small world. Jian wondered if she had been worrying for nothing. The guild leader added that he was not interested in Kang So at all, and it did not matter to him who he was. Her father stated that the most important thing for him was for his daughter to be happy with him. Jian asked if it would be a marriage that was disadvantageous for the guild. Hachul said that he had raised his daughter to be independent. She didn't need a boyfriend to lead the guild. Her father asked if his daughter could spare some time to see him and her brother. He hadn't had dinner with his children in so long. Hachul added that this time there would be no talk of business, only family conversations. Jian smiled and said she agreed. Kang So and the restaurateur's family's short vacation ended without incident. A few days passed, and Ha-Yun was playing with her peers at the playground. The boys were arguing about who would swing with Ha-Yun. Her friend said that the boys could take turns swinging with her. The mothers of these children stood aside and watched the little ones while talking. A stranger appeared from behind a tree and watched the children. One of the girls noticed the man who came out from behind the tree and headed towards her. The stranger deliberately fell to the ground and groaned in pain, pretending he had hurt himself. The girl asked what had happened to the man and approached him. The man got up and said that he had fallen and seemed to have broken his leg. Could the girl help him? The girl replied that she would help the man get back on his feet. Ha-Yun sensed something was wrong and shouted for Mi-yeon not to approach the man. Ha-Yun took her friend by the arm and said that the man wasn't hurt at all, that he was faking it. The man stood up and said, "Is this girl saying that he is a liar? Is she accusing an innocent adult uncle?" The stranger raised his hands and said, "So this girl is bad." The girls were frightened and began to cry. Ha-Yun shouted for the squeaker to help her. The rat hiding in Ha-Un's hood flashed its eyes and jumped out. Krongi decisively, without hesitation, rushed at the stranger. The man was frightened and jumped aside. He couldn't understand what it was. A bird or a mouse? The mothers heard their children's cries and rushed to their aid. What was going on there? Ha-Yun said that this man was lying. He wanted to steal Mi-yeon. The villain lay on his back and tried to get rid of the rat. He thought he had been exposed and needed to run away. The stranger threw away the squeaky rat and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. He ran away. As he ran away, the villain thought that this rat had ruined everything for him. The villain also thought that the second girl who had approached had ruined everything too. Suddenly, someone ran out from around the corner and attacked the villain. This stranger shouted for the villain to stop immediately. The villain lost his footing and they both fell to the ground. Tape and rope fell out of the villain's backpack. The man who had jumped out from around the corner grabbed the villain by the leg and shouted that he couldn't run away anyway. The villain began to kick his opponent with his free leg. The guy shouted that he would not let him go anyway. The criminal said that now he would have to use his aorta on him and swung his fist. The criminal asked, "Can't this guy see that he's awake? Does he really want to go to the other world? It would be better if he let him go." The guy understood that he was in serious danger, but he still shouted that he couldn't let the criminal go. The villain punched the young man several times and asked what he had done to be called a criminal. The villain left the beaten young man in the doorway and walked away in the opposite direction. The beaten boy thought that he would not have time to call the police and that the villain might disappear. The next moment, the protagonist was standing in front of the villain. The criminal asked, "Who's this?" The villain said that this guy had better pretend he hadn't seen anything. He didn't have time to beat him up too. The villain didn't even have time to blink before he was punched in the neck. In another moment, the criminal was deactivated and lying face down on the ground. Our hero approached the injured young man. The guy was surprised. This man knocked out the awakened one with one blow. Was that even possible? Kang So reached out his hand to the young man and asked how he was feeling. The young man thanked him for his concern and said he was fine. At that moment, the children and their parents approached. Ha-Yun said she was glad to see her uncle. Ha-Yun told everyone that this bad uncle was lying on the ground asleep. Kang So wondered how Ha-Yun knew this man. The injured young man said that this scoundrel had tried to kidnap Ha-Yun's girlfriend. Kang So told everyone that this young man had neutralized the scoundrel. The women began to thank the young man, saying that he was a good man and that they were very grateful to him. The girls also thanked the kind man. The young man thought, why did this guy hide the details? He must have some reason to give all the credit for this deed to someone else. Kang So thought he had seen this guy before, and at that time, he seemed physically strong. Lim So-young offered the rescuer a meal at her restaurant as a consolation. The young man said he didn't want to burden anyone. Kang So pointed out that it would be rude to refuse, as this guy was now an honored guest. The young man agreed and added that he wanted to say something to Lim Soo-young. This conversation concerned Lim Soo-young's daughter, Ha-yoon. Kang-so was surprised, wondering how this guy knew Ha-yoon. Yoo Seung-tae set the table and said that there wasn't much to choose from, but in any case, he wished him bon appétit. The stranger thanked the restaurateur. The young man said that he had recently moved to this city and that his name was So Tae-bak. He asked if Yoo Seung-tae had noticed any suspicious individuals in the vicinity of the restaurant. The girl's father said he hadn't seen anyone suspicious. Kang Seo asked what So Tae-bak knew. So Tae-bak said that everyone present probably knew that Ha-yoon already had a fan club. The number of members exceeded 10,000. The guy added that he was number 10,004. Yoo Seung-tae couldn't believe that his daughter had her own fan club. So Tae-bak said that he lost his younger sister when he was a child. It was as if he saw his little sister in Ha-yoon. Kang So asked what was wrong with his fan club. So Tae-bak said that paparazzi photos, clearly taken without permission, had started appearing in the community. He thought that someone who was stalking her was a member of the fan club. Yoo Seung-tae was frightened. Was there really someone stalking his daughter? So Tae-bak said that this worried him too, and he thought it would be best to warn Ha-yoon about the danger. The guy added that he didn't know where the girl lived. He thought that if he found out where she lived, even to warn her, he would be no better than a stalker. So he gave up on the idea. But apparently his good intentions helped him. By a miraculous coincidence, he met Ha-yoon. So Tae-bak was surprised when he saw the girl being helped across the road. The guy added that he wanted to catch up with the girl and tell her about her stalker. However, he couldn't approach her because the traffic light turned red. Then she left. Today he saw her again, and this time a suspicious guy wanted to attack her and her friend. So Tae-bak didn't think it was the same stalker, but unfortunately, Ha-yoon could become a target for many bad people because of her popularity. Therefore, he insists that Ha-yoon never be left alone on the street again. Yoo Seung-tae was touched. This man really cares about Ha-yoon. He said that now he would take care of his daughter's safety himself. The restaurant owner reached out his hand to the guest and said that he didn't even know how to repay him for his kindness. Suddenly, the young man's heart began to ache. It began to beat strangely. The guy grabbed his chest and cried out loudly. Yoo Seung-tae was frightened. What was wrong with the young man? So Tae-bak said that it was nothing serious. He had had heart problems for a long time. Kang So thought it seems he was right. A ray of sunshine, a natural gift, perfect muscles for martial arts, and a huge supply of solar energy. However, the possessor of the sunbeam gift has an excess of yang energy, which leads to heart disease. So these people, as a rule, do not live to see middle age. At most, they live to be 30. The scorching yang energy blocks yin energy. These people cannot awaken even when they have accumulated enough energy. In this guy's case, the yang energy is simply destroying him. At this rate, he could die within 6 months. So Tae-bak caught his breath and said that he seemed to have calmed down. Yoo Seung-tae asked if the young man should see a doctor. His companion replied that he had tried, but the doctors couldn't diagnose him, and apparently he would have to live with it. Kang So asked again, "Is this man's name So Tae-bak?" Kang So added that if So Tae-bak had free time, he could spend it training with him. The guy replied that he worked the night shift at a store, so he had a lot of free time. Kang So remarked that they had met by happy coincidence, so why not become friends? Unless, of course, So Tae-bak had any objections. So Tae-bak said he didn't mind. Our hero then suggested they meet in the park tomorrow. So Tae-bak said that training wouldn't interfere with his plans and added that he would come tomorrow. The young men said goodbye, and Yoo Seung-tae told So Tae-bak to be careful. Yoo Seung-tae asked his friend, "Does he really want to make this guy a fighter, or is it just for his health?" Yoo Seung-tae added, "What should he do about this stalker?" Kang So replied that his friend shouldn't worry. He would take care of it. Early in the morning, Kang So was already at the agreed-upon spot in Marine Park. So Tae-bak appeared in the distance, hurrying to the meeting. The guy ran up a little out of breath and said he tried not to be late. But why did Kang So decide to meet here? He had heard that demons sometimes appear in large parks like this. Kang So said that his companion need not worry about that. He had heard that there were conscious, awakened citizens in this park, and they regularly cleaned it up. Therefore, demons had not been seen here for a long time. Our hero was joined by other people who came with the flower fairy. They asked why Kang So was here so early today. Kang So greeted them and said that the rest of the health marathon participants had arrived. One of the newcomers said that if the guy trained with him, it would be very good for his health. The flower fairy said that this young man was much slimmer than her boss. She added that she would motivate her boss. Kang So asked So Tae-bak if he had come just for physical training. The guy nodded affirmatively. Kang So said he asked because they usually don't just do physical training. So Tae-bak admitted that he still didn't know why he had been called here. Kang So announced that they were going to the equipment room. This guy needed special training. Everyone present understood that the teacher would be conducting special training today. So Tae-bak was afraid of what these people had in mind. Kang So's inventory, Gyeolsun District. Kang So told them all to enter the inventory. So Tae-bak cried out in surprise. He found himself in an unfamiliar place on a snow-covered area. Kang So told the boy not to be afraid, that it was just his inventory. So Taibok said that he had never entered the inventory in his life. It was very beautiful here. The guy said it felt like they were in nature. It was just incredible. Did all awakened people have this? Kang So expressed hope that his companion wasn't cold. So Taibok noted that he tolerates the cold very well. The young man was surprised. Even his heart didn't bother him at all in the cold. It was just great. Kang So thought that this was another characteristic of the sunbeam ability. Thanks to the excess of yang energy, he hardly feels the cold. So Taibok asked if he had been brought here just to train. Kang So took a candle in his hand and said that his companion would now understand everything. So Taibok sat in the lotus position, holding a lit candle in front of him. Kang So was behind him. The guy asked what this practice was for. Kang So said that So Taibok should trust him and concentrate. Kang So thought that even though this guy had superpowers, he wouldn't understand it until it was demonstrated to him. Our hero decided to help the young man experience it for himself. He began to perform various manipulations with his hands while standing behind the guy. Yang energy blocks his meridians and prevents him from controlling his enormous power. But everything can change. Kang So concentrated a cluster of energy between his palms and decided to direct it in the right direction. The protagonist placed his palms on the young man's back, thereby driving this energy into his body. So Taibok's heart was pierced by a stream of energy. The flame from the candle So Taibok was holding grew to incredible proportions. The young man screamed loudly in fear. So Taibok threw the candle aside and fell onto his back. The young man did not expect such a reaction. The extinguished candle lay nearby. So Taibok got up and asked what that was. Kang So replied that the candle showed the level of power. It was made so that its flame would burn in the hands of the holder according to his energy potential. Could the candle really show the power of one's aura? But that was impossible. So Taibok said that he was not awakened and had a G rank. Where did someone like him get an aura, especially one so large? Kang So said that the guy is special. He has a unique energy system, and an excess of yang energy causes blockages in his meridians. That is why the association's equipment did not recognize his power. Kang So said that he had just cleared the young man's meridians. That would be enough for now. So Taibok was surprised. So Kang So had cured him? The young man began to cough, and blood appeared in his mouth. Kang So said that this was only a cleansing of the meridians, and it would not last long. It cannot be done often, as it will have serious side effects. Kang So added that these symptoms would soon pass, but that wasn't the problem. All living things strive to maintain their form, but their yang energy is constantly seeking a way out. The heart beats wildly, and muscle mass builds up on its own without effort. All this is the result of the body's struggle with an internal threat. Yang energy cannot be kept locked up. His condition is the result of a blockage of yang energy. Inside, So Taibok burns the same flame he saw in the candle. One day, the flame may break free and burn him. So Taibok was frightened. He did not like this prospect. Kang So said that the young man had no more than 6 months to live, all because of the flame that was blocked inside his body. So Taibok was frightened. Was there really nothing that could be done? Kang So replied that there was, which was why they had come here. So Taibok asked if he would have to practice in this icy place, and then he would recover. Kang So replied that this was not entirely the case. The cold would make him feel better, but it wouldn't help with his illness. So Taibok had to learn how to safely release his yang energy. Over the next 15 days, they would train using a special method. As a bonus, the young man would learn martial arts. His immediate goal was to light this candle with his own efforts. So Taibok was surprised. Would 15 days be enough? Kang So said that it wouldn't be enough for others, but the young man had a special ability called Sunbeam, so he would be able to do it. Kang So warned that the training would be grueling. If the young man was not ready, he could refuse. So Taibok thought that Kang So would never lie to him. If his life was in danger, the choice was obvious. He said he agreed. So Taibok said he had nothing to lose and asked Kang So to help him. Kang So said that the young man had made a good choice and, taking him by the shoulder, lifted him off the ground. Kang So threw the guy high up in the air and said they were starting the lesson. So Taibok was frightened again and shouted that it was too sudden. The training continued, and now the young man was developing his physical endurance. He was in a half-squat position, trying to hold burning candles. So Taibok ran bare-chested through the snowy areas. No matter how hard the young man tried, he still couldn't light the candle. The training continued. 15 days passed. Our hero, standing on top of a cliff, watched the young man. Kang So said that now So Taibok could prepare to leave. The teacher added that the young man's time had come. So Taibok sat in the lotus position again and held an unlit candle in front of him. At some point, the wick on the candle ignited and the flame began to grow in size. The teacher said that now the guy could even control the size of the fire. So Taibok agreed with Kang So. The student said that it was all thanks to his teacher. Kang So admitted that even he did not expect such results. So Taibok added that compared to his teacher's fire last time, he still had a long way to go. Kang So said that last time he just released the accumulated energy. Now that all the meridians are cleared, the condition has become more stable. The young man asked if that meant he was now completely healthy. Kang So replied that all his meridians were now open. He felt no pain in his heart. So Taibok said that he really couldn't even remember the last time his heart had hurt. Kang So noted that the size of the fire could be increased with constant practice. The size of the fire would be an indicator of his strength. The stronger the fire, the stronger the young man. So Taibok was surprised by his newfound abilities. Kang So said that the last competition here would be a contest with him. Was the young man ready for this? The student bowed and said he was ready to try and fight the master. So Taibok took a boxing stance and prepared to attack. The student shouted that he was attacking and lunged at his master. Kang So blocked his opponent's attack with a slight movement of his hand and directed his movement in another direction. So Taibok tried many more times to land at least one blow on his master, but it was all in vain. So Taibok thought he had become much faster, but his master seemed to be on a completely different level. Kang So kicked the ground hard, and the resulting shockwave threw his opponent up into the air, along with a piece of the ground. So Taibok thought that his teacher possessed incredible power, but what if he used it against him? The guy pushed off and, gaining speed, flew straight at his teacher from above. Moving from side to side to confuse his opponent, So Taibok approached his teacher, who stood calmly in one place. At one point, the student found himself behind Kang So. He tried to punch him. The blow reached its target and was so powerful that Kang So was knocked aside. So Taibok was surprised. Had he really managed to deliver a fiery fist strike? Kang So said it was amazing. So Taibok had achieved the ability to use energy for his strikes. Our hero said that now his student could safely descend the mountain. So Taibok thanked his teacher and said that it was all thanks to his efforts. Kang So asked if the young man was ready to retake the test in the Silver Tower. So Taibok asked if his teacher meant the test for the rank of Awakened. Kang So nodded affirmatively. He thought the results would be quite positive. The next day arrived, the Awakened Association. The girl was surprised. Someone who wasn't awakened received a G rank, and now he wants to retake the test? So Taibok asked, would it really not work? The girl told the guy to put his hands on the balls and wait. The young man complied, and the girl thought, there will always be people like that. These dissatisfied people cannot accept their low level and constantly ask for a retest. After a while, So Taibok left the association building and ran up to the teacher. Kang So asked what the result was. So Taibok told his teacher not to be surprised. He had been told that he was an awakened A rank. Kang So thought he knew it all along. He congratulated his student and said it was a gift for the occasion. The gift was a healing root that contained a strong charge of yin energy. It would replenish the young man's missing energy. So Taibok burst into tears and said that the teacher had saved his life, taught him martial arts, and now he had given him a gift. The student said that he did not even know how to thank his benefactor for everything. He definitely wanted to do something for his teacher, if only it was within his power. Kang So said it wasn't necessary, but if the student wanted it so badly, then he had one request for the young man. A few days passed. Hayun was walking down the road with her mother. The girl was humming a song. A paparazzi with a camera appeared from around the corner and said that Hayun was very cute after all. He would take many good photos today. Suddenly, a man snatched the camera from the paparazzi. The man was indignant. What was going on? The stranger said that secretly photographing people without their consent was a crime. The paparazzi was indignant. Who was this man to interfere in other people's business? The stranger took off his sunglasses and introduced himself. He was Miss Hayun's bodyguard. A storm was raging over the city. There was a lot of lightning and heavy rain. At the bottom of the sea, near the crevice, there were many monsters. Glowing lights appeared from the crevice, and a loud growl was heard. The lights began to approach and turned into the eyes of a monster, which said that the time had finally come. The monster told its people to go to the land. Its monsters could frolic and eat whatever they wanted. The monsters could destroy people and extract their aura of despair. The monster told its people to crawl onto land and do its bidding. The rain continued to fall without stopping. Our hero's restaurant was operating as usual. There was freshly cooked chicken soup on the table in bowls. Kang So tasted the dish and said it was delicious. Yu Song-tai was pleased with this assessment. Hayun also told her father that it was very tasty. Lim So-young told her daughter not to rush because the dish had not cooled down yet. The television news anchor reported that the rainy season in the region was continuing. The Awakened Association issued a warning about the possible appearance of water monsters. Citizens should exercise caution and return home safely. Yusunte explained to his friend that this happens during prolonged rainfall. During this season, many amphibious monsters are usually reported. They usually appear in large numbers, and water makes them stronger. Our hero realized that water monsters are a problem at this time of year. Suddenly, someone asked for help. It was the flower fairy, Dosen. Kang So let the flower fairy in and asked what had happened. Dosun said she needed help because her friends were in danger. Dosun explained that her friends, the water fairies, were being attacked by a large number of water monsters. Yu Sung-tai responded, "How could anyone go to the water in such weather, let alone rescue them from water monsters? Maybe they should just wait for the people from the Awakened Association." The restaurateur added that it was too dangerous. As always in such cases, Kang So said he would go and sort things out. Kang So noted that he couldn't refuse his friend when she asked for help. The protagonist went outside, put Dosun on his shoulder, and picking up speed, rushed to the coast. Kang So asked the flower fairy to explain in more detail what had happened. Dosun said that at first there were as many monsters as there usually are during the season, but suddenly there were many more, and her friends, the water fairies, were forced to seek refuge. Kang So remembered that there were many more monsters. This type of monster reproduces at a high rate. However, that's not the point. Could the reason be a portal that opens somewhere? We need to find this portal, enter it, and eliminate the cause. Upon arriving at the coast, the flower fairy said that it was located here. Dosun began to call her friends. The flower fairy's friends, the water fairies and the punks, swam to the surface. They were surprised. Why was Dosun here? They had agreed that she should run away. Dosun said she had brought someone who could help them. The pundits wondered how this person could help them. One of them said that it was impossible. There were too many seahorses and sea eyes. The person would surely destroy these monsters. Kang So was surprised. Were these seahorses and sea eyes really such powerful creatures? Punik said that they were powerful, and there were many of them, and it was impossible to deal with them alone. Another Punik was surprised. How could a person understand what they were saying? Dosun said that this man was very strong and magical. The pundits asked why she was praising him. Dosun noted that this man was even stronger than their Queen of Flowers. Punik said that it was still impossible because humans are not the best swimmers and cannot breathe underwater. Kang So said that there was no need to worry about that. He pushed off from the shore and jumped into the water. Kang So, accompanied by the punks, began to sink to the bottom. The water fairy asked if this guy really didn't need air. Kang So thought that this was possible thanks to a breath-holding technique. To do this, you need to slow your heart rate to the limit. With this technique, the need for air is reduced so much that you can spend several hours underwater. The side effects are numbness in the limbs and hypothermia. Kang So knew that his body would not be affected by these effects because he could control his internal energy flow. Kang So sank to the bottom and saw a huge number of punks looking at him. They were compactly arranged at the bottom. The water fairies were surprised. Could there really be a water-dwelling human? Who was he? Pundikan said that Dosun had brought this man to them, saying that he would help them. This man is their friend, but how can he help alone? There are so many monsters. He won't be able to cope. Our hero sensed the approaching danger. He realized that there were many monsters below. Khan asked if the man wanted them to wait for him here, but he couldn't handle it alone. It was dangerous down there. Kang So pushed off and began to sink deeper into the crevice. Kang So saw one of the monsters, a monstrous eye. The opponents looked at each other intently. The protagonist looked down and saw a huge number of similar sparkling eyes. He thought there were hundreds of them here. The monster's tentacles began to reach upward to capture this man. At one point, Kang So's hands were tied with green tentacles. After a short time, the man was wrapped in tentacles from head to toe. The pundits, standing at the edge of the crevice, thought that the monsters had caught the man with their tentacles. This was very bad. Kang So felt the monsters injecting neurotoxins through their spines. Such a dose of poison would have led to complete paralysis in a normal person. Our hero now understood why the water spirits had fled so hastily. After all, this was a very powerful poison. The monster's eyes watched this man. Kang So realized that it was time for decisive action. The tentacles tightened around our hero's neck. The guy knew that this poison had no effect on a master like him. His body resisted any toxins. Kang So took a deep breath and tensed up. In an instant, all the tentacles entangling him were torn apart. Our hero did not understand why so many demons had appeared in this place at once. They seemed to be guarding something and did not want to leave. Kang So wondered what exactly the monsters were guarding. The monster eye continued to watch the man. Kang So delivered a decisive blow with his fist and destroyed the monster. The guy began to move around the area and deal with the monsters present here with powerful blows. Kang So cleared his path and moved deeper and deeper. He was interested in another monster. Kang So approached a monster of incredible size. It was the one guarded by smaller monsters. Descending to the very bottom, Kang So found himself right in front of a huge monster eye. Kang So had no choice but to deliver a powerful slashing blow with the edge of his palm to this monster. Kang So moved from monster to monster, cutting the monsters into pieces with powerful blows. It was incredible. The pundits said it was impossible to believe. How could a human be so strong? This was clearly no ordinary person. Kang So thought he had already destroyed many, but they seemed to be coming from somewhere like a stream. Strangely enough, there were even more monsters now. Kang So saw something deep inside the cave and felt a strange aura emanating from it. It looked like a portal. The guy thought he had to destroy the portal, otherwise these monsters would keep coming. That's why they were guarding this place. Our hero did not want to harm the home of the water spirits, the Punaki. The protagonist began to accumulate his inner energy. He saw no other way out. Kang So began to create powerful whirlpools at the bottom of the sea. Kang So decided to direct the resulting tornado straight at the portal. The guy put all his strength and maximum energy into pushing the tornado from its place and directing it towards the portal. Kang So was getting closer. The portal was already very close. Our hero was swift. Huge masses of water, swirling in a whirlpool, approached the portal. There was a huge burst of energy. Its direction was toward the open portal. The people on the surface saw a huge column of water rising from the seabed. The man under the umbrella, standing with his back to the shore, heard that something had happened behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see what kind of energy surge it was. This man was one of those who fought monsters on land. Kang So made his way to the shore, with the flower fairy sitting on his shoulder. Punniks were swimming nearby in the water. Our hero apologized for destroying the portal. He had also partially collapsed the water fairy's cave. The water fairies were not upset, because everything could be rebuilt. They decided to thank this man. People who were busy destroying monsters ran up to our hero. The guy thought that he had failed to hide the power of his blow under the water. Kang So told the punks that they had already thanked him and that it was time for him to leave. With that, the guy quickly disappeared. The punks were afraid that they had been ungrateful. The flower fairy thought that this man was simply amazing. Was he really in such a hurry to get home? The man holding a glass of wine in his hand angrily crushed it. Malin was angry. Had the portal disappeared? To clarify the information, divers were sent to the bottom of the sea. Underwater researchers conducted a survey of the seabed. After surfacing, they reported on the information they had gathered. The divers said that there were at least several hundred monsters on the seabed and that they were being destroyed there. The diver reported that the portal seemed to have been destroyed. The guy thought that even during the rainy season, sea spirits could reach C rank. An experienced hunter could easily deal with several at once. But underwater, there may be individuals that have reached B rank and above. Usually, such monsters are lured out of the water and fought on land. However, how could so many monsters be destroyed, especially underwater? This man assumed that only Li Xin was capable of such a feat, but he is currently elsewhere on a mission. So this time, the one with 0 level intervened. A subordinate approached the young man and said that an order had come from above to stop the investigation. The young man asked who had given the order. The subordinate said that the chairman himself had given the order. The young man went straight to his boss's office. He wondered why the investigation had been suddenly halted. Could it be that the hunter with 0 rank had reached the higher-ups? One thing he knew for sure, this man had enough power to destroy this world. The young man thought that Myung-hee had last seen him during the Kaval case. Why hadn't she said anything yet? He should check. Myung-hee thought that this time, during the sea monster attack, Kang So must have intervened again. This guy always shows up when things get really tough. If he hadn't helped her against Kaval, she could have said goodbye to life. Although she had mastered a new technique, she was still not strong enough. Myung-hee opened the box. She decided she would have to resort to this method. It was the sacred weapon, the Dagger of Uriel. This S-rank artifact increases damage to dark attributes by 50%. It increases the user's speed and health by 30%, as well as fire resistance by 20%. This artifact was owned by Wu Haiyan, who was called the embodiment of Judge Uriel. Wu Haiyan was her teacher and first love. Haiyan Songbei was always talented and friendly to everyone. Many respected him and saw him as a role model. He was also in her heart. The girl stands in front of a huge one-eyed monster holding a club in its hand. Behind the monster was the entrance to a cave. The one-eyed monster swung and wanted to crush the girl with one blow of his club. However, a warrior with a sword stepped in to protect the girl and cut the monster and its club into pieces. He asked if Myung-hee was okay. Myung-hee saw that Songbei's hand was bleeding. The girl said that the guy's arm was seriously injured. Could he move? A new group of one-eyed monsters was approaching the people. Songbei shouted for Myung-hee to run away immediately, saying he would hold off the monsters. After a while, Songbei was wounded. The girl found him lying on the burning ground. Myung-hee told Sunbei to hang in there a little longer. A team of healers would arrive soon. Sunbi told Myung-hee to take this double sword with her. The girl asked what that meant. Sunbi replied that it was the title of Judge Uriel. He wanted Myung-hee to have this sword. Sunbi lost consciousness and dropped the double sword from his hands. At the hero's funeral, the girl thought that she had failed to fulfill Haiyan Sunbi's last request. Every time she looked at the dagger, she remembered his face. Myung-hee took the sword out of the box. She could no longer hesitate. She would not stand by and do nothing with the dagger in her hands, as she had done last time. Myung-hee no longer wanted the past to hold her back. Jinho asked if Myung-hee had finally decided to take up the dagger. The girl replied that if she had used it earlier, she could have saved many lives. Last time, during the incident with the Alenins agency, she couldn't even pull it out of its sheath because she immediately remembered Haiyan Songbei. Myung-hee said that Songbei left her the sword because he believed in her. Jinho said that meant the girl had finally gathered her courage. Myung-hee declared that she had to become stronger. She would no longer shy away from what she had to do. Myung-hee asked what Jinho was doing there at that time. The guy said he wanted to ask her something. Jinho added that he thought it could be done next time. Jinho asked if his colleague wanted to go somewhere when the rainy season was over. They had been so busy lately. Myung-hee blushed with embarrassment. Was Jinho asking her out on a date? Jinho also blushed with embarrassment and said it wasn't a date. Jinho decided to trust Myung-hee and wait a little longer. It might not happen right away, but she would surely be the first to talk about the guy with 0 points if she trusted him. Jinho thought that it was quite possible that the guy was a good person. Moreover, judging by the events he had been involved in, he always came to the rescue. And Myung-hee wasn't silent for no reason. Jinho caught himself thinking that he was also interested in Woo Hae-in's double sword. Jinho remembered his conversation with Sonbi. Sonbi asked if his conversation partner knew what he was really like. He only looked normal on the outside, but Jinho knew that he was one of those who constantly craved battle and blood. Would Jinho mind if he took Myung-hee away from him? Sonbi added that a good guy like Jinho would be a better match for her. Therefore, he should protect her. Jinho told Sonbi not to worry, they are not alike. Jinho thought that he would not let Myung-hee cry again. At the restaurant, Yoo Sung-tae asked his friend if he had solved the problem. He had just received a call telling him that Do-soon had returned. Yoo Sung-tae suggested that his pensive friend have a drink. Yoo Sung-tae said that Kang-so was thinking about something again. He looked restless. Maybe his friend would tell him everything. Yoo Sung-tae said that he didn't need to hide anything from him, since they were family. Kang-so said that he just wanted to live a normal life. He didn't understand why he always got involved in certain situations. Yoo Sung-tae said that after hearing those words, he somehow remembered the moment when he first learned about Kang-so's abilities. Yoo Sung-tae told the young man that the awakened of high rank were like the blue-blooded people of ancient times. Kang-so replied that this made him even less inclined to become awakened. Kang-so told his interlocutor that he once possessed wealth and fame. Although it was too late, he realized how futile and fleeting it all was. And when all these unexpected events happened to him, he became convinced that it was all like a fleeting dream. Yoo Sung-tae asked if his friend didn't want to be awakened. The restaurateur added that he felt sorry to see Kang-so wasting his life with such abilities, but he couldn't interfere. It seemed to him that the guy had his reasons. Kang-so said he hadn't mentioned any reasons. In that place, he wielded enormous power and hardly lived a normal life. So why, now that he had started living like a normal person, did he constantly get into trouble? Yoo Sung-tae was surprised that his friend was concerned about such questions. Perhaps it wasn't easy for him. Yoo Sung-tae, pouring alcohol, added that he couldn't always understand Kang-so. But still, if Kang-so still had such warm feelings, it was proof that he was a normal person. Their meetings also took place only because Kang-so saved Ha-yoon. Yoo Sung-tae stated that it's not just a calm and quiet life that can be called normal. Helping loved ones in trouble is also part of normal life. Kang-so tries to help people and live a quiet life so that no one will find out that he is awakened. Kang-so shouldn't get hung up on the phrase ordinary life. He just needs to relax. He should consider helping those in need to be part of ordinary life. Yoo Sung-tae added that it was good that Kang-so seemed to have found a little more peace of mind after meeting his family. Yoo Sung-tae was also pleased, as it had helped him as well. Kang-so thought how fortunate he was to have met Yoo Sung-tae. Now our hero has sorted out his confused feelings. There is a cave at the bottom of the sea. Deep inside the cave, a guard stands at a large door. The man struck his fist and asked in surprise, "Have the water spirits who went to their lair been completely destroyed? Were they really destroyed by those weaklings?" The servant told his boss that a man had appeared and swept away everyone in his path. Although I didn't believe it, could all this really be the work of one man? The monster, a subordinate, asked Lord Dagon to give them another chance. He asked for mercy. The man sitting on the throne was surprised. What mercy was he talking about? Dagon, lord of the water creatures, added that he simply could not stand all these problems. The destroyed servant was dragged away by his subordinates. Dagon said that twice as many soldiers should be sent there. Another monster approached Lord Dagon with a report. The monster reported that Mr. Mullen had arrived. Dagon was surprised. Why did this man come here? It was better not to get involved with him. Dagon leaned back on his throne and said that he was tired of everything. The servant should say that he was not there and send Mullen away. However, Mullen was already there and said that Mr. Dagon was still as idle as ever. Mullen raised his hat and greeted Mr. Dagon. Dagon said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked what had happened. Mullen replied that it seemed that he was too concerned. Perhaps he remembered that the volume of pill deliveries was absurdly small. Or perhaps he was concerned that Dagon was still leading an idle life. He wanted to alleviate this concern a little, which is why this meeting took place, to check something. Dagon said that he had been trying very hard lately. It seemed that worry was in his blood. Dagon added that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Mullen noted that the army of water spirits that had occupied the land had been completely wiped out along with the portal. Dagon was surprised because he himself had only just found out about it. How did Mullen know? Mullen added that, unlike other collectors, Dagon has recently been trusting only his own people. Could he still not understand how reckless such behavior was? Mullen noted that this was precisely why Mr. Dagon was in such a state. Dagon was furious, and there was a burst of energy. Dagon immediately appeared in front of Mullen. He looked down at his guest. Dagon smiled and asked what this man had just said about him. Mullen said that was exactly what he meant, but he had only come to convey that he was concerned about Mr. Dagon. Mullen smiled and struck the floor loudly with his cane. He expressed his hope that they would work well together in the future. Dagon was furious. How dare this man? After all, Mullen was lower in rank than him. Dagon shouted that the guy had only said what he wanted to say and then ran away. If Mullen didn't work for him, he would have been destroyed right then and there. His subordinates tried to calm Mr. Dagon down. Dagon pulled himself together and said he had calmed down. The Lord of the Water Creatures thought that, if he understood correctly, all this was happening because of that man. Dagon was outraged that this guy dared to cause him problems and even destroy the portal. Dagon decided that he must destroy him personally. On the shore, the water monsters continued their attack on the people. The hunters put up a worthy fight. The man in the hood with a staff in his hand ordered the hunters to continue their attack. All they had to do was protect their leader, and victory would be theirs. The man with the staff was Gu Sang-jun, the second commander of the 7th Division. He was the one who could control plants. Monsters also have their own personalities depending on their characteristics. Water monsters cause floods during the rainy season, and flora monsters suck up this water, feeding on it. If their ranks are the same, water monsters become prey for plants. For this reason, the 7th Division easily dealt with monsters every year. This will continue to be the case in the future. One of the hunters saw someone unknown come out of the water onto the shore. He was unlike the other monsters. Lord Dagon stood on the shore. The monsters that accompanied him were nearby in the water. The hunters reported to the commander that a young man had appeared. They asked if the boy was okay. Dagon just smiled slyly in response, his eyes sparkling. After a while, the 7th Division was completely destroyed by Lord Dagon. The Lord of the Water Monsters